fighting.
Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. Table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Committees have lodged the proposals shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objections, the meetings are so authorised. Senator Lambie, I believe you're seeking the call. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the defacing of war memorials by pro-Palestinian protesters as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Lambie.
Madam President, I move the motion.
So the question is, the motion... Did you wish to speak to it, Senator Lambie? Or
yes, thank you. Since the Hamas terrorist attacks on October the 7th, war memorials across the nation have been graffitied and defaced by pro-Palestinian protesters. And on Sunday, they hit the war memorials in Canberra for the third time, defacing memorials on Anzac Parade. Just 2 weeks ago, the walls of the Australian War Memorial were defaced with slogans, and the Vietnam Veterans War Memorial was graffitied in March. Do these people understand that these memorials are there to honour the service to veterans and to honour the veterans who we have lost? Who were fighting for their country. They were fighting for our freedoms. The freedoms they won for all of us. The freedoms that meant that Australians can protest peacefully. To say it's a slap in the face to all veterans isn't strong enough. It is an absolute kick in the guts. It's a rejection of their sacrifices, and it hurts every Australian veteran and their families. Do these people really think that this helps their cause? Do they really think that these disgusting acts of vandalism will bring about a ceasefire? Do they really think it will ease the suffering of the Palestinian people? I don't think these people have any idea what it's like to have to go to war and have to fight, to see your mates killed in front of you, or to come home with injuries that mean you will never be the same again. As a veteran said to me this morning, and I quote, "How dare these people who probably haven't served are defacing these memorials because of their misguided ideologies," end quote. And another who said, and I quote, "It feels like they are spitting on the graves of our fallen veterans," end quote. War memorials and cenotaphs for our fallen soldiers are in most towns and cities across this nation. They are visual reminders of the horrors of war and the appalling, unimaginable conditions any soldier faces on the front line. Every Anzac Day, hundreds of thousands of Australians go to these memorials to honour those who have served and to make sure that we never forget the sacrifices that they have made for this great nation. Without the selflessness and commitment of all who have served, the freedoms that we all enjoy, the democracy and the rule of law may never have been possible. And by the way, if they think this is helping their cause, if they think this will bring more Australians out to protest about the war in Gaza, they are terribly, sadly mistaken. I think most Australians are appalled at what we have seen in Canberra this morning. Most Australians honour the sacrifices of our armed forces. Many Australians have veterans in their families, fathers, mothers, sons and daughters who have put their lives on the line for this country. For our freedoms, I am sure they join in me condemning anyone who defaces or graffitis our war memorials. There are laws that protect our war memorials, and I would encourage the police to find these people and prosecute them to the full extent of the law. War memorials have been defaced before, which is awful, and I will never understand it. But since the Gaza war, we have seen this happen across the country, and once again, I think the Greens should be reflecting on their behaviour in this chamber. The Greens should be reflecting on how their divisive behaviour in this chamber is fuelling the division in the pure fabric of this Australian society. Please think about what you are doing and what it is doing to the nation, because you are ripping it apart because of your actions in this chamber. When the Greens keep calling for protests, rallies and blockading of electoral offices, when they shamelessly allow themselves to be photographed next to anti-Semitic signs, they are whipping up the worst elements of hatred in our society, encouraging them to throw red paint on political officers, to write anti-Semitic slogans on MPs' offices, and to do the things like defacing war memorials of fallen soldiers. The Greens are whipping up an atmosphere of hate and division, all for votes. All for votes. And they know it. And what's even worse, they actually don't seem to care. They don't seem to care. Their actions don't help anyone, and it certainly won't hasten the end of war in Gaza and the end of suffering of the Palestinian people. I would ask that every senator in this place supports this motion today, that the Senate condemns the act of defacing war memorials by pro-Palestinian protesters, which is deeply insulting for current and former members of our Australian Defence Force and undermines the significance of these memorials as symbols of national pride and remembrance.
Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. And I rise on behalf of the Coalition to move the motion that is currently before the Senate. Today, the Senate, I will hope, needs to send a very strong message to all Australians in support of the motion. We need to say enough is enough. It is incredibly disturbing to hear that some individuals have defaced several war memorials in Canberra, including a memorial to soldiers who fought in the Korean and Vietnam Wars, with slogans trying to promote a particular cause in the Middle East. The defacing of Australia's national monuments to those who fought for our great country and our fallen soldiers in an attempt to promote a particular cause is quite frankly disgusting. I would hope that as we stand here today, celebrating, as we do every single day, the freedoms that each and every one of us has as an Australian in 2024, because people before us gave their lives, I would hope that we are all able to support this motion. These are, without a doubt, abhorrent acts. Whatever cause people are trying to promote, the desecration of our war memorials in an attempt to make a political point is disgraceful, it is abhorrent. In fact, there are few words to express the extreme anger we all feel on behalf of Australians for those who would try and trash the legacy of our great soldiers. On behalf of the Coalition, I would like to say to those serving in the Australian Defence Force, to our veterans and to the legacy of those who made the ultimate sacrifice. We honour everything you have done for our nation. Australia is the wonderful nation it is today because of you and the sacrifice that you made. Australians value the right for people to protest. We value the right of free speech. We value the right for Australians to believe in whatever cause they wish. In fact, that is what our soldiers fought for so many years. But vandalism and desecrating monuments to our fallen soldiers is not free speech. It is nothing more and nothing less. In the most disgusting of terms, attacking those who served and attacking those who gave their lives for our great nation. In fact, I say to those who thought it was smart to undertake these actions, Australians are better than that, and they are better than you. Australians are more likely to oppose your cause if you try and promote it by trying to smear the legacy of our fallen soldiers. Australians value the legacy of our servicemen and women, current and former, and we especially value those who gave their lives and made the ultimate sacrifice. The vandalism of these monuments is a slap in the face to the men and women in the Australian Defence Force, our honoured veterans and their families. And we in the Coalition will not stand by silently. The willful defacing of national monuments to our fallen soldiers needs to be emphatically condemned by all senators in this chamber, and we need to condemn it urgently. To those fallen soldiers who fought for our nation, fought for our freedom, fought for our peace, let's stand together today and show them that we recognise the sacrifices, and more than in recognising them, we value and appreciate the sacrifices they made. Let us stand together today and honour them, not just on Anzac Day, but each and every day that we wake up in the morning and we are free as Australians because of those who gave their lives and fought for our great country. Their sacrifice is a part of what makes Australia so great. Our public memorials to our fallen soldiers are a vital link between the past sacrifices of numerous Australian soldiers and future generations. It is heartening to see each and every year growing crowds every Anzac Day, honouring the sacrifices of many soldiers in numerous conflicts over the centuries. Australians from all walks of life are increasingly coming together to appreciate just what those soldiers have done for our great nation. All Australians should be proud of our fallen soldiers, our veterans from all conflict, and the men and women currently serving in the Australian Defence Force. The protesters who desecrated these memorials, you do not honour our fallen soldiers, and you do not honour our great country. In fact, those who vandalise these memorials are expressing nothing but a deep contempt and a hatred for our country, which should be condemned in its fullest. No matter what your view on the conflict in the Middle East, and I acknowledge that there are a wide range of views in the community, defacing our war memorials to promote a particular ideology or a particular cause is showing nothing but contempt for our fallen soldiers. It shows nothing but contempt for members of the Australian Defence Force and nothing but contempt for the great country of Australia. This behaviour needs to be condemned in the strongest possible terms. Our Senate chamber needs to stand a strong and united message to the Vandals that we will not bow down to your abhorrent tactics. To the Vandals who committed this disgusting act, let me make it very clear on behalf of the Coalition. No one is going to adopt your cause because you defaced a memorial to our fallen soldiers. It completely undermines the message you are trying to portray and, quite frankly, only shows the type of individuals that you indeed are. The Vandals who committed these acts, I hope, will face the full force of the law. The Senate has a good opportunity to send a very clear message today. We can show support for the men and the women, our great men and women in the Australian Defence Force, and we can show support and honour our military veterans. And we can stand united against those who seek to attack their legacy.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. One Nation supports this motion, and I'll read the motion again, that the Senate condemns the act of defacing war memorials by pro-Palestinian protesters, which is deeply insulting for current and former members of the Australian Defence Force and undermines the significance of these memorials as symbols of national pride and remembrance. It undermines the very core and heart of our beautiful country and Australians, the Australian people. It undermines the respect we have as a nation and as individuals for the caring service of so many caring Australians in our Defence Forces, past and present. And it reveals the pro-Palestinians protesters' true agenda, anti-Australian agenda. And I join with Senator Lambie and Senator Hanson in condemning the Greens for this divisive campaign that they are pushing based on ideology and harvesting votes. It essentially is treason, defacing our country, desecrating our country and what we stand for. Australians, whatever their views of the wars we've engaged in, take pride in our servicemen and honour our servicemen and women. I recall a friend of mine when we were in our 20s. He made the offhand comment, off-the-cuff comment, that he despised the War Memorial because it was a memorial to the glory of war. And I said, no, it wasn't. I said, it's a memorial to the service that men and women have given in supporting this country and defending this country and what we stand for. He has gone on to be a proud grandfather with 2 boys now serving in the Army and a daughter serving in the Police Force of Queensland. So he has developed children who have served and are serving our country, and now proud grandfather of a man who's fathered a child in the armed services. Free speech, as Senator Cash pointed out, is not vandalism. It's not desecration. Which is violation of property rights and must be punished. To all servicemen and families and relatives, thank you. We will vote in favour of this motion to condemn the acts of defacing the war memorials in your name.
Senator Van, and then I'm going to come to Senator Steele-John and then Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Deputy President. And I rise in support of this motion as well. We are right to condemn this vandalism. We're right to condemn this vandalism for 2 key reasons. One, of course, vandalism of the War Memorial and the war memorials down Anzac Drive are rightly deserving of condemnation. Our War Memorial, the Australian War Memorial, is, in my view and the view of many others, the most sacred place in Australia. The most sacred place in Australia. How dare anyone deface that? How dare anyone deface something that is so sacred and pays so much tribute to people who have fallen? I drove past a war memorial on the way into Canberra yesterday, and all the hoardings down, you can now see that wonderful edifice, and to think that that has been defaced by vandals is just a crime. Even on the news last night, they were doing a piece about G for George. My great-uncle's name is on the roll of remembrance. He was a Lancaster pilot shot down over northern Germany in the Second World War. The place is sacred to me as it is to all Australians. But that's not the only crime that's been committed here. What they've tried to do, and people who are trying to push this from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, that is dividing Australia. That is listening to masters from overseas who are seeding misinformation and disinformation to divide Australia and Australians. And that must be punished. That is not just the ground roots movement. That is being pushed by foreign actors here in Australia, and it must be seen for what it is: foreign misinformation and disinformation. Now, I stand with Senator Lambie, and I support this motion, and every decent-minded senator in this place should do the same thing. Thank you.
Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I deeply understand why this action would evoke and provoke strong emotion in the community. My family have lost members to war. My grandfather's brother, my Uncle Gordon, was lost during the Second World War. He flew Wellington bombers, and on a night in June in 1944, his bomber over the English Channel disappeared, and his body and the body of his crew was never found. Now, his mum, my great-grandma, never got over that loss. Never. And neither did my granddad. And throughout his life, and throughout the life of his mum, and throughout the life of every single remaining member of that family, echoing down to my family right now, there is a hole and an absence, and a sorrow that cannot be described, the lack of closure, and the sense of frustration and the inability to grieve because so many had lost so many. And you were made to feel that you should be grateful that you'd only lost one son. Now, when my family emigrated to Australia, one of the first places we visited was the Australian War Memorial, because one of the co-pilots alongside Gordon was a man by the name, with the surname Minogue, an Australian, and we went and found his name up in the memorial and placed a poppy next to it. I can't remember that, I was a baby at the time, but when I was elected to this place, one of the first things I did was go back to that memorial and place a new poppy and reflect upon not only the whole that this person, who I had never known, who I don't even have a picture of, must have left in their family, but also the way in which Gordon's absence and loss had continued to affect mine. So I do understand why the actions that have been taken by the people that made these decisions to express themselves in this way have evoked this response. I also very much hear the calls from MPs, and we have MPs in this place who have served in the armed forces, Senator Lambie among them. I very much hear the call for a respect of the War Memorial and a desire that it be a place of honour and of reflection upon sacrifice and upon the impact of war. I very much understand that. When I went back to the War Memorial, and this would have been 5 years ago, to place that poppy for the second time, I left, and as I left, I was filled with the sadness that I expected and the melancholy that I expected. But I was also filled with emotions that I did not expect to experience. I was filled with anger and, quite frankly, disgust. And I will tell the chamber why. Because when you enter the War Memorial to go through the museum part of the memorial, one of the things that hits you immediately as you approach the desk is a flat screen TV. And on that flat screen TV intermittently revolves the branded logo of some of the largest defence manufacturers in the world. We're talking about BAE and Raytheon and Boeing, the very organisations, corporate entities who make money while our troops are at war, while the children of Australia are in harm's way. And that prompted me to look further into this and to discover that those organisations are legally able to donate to the Australian War Memorial. And until very recently, as part of the renovations to the expansion, I should say, of the memorial, there was a theatre within the memorial branded the BAE Theatre. You went on the website, you clicked the link, it took you to BAE's website. I found that disgusting. The idea that corporations, that if we were to go to war, would make money from that reality, that have made money from our previous times in which people would go to war. That made me feel really, really angry. Now, that's a view that I share. That's a view that is not shared by others in this place. And that's a perspective I disagree with, but in that disagreement we see, and there is, a truth revealed. And that is that memorials of any type, but particularly war memorials, are not politically neutral spaces. What is in them, who they reflect, what they say and what they don't say, is the product of active political decision-making. There was a time when an Australian war memorial did not feature the names of First Nations soldiers. There was a time when war memorials did not feature the names of those that had served in particular kinds of roles. There was a time when our nation sent First Nations people to war. In fact, in the Great War, Australia sent men to die in Flanders fields who they did not recognise as equal humans under the Constitution. And when they returned, they were still not recognised or counted as equal human beings under the Constitution. That is the reality of our history. Every single time we build a space of reflection, we build a space of commemoration, there are decisions made by people in positions of power, and those decisions are inherently political. The decision to expand the War Memorial was a political decision. The decision to enable weapons manufacturers to display their goods was a political decision. The decision to feature those such as Ben Robert Smith within the memorial for as long as was done was a political decision. You can agree with it, you can disagree with it, but it was inherently a political decision. Protest is a political decision. And one of the reasons why we cannot support the motion brought by Senator Lambie today is that it frames the act of protest by way of interacting with a memorial or a commemorative space as something that is exclusive to those who support justice and freedom for Palestine, and that is not true. That is not true. And the reality is that we can't be in a position where we create a rule or express a view in such an inconsistent and unnuanced way. Particularly not if one of the reasons that people are going to give for putting forward that view is that the men and women of the Australian Defence Force died for certain freedoms. Now, the reality is that the Australian Constitution contains no explicit commitment to or guarantee of freedom of speech. I wish it did, but it doesn't. However, if we are to believe that the men and women of the ADF gave their lives in wars and conflicts to defend such freedoms, then you have to engage with the reality that protesting, that painting, is a form of speech. It literally, practically is. And I
Order, please.
I deeply do, Senator Lambie, I deeply do.
Senator,
and across our time working together...
Anson Young, you have a point of order?
It's just that other speakers were heard in silence, and I'd like the same respect for Senator Steele-John.
Yeah, Senator Lambie, we've spoken many times about the respect that I have for our veterans and our soldiers, and we have collaborated many times on the ways in which those systems and processes need to be improved. And you know as well as I do that it is the sad and indisputable reality that those who give their lives in battle, in wars far away from home, often are asked to do so in the name of causes which are so much less and so much less clear than they deserve when put in that situation. You know this, Senator
Lambie.
Point of order. I'd like you to withdraw me, as you said, as I know, because that is absolute rubbish. I would never, ever just agree to what you've just said.
Senator Lambie, you'll have other opportunities to make the debate.
I withdraw those, Senator Lambie. What I was attempting to observe, I think, and I may have misunderstood you, but I think if me and you had a chat about particularly the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, we would come to an agreement that the lives lost in those wars should not have been lost, and that the sacrifice given by the men and women killed in those wars did not actually turn out to be the cause of Australian freedom. That was not what they died for. And so to say that every single individual named in those spaces died to protect our freedom, God, I wish it was true. I wish that we could say that every single person that gave their lives for Australia had done so because they had been asked to take an action that would keep us safe or uphold our values. But that is not the case. And that is a crime. That is a crime that is the reality of this country. That we have sent for hundreds of years men and women overseas to die, and so many to come back injured, psychologically harmed in the deepest of ways. And there was no need for it. They were sent by politicians overseas to die, because to do so suited the political purposes of government of the day. I wish that that was not the case, but it is the reality of our history. So the Greens will not be supporting this motion today. We will not be supporting this motion today. These questions and topics are deeply important. it is upon us, it is our responsibility to engage with these subjects with the nuance, balance and perspective expected of us by the Australian community. And that is the reason that we will oppose this motion today. May well disagree with it, may well be unhappy with it. But it is important that when we discuss these issues, we do not engage with the reflexive and reactionary approaches that so often are the hallmarks of our political discourse and decision-making around the topics of war. Because when we do this, when we engage in these conversations in such a way, we create the very context that make it so much easier to end up sending Australians overseas to die for causes so much less valuable than their lives.
Senator Ciccone.
Very much, Deputy President. I think it's fair to say all of us in this place are a bit shocked, but not surprised by the reaction of the Australian Greens political party. You would have thought the one thing that would actually bind all of us in this place is coming together in memory of the sacrifices that each and every single men and women of our very proud ADF have done to protect our country, to protect the values, the freedoms of this country, so that people like Senator Steele-John and others in this place can actually say the very things that he and everyone else in this place have been able to say today. But yet we have senators in this place who come in and instead of doing the right thing and back our veterans who are hurting, who have had to go through a very painful process through the Royal Commission. One opportunity that's been put before senators, you would have thought we'd have every single senator in this place saying, yes, we are on your side, we condemn the actions, the violent actions, the abhorrent actions by those who have taken a decision to vandalise one of the most sacred places in this country. But no, the Australian Greens political party choose to do the opposite thing and back those people who have vandalised and made a mockery of our fine men and women who have stood up for this country and paid the ultimate sacrifice, and yet trying to conflate the debate by talking about some private contractors or by some sponsorship. Exactly, Senator Lambie, it is. And I won't repeat it. But Australians have a right to peaceful protests, but they do not have a right to vandalise, spray paint, desecrate, or anything else to face our memorials, particularly those to the men and women of our veterans community and the ADF. And what Senator Steele-John and those in the Australian Greens are saying, and I hope they are wrong, but it's okay now to go to cemeteries? Where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line? And as someone who's very proud husband to a member of the ADF, I can assure you your comments are totally out of order, are offensive, and I bet you every single one of her comrades in her unit watching today will be absolutely disgusted with your comments in the Australian Greens today. And we will, Senator Scarr. We will. Anzac Parade is there for all of us to honour those that have died. We don't get to cherry pick, oh, we'll back that person and we won't back them. It is for all of us to honour the service and the sacrifice that the men and women of the Australian Defence Forces have made. But whatever your position is, their service, their sacrifice deserves the respect from everyone in our community. All the other stuff that's going on at the moment, all the other debates around other issues can be had, but done in an appropriate and a mature and adult manner in this place. but not when we have things like Senator Lambie's motion before the chamber today that deserves the respect, deserves the mature discussion. But again, are we surprised by the Australian Greens? You know, it's an absolute kick in the guts to wake up some mornings to find out that memorials, whether they be the Australian War Memorial here in Canberra or in my home state in Victoria, other memorials being desecrated. It is a real kick in the guts to wake up to that news. Because what is the message that those protesters are trying to make? What's their message, that somehow they're winning? Because quite frankly, I think it's the opposite. That the people in the community are saying enough is enough, stop your childish behaviour, grow up and be adults, and actually have a proper debate about the issue rather than being or relying on vandalism and breaking the law. Because we've had enough of that. And we've seen some of our colleagues' offices being vandalised, violence, firebombed. As community leaders in this place, we have an obligation to say it's okay to have a peaceful protest, but it is not okay to resort to violence. Every senator in this place, including Senator Steele-John and every member of the Australian Greens, also has the same responsibility. Because the responsibility that we have here as senators, as community leaders, is very powerful, and people are watching. People are watching. And we need to be able to set good models as role models in this place for the rest of the community, to say it is not okay to resort to violence.
Senator Hanson-Young, point of order.
Thank you. Just a point of order. Senator Ciccone made a claim that in relation to violence at electorate offices, and he knows this. He knows very clearly that we have condemned that violence.
Yeah,
and I would like Senator Ciccone to reflect upon that for the rest of his contribution.
Yeah, the call is returned.
Thank you, Deputy President. But we need to remind the community that while peaceful protest is part of a healthy democracy, criminal acts are not to be tolerated at all. And I am just disgusted to hear the latest acts. These are sacred sites and must be treated as such. We're a very proud nation of many people in this place, but we are very proud about the men and women of our ADF, people who have fought for our freedoms. These acts of vandalism have no place in society, and we need to condemn that in the most strongest possible terms. And that is why everyone in this place, bar the Australian Greens, will be supporting Senator Lambie's motion about those people who have defaced our war memorials. And I want to congratulate you, Senator Lambie, for doing so. And on that note, Deputy President, I look forward to the Senate supporting Senator Lambie's motion.
Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Can I thank Senator Lambie for bringing forward this very important motion today? I suspect it has turned out to be more revealing than you intended it to be when you moved it, and what should have been a moment of unity in this chamber has not turned out to be, but I'll reflect on that in a moment. Our war memorials, whether they're the grand ones here in Canberra or the much more humble ones dotted around our suburbs and our towns and our cities, are the most revered monuments in Australia. And in a country that is not as united as it once was, they are a point at which Australians can rally around, can agree upon, can commemorate. And you see that on Anzac Day. You see that on Remembrance Day. When in their millions, Australians get up early, they go to their local war memorial, and together, regardless of their background, regardless of their race or their ethnicity or their religion or their politics, they solemnly pay tribute and commemorate the service and sacrifice of those who fought and died in war to defend our country and the wonderful liberal democracy that we enjoy today as a result. Whatever our views on foreign conflicts or other matters, we are able to unite as Australians on those solemn occasions at our war memorials to pay respect to them. And what we've seen over the weekend in Canberra and in other incidents prior to now is a fundamental desecration of those sacred venues, a fundamental disrespect for the service and sacrifice of the more than 100,000 Australians who served and died in war, and many more than that who served and sacrificed and came back home. And it is not too much, I expect, the elected representatives of the people in this place to reflect the sentiments of our community in standing up for that. What is particularly egregious about this vandalism is the content of it. Let's be very clear and let's call this out directly. It was anti-Semitic. It was bad enough to vandalise a war memorial. It's even worse to put an anti-Semitic slogan on it. It's a slogan which the Prime Minister has said is a very violent statement which has no place in this country. It's a slogan which this Senate has voted overwhelmingly to condemn and say has no place in our country. And on behalf of the opposition, I offer the government all bipartisan support for any measures necessary to protect our war memorials, whether that is additional resources to make sure that they are not vandalisers, whether it is additional legislation to make sure very severe criminal penalties flow for these acts of criminal vandalism, because the Parliament of Australia and the Government of Australia needs to send a very clear signal that this conduct is unacceptable. In her remarks, Senator Lambie alluded to the way in which some people in this place have sought to profit from, politically, these foreign conflicts, sought to weaponise them for their partisan political advantage here in Australia. And recently, the Greens leader, Mr Bant, from the other place, was caught, recorded on a hot mic addressing his national conference. It was reported in the Daily Mail. And what he said at that conference, which has been reported, is extremely revealing about the Greens. He said, "I want you to think about what the narrative will be if we don't win these seats. Labor will say, we can get away with bombing Gaza," and goes on to talk about other matters. Now, that's a disgraceful thing that Adam Bant said, but very revealing in two respects. For the Greens, this is all about politics. For the Greens, it's about winning seats from the Labor Party in inner cities. And also, for the Greens, there's nothing they're less unwilling to say in the pursuit of that objective. They're even willing to accuse the Australian Labor Party of being involved in bombing Gaza. On what planet is the Australian Labor Party bombing Gaza? And yet Adam Bant is happy to weaponise this for political gain. And what we've just seen in this chamber from Senator Steele-John was a 15-minute apologia for vandalism of our most sacred places. Senator Steele-John, the War Memorial is not a blank canvas for your extreme politics. The War Memorial is something that deserves respect and reverence.
Senator Shoebridge, point of order.
The senator knows he's out of order. He has to address the chair. He's been disrespectful to the chair and disrespectful to the standing orders.
Senator Patterson, through me.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Through you, Senator Steele-John should know that the Australian War Memorial is not a blank canvas for the Greens' extreme politics. It is a place which we should all respect and we should all uphold. And it is extraordinary that any elected member of this place would come in here and defend the defacing and the desecration of these monuments, and he should be ashamed for that. All of the Greens should be ashamed for defending that. All of the Greens should go and see our veterans and our men and women in uniform and justify why this one place that should be beyond politics, this one place that should be sacred, this one place that shouldn't be sacred, that shouldn't be desecrated, is an appropriate place for them to broadcast their moral superiority, their self-satisfaction and their pride in weaponising these issues for political gains. They should be ashamed. They have an opportunity to rectify this. They have an opportunity to make up for the appalling remarks that Senator Steele-John made before. They have an opportunity to vote with the rest of the Senate in favour of Senator Lambie's motion and stand up for the good values of this country.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. I've got to say congratulations, Senator Lambie, for bringing this to the attention of the chamber. The desecration and the vandalism of these war memorials tears at my heart, as it will for a lot of Australians. We say every year at the Anzac and Remembrance Day, and people come out in their thousands, millions, to respect those that have fought and died and sacrificed. The people that have done this, they're nothing but scum. Absolute scum. And I just, vandalism has been happening now, more so in recent years, with our statues, buildings, parks, different places, now the War Memorial. And it's something that I don't feel that our leaders of this nation are actually standing up against. I don't think that we're not hearing enough from our leaders to oppose this. It is today in this chamber, and I'm pleased that we are. And to actually hear Senator Steele-John make reference to it, that these people didn't go and die and sacrifice their lives for freedom. Well, I totally disagree with what Senator Steele-John said. If you look at the history of the Second World War, Neville Chamberlain actually travelled to Germany 3 times to visit Hitler. He didn't want war. And Britain was forced into it because Hitler then invaded Czechoslovakia, then Hungary, and then invaded France and other nations. The way he treated the Jews, and they were put into concentration camps, their lives lost, their businesses. So you see, Neville Chamberlain didn't want to go to war, and I don't believe that any politician in this place will want the Australian citizens to go to war. So Senator Steele-John's message is, well, we shouldn't have wars. Well, then I'd ask, do the people of this nation then have faith in the Greens that if we were then to be attacked at any time by another country wanting to take us over, what would their stance be? Would they actually want to defend this nation? So that's a question that people of this country really need to ask themselves come the next election, whether they should vote for the Greens. Also, I will say to the Labor Party, you've made quite a stance here today in condemning the Greens' comments. Will you still preference them? Would you still want them to have more seats in this parliament? Are you going to stand up for your, for your values, what you truly believe in? Or is it all about, what you think's best for you and the Labor Party rather than the people of this nation? The people that are in this chamber today, thank you very much for being here and to listen to this debate. And I'm sure most of you possibly have either been born here or migrated here, but you migrated to this country for what it has to offer you: the freedom, the democracy, and a way of life. Those memorials have been erected to show our respect to those people that have fought and made their sacrifices for this country, for what we have. That's why so many people want to come here and live here. And that's why we really need to look more seriously at the people that we bring into this country. Where do their loyalties lie? You can have your protests, but this is Australia. This is not Palestine. This is not Israel. This is not Russia. This is not Ukraine. This is not any other nation. It is Australian soil. That's why we must respect it. You can have your protests, but this whole protest really, in my eyes, started in this chamber when the Greens held up their Palestinian flags, made their disgusting speech and walked out of here. Yeah. And that has continued on. There shouldn't be this division that's happening in this nation. For those people out there who are protesting and the vandalism that is happening, don't do it here on the streets. You don't belong here. Go back to a country that you belong to. Don't stay here with that hatred and the division that is happening on our streets. I want that withdrawn. President?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. This vandalism, I want that withdrawn as well.
Senator Kim, I didn't hear it, but for the benefit of the chamber, I didn't hear it. It's been asked to withdraw. I just asked you. I didn't hear it. I don't even suspect it's on Hansard, but thank you.
It's the I have my say about things, and I say it openly so that people know exactly where I stand. I'm a very proud Australian. I do not want to see the vastness in this nation. People have come here for a new way of life. Surely we in this chamber, I believe that every one of us, except the Greens, have the utmost respect for our defence personnel, past, present and now those serving. We have the absolute respect for those people that have lost their lives and sacrifices that have made for this country, for our democracy, for our freedom and for our speech.
Senator Shoebridge, you're not assisting me.
He's not assisting anyone, actually. Senator Shoebridge never does. You know, he's all the garbage that comes out of their mouths is just that, and it's all.
Senator Kim.
It was a personal reflection on Senator Shoebridge, and I ask Senator Hanson to withdraw it. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
No, Senator Hanson-Young, just please measure your comments and just withdraw that one reflection.
Please, I'm not Senator Hanson-Young. Christ's sake, I don't even look like it for starters, but please don't insult me. I'm not Senator Hanson-Young.
No, I said Hanson-Young.
Well, I guess I mean it too.
Through me, the debate is descending. Please, Senator Hanson, please continue.
Or comment. So as I said, the whole debate here today is the vandalism and the desecration of our war memorials. I'm calling on the leaders of this nation, whether they be the premiers, whether they be the police commissioners, whoever they are, even our Prime Minister, please do something about it. Do something about, maybe we look at the people that we brought into this country. Extend your citizenship to 8 years before they can get citizenship to show that they are going to be good people for this nation, that they trust and believe in this nation they want to be citizens of. Let's see if these people, if they have visas, if they've committed this offence, deport them immediately. Get them out of the country. Don't allow them in the country. There are things that we can do. It's not just talk. Anyone who does this desecration of our statues, of our important features like this, get rid of them. Don't allow them in the country. We have that power, but everyone seems failing to do anything about it. You're all talk. Everyone's talk, no action. And we see this country going down the drain more and more all the time. And yet we are not doing anything about it. So this is what we've just got to do, is make the decisions. But I just want to finish, Senator Lambie. Thank you very much for bringing this to the attention of the chamber. And we know, we've seen where the Greens stand today. The people of Australia really have a look at where they stand with this. Do you trust this mob to represent you in the chamber? Do you really respect them? Do you think they are going to be good for this country? Make the decision at the next election. And I call on the Labor Party, don't give them your preferences. Labor Party, don't give them your preferences. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. And I think, as outlined so well by Senator Ciccone, the government will be supporting Senator Lambie's motion today, and we thank her for bringing it to the chamber. The War Memorial is a treasured national institution, and it's deeply distressing, including as a local Canberran, to see what has happened to it with the vandalism that has been, that has been imposed. Well, the vandalism of the War Memorial, and I think, for this, the Senate this morning has shown through the contributions just why the community is so divided, I think, on some of these issues, because, there is an opportunity, I think, with this motion to stand together and to, seek to unify the country, to set our expectations of what, is acceptable, what isn't acceptable, what's unlawful, and deeply disrespectful, and we haven't been able to do that this morning. And some of the contributions have ensured that, I guess the message out of the Senate this morning has been that we are deeply divided on this as well. So the government supports Senator Lambie's motion. We condemn the act of defacing war memorials as outlined by Senator Lambie's motion, and I move that the question be put.
The question is that the question be put. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. I'll now put the substantive motion as moved by Senator Lambie. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Order, order. We've just had a difficult debate. Senator Scarr, is this a point of order?
It is. Can I ask, Deputy President, that it's actually noted in Hansard that the Greens did actually voice no to this
It's not the practice of the Senate. It's not a point of order, and Senator Steele-John clearly articulated the position of the Greens. Minister.
Deputy President, I seek leave to move a motion to vary the hours of meeting and routine of business for today.
Is leave granted? No. Leave is not granted.
Pursuant to contingent motion, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion. It will be being circulated, if it hasn't already, to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to allow a motion to vary the hours of meeting and routine of business for today to be moved and determined immediately, and I move that the question be now put.
So I have to put the question. There's no debate on the question being put, so I'm putting the question that the question be put. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. You right?
Yep. Oh, what is it? We get a national. Lock the doors. So the question is that the question be put. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'm now going to put the question on the suspension. So the question is that the suspension, as moved by Senator Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Gallagher on the suspension motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. I move that a motion to vary the hours of meeting and routine of business for today may be moved immediately and determined without amendment or debate, and I move that the question be now put.
So the question is that that question now be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Huh? Senator Mackenzie, you need to have your blazer done up. Otherwise, we can read the slogan, and that has been consistently the way that I have applied that ruling. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now intend to put the procedure motion. So the question is, the procedural motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is, the procedural motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Wong.
I move the motion as circulated.
So the question is, the motion as circulated be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as circulated and moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that the ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Ruston.
I seek leave to make a short statement of no more than 5 minutes.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 5 minutes. Thank you, Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Well, guess what we've got here? We have got the government using a guillotine again. You know, you would have thought that maybe this government might have understood the history of this country, the history that says Australia rides on the sheep's back. Sheep are an absolute integral part of our economy, and you would think by listening to those on the other side that they no longer care about the underpinning of our economy in this country. Mind you, the actions that we've seen them take in terms of their economic policy since they've been elected to government, I think most Australians would realise they actually really don't care. But what we've seen today, once again, and this happens time and time again, we saw it happen last week, we see it happen in just about every week of this parliament that it sits, is this government, because it can't manage its legislative agenda, uses things that have always in the past been used sparingly. They're conventions that are usually adhered to, and occasionally, when you get to the end of a sitting period, you may well use one of these tools if you need to be able to get something through. But no. This government actually thinks that the use of the guillotine is just standard parliamentary process. It is absolutely unbelievable. You know, you actually should try and at least have some fig leaf of this and try and manage your agenda before you come in here and you start to guillotine it. But what is most significant here is the consequences of the actions that we are seeing here today. One of the most important pieces of legislation, which will have wide-ranging impacts across the whole of rural, regional and remote Australia. Those effects will then knock on into our supermarkets and into our household budgets. This government is going to guillotine this piece of legislation and push it through. But what is probably more insulting for the many farmers that are in the building today who've come to say to the government, please listen to us, listen to us, was the way that this was announced in the first place. It was announced during Beef Week. So while the minister was swanning around in Rockhampton with his brand new Akubra, accepting the hospitality of Australia's farming sector, he then, in the cloak of darkness, got on a plane and flew to Western Australia to make this announcement, not in a farming region in Western Australia, but in the city, so that he could make it because he didn't want to eyeball the very farmers whose careers and livelihoods, generation after generation of livelihood, was going to be completely and utterly damned by the actions of this government. So we are here today as the coalition to condemn the actions of this government in relation to this, because I believe that Australia's farmers deserve better than this. They are what has underpinned the economic benefits and conditions right now. If it hadn't been for our resources sector and our farming sector, there is no way in the world you'd have been booking a surplus. Your windfall surplus came off the back of rural, regional and remote Australia, and yet you walk in here and you condemn this place because of your actions. So what I would say is the government needs to have a very serious think about what they're doing here, because by your very actions you continue to undermine the practices of this chamber. Now, we are more than happy to have a respectful and robust debate about any legislation that you want to bring in here, and we often won't agree. But at least do the courtesy of this chamber and allow us to have that debate. Because what we're seeing here is tonight, in the space of probably less than 2 hours, we are going to be prevented from everybody giving their contribution. And I can tell you, there are a lot of Western Australian senators, there are a lot of coalition senators, there are a lot of National Party and Liberal Party senators who would like to come here and put on the record their support for Australian farmers. They would like to do that. But tonight, because we're going to truncate this debate, in the space of 2 hours, that will be all the time that is available for the 76 people in this chamber of whom want to make a contribution about this really important debate will be truncated. So I would say to the Labor Party, if you are really serious about being a government, you also have to be really serious about the parliamentary processes that sit behind what you do. And coming in here and completely undermining what is one of the most important protocols of this place, and that is the accepted running of this chamber. The right for every member of this parliament to have their say on something that they believe is important. We should stand in condemning the government and the Greens who have supported them and the crossbench that sat on that side to put this guillotine through. You should be all condemned for your actions because Australia's farmers, Australia's rural, regional and remote communities deserve a lot better than what you're giving them.
Pursuant to order, I call on Minister Farrell to provide an explanation.
Thank you, Deputy President. The government continues to reiterate its view that it cannot agree with the assertions made in this motion. We do, however, acknowledge the interest in the chamber in reforming the NDIS to get it back on track and ensure its sustainability for future generations of Australians. I also acknowledge the recent commitment by the Leader of the Opposition to working together with the government to this end. On the 8th of February 2024, the government tabled the final report of the independent review into the National Disability Insurance Scheme, which was publicly released in December 2023. In producing this report, the independent NDIS review panel travelled to every state and territory, including regional and remote communities. It heard directly from more than 10,000 Australians, worked with disability organisations to reach out and listen to more than 1,000 people with disability and their families, recorded more than 2,000 personal stories and received almost 4,000 submissions. The review delivered 26 recommendations and 139 supporting actions to respond to its terms of reference. In delivering its recommendations, the review provided exhaustive analysis and proposals to improve the operation, effectiveness and sustainability of the NDIS. The independent NDIS review panel has said its reforms can improve the scheme and meet National Cabinet's annual growth target of no more than 8% growth by the 1st of July 2026. Discussions have continued with senators across this chamber, as well as members in the other place, to address questions about the government's NDIS reform agenda that it is pursuing together with the disability community. We look forward to work with senators in this place to get the NDIS back on track and ensure its sustainability for future generations of Australians. In relation to the order being discussed, the government has previously outlined that we have claimed public interest immunity over the requested documents as disclosure would prejudice relations between the Commonwealth and the states and the territories. The Minister representing the Treasurer has already tabled key documents for the benefit of the Senate in addition to the aforementioned review.
Senator Steele-John.
Deputy President, we've heard that statement from...
You're seeking to take note of the answer?
I'm seeking to take note of the Minister's response.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've heard that response from the Minister representing the government on this so many times, I think I could repeat it verbatim. And the same issues and absences of engagement persist this time as they have done with every single statement. The government claims public interest immunity, however does not detail the way in which the relationship with the state and territory governments will be prejudiced by the release of this information. The government claims to have released key documents in relation to the request of the Senate. The documents they've released are irrelevant to the questions that we are seeking to get answers to, and I believe the government knows that. The government's response references the NDIS review, a review to which they have not formally responded. The government references their commitment to the NDIS and to collaboration and consultation despite progressing the largest legislative changes to the scheme through the Parliament with the barest minimum of consultation through closed-door processes and with the aid of non-disclosure agreements. At this point, the statement from the government is little more than a joke. The reality is that the National Disability Insurance Scheme matters to the lives of the 660,000 participants who rely upon it for vital support. It exists as a national embodiment of our collective community's commitment to doing right by disabled people and their families. Now, there are many people in this chamber with whom I have deep political disagreements and who have deep political disagreements with me, and yet we are able to find common cause in the idea that when changes are made to the National Disability Insurance Scheme, they should be thoroughly and properly scrutinised by the Parliament on behalf of the Australian people, particularly those who are disabled, their families, allies and organisations. The way in which the government has engaged with the NDIS since coming to office has been so much less than the collaboration, co-design that they promised at the election. And because of the vast gap between what was promised and what has been delivered, you see a rising fury in the disability community. The government should know the power that exists in the community, in the alliance between disabled people, their parents, their allies, their organisations, the allied health professionals who provide them with services and equipment and supports, because it is that alliance that successfully prevented the previous government from advancing its own set of so-called reform proposals that would have done great harm to the disability community. Basic pieces of information about the government's intention in relation to this scheme, the government's intention in relation to the current bill before the Senate, and the positions of the states and territories are not known to this Senate. The basic financial assumptions committed to by state and territory ministers when they came together and agreed to the framework are not known to the Senate nor to the community. The impact of the amendments offered by the government to the legislation are not known to the community or known to the Senate because the government continually dropped them at the last minute, providing no ability or time to thoroughly scrutinise. And the position of the states and territories in detail, individually, is not known to the community or to the Senate in relation to the bill because they were not called as witnesses to the 2.5 days of hearing into the bill that we were able to extract from the government. And so there is an extension to the inquiry to enable us to get to the bottom of that information, to get to the bottom, to scrutinise, because that is our job as a Senate. And if that inconveniences individual members of the government, then tough. Our job is not to represent the views of the government, nor to rubber stamp their legislation. It is to scrutinise on behalf of community affected by legislation.
Thank you, Senator. Your time has expired. Senator Hughes, you have the call.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Acting President. Well, here we are again. And I've got to commend Senator Steele-John because this is an area that he does want to see some scrutiny. Unfortunately, we've just seen another guillotine hours motion from the government because they can't manage the chamber, once again supported by the Greens to cut scrutiny. But at least in one area, the Greens are keen on a bit of scrutiny, the NDIS. Not so much about sheep, not so much about farmers in WA. See you later. We can get rid of your work conditions. We can get rid of your jobs. We can get rid of your industry. But when it comes to the NDIS, at least the Greens will stand up for a bit of scrutiny when we're ignored from this government. And why are we ignored by this government? Well, and why are we here? For those benefit of those in the gallery, why we're here is because the government has said it's going to cap growth of the NDIS, but we don't know how. We don't know how they're going to cap the growth. Apparently the states are going to come to the party and roll out these foundational supports, all the supports that they stopped delivering when the NDIS came into play, because the NDIS was basically like a plane built once it had taken off. The Labor government, under Bill Shorten, the now Minister for the NDIS, and former Prime Minister Julia Gillard, they were so keen to get this NDIS up and running, and they have bipartisan support, could have taken the opportunity to actually map it out, but no, they had to get it up in the air, plane that was not built yet. And one of the factors with that was the then Prime Minister, Julia Gillard, said to the states, don't worry, doesn't matter how much the scheme grows, the Commonwealth is going to pick up the tab outside of what you contribute. So the states went, you beauty, let's get rid of all the community health services that we delivered, no more community OTs, no core community speech therapists, any of those supports are gone. Local psychologists don't have them anymore under the community health system because the states vacated the field. But then it got worse because all of a sudden now in education, supports that are the responsibility of the state government to make sure that kids can go to school and are supported appropriately, the NDIS comes in and the education departments go, ripper, we don't have to fund those anymore because we're just going to tell parents, get a bit more NDIS funding and you can do it all after school. So we're seeing continuing rising rates of school refusal. We know that kids are in the classroom who need supports that are actually disrupting classrooms, not being supported, not being able to access the appropriate education. Don't worry about that though, because the Gillard NDIS was going to pick up the tab for everything. So we've now got to a point where when we were in government, we said there are sustainability issues here. This thing is getting too big, too quick, too many people, and the services that we cannot keep paying for this at the rate that it's going. No, 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 said Opposition Minister then, Bill Shorten, saying we are kabuki theatre players, pearl-clutching kabuki theatre players. There's no problem with the sustainability, it's all good. So then Minister Shorten comes into the NDIS, finally has a look at the books and actually goes, oops, oops, this is getting bigger than Ben-Hur and there are sustainability issues. So Minister Shorten's now decided that he's going to cap the growth of the NDIS. So how do you cap a demand-driven scheme? You cap it with the number of participants or you cap it with what the cost of their plans are? We don't know because this government will not provide the financial modelling that allowed them to make the claim of an 8% growth cap. But what's even worse is we're currently looking at a bill, and we're only still looking at the bill because we managed to get through the Senate an extension of the Community Affairs Legislation Committee into this bill that had previously had 2.5 days of hearing. We've very kindly been granted another 2 days of hearing, so 4.5 days of hearings will be in total for some of the biggest reforms to the NDIS that is life-changing for 660,000 Australians and their family. But we are being denied the financial modelling because it will somehow upset the relationship with the states. Well, let me tell you, we're going to hear from the states during those 2 days because we're going to find out what foundational supports they think they've been signed up to, because they don't know. You've only got to listen to every education minister at a state level, every premier at a state level, every health minister at a state level, even the justice ministers at a state level. They don't know. And a lot of these states have just had budgets, and guess how much money went into NDIS foundational supports? Zero. So to every single NDIS participant in your family, we will keep coming back until we get some answers.
Thank you, Senator. Your time's expired. If there are no further speakers, I'll put the motion to accept the Minister's statement. Those of that view, please say aye. All those against? Ayes have it. The ayes have it. Calling a division. Division, ring the bells for 4 minutes to take note of the statement. Okay, in that case, ring the bells for 4 minutes. There's a division. Thank you. Sorry, yes. Senator, you have the call. The request has been to cancel the vote. We will cease ringing the bells and we will cancel the vote. So, I will now call the clerk.
Government business.
Thank you, Senators. If you're not participating, can you please leave
amendments
the chamber?
ending live sheep exports by sea bill 2024.
Thank you. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Export Control Amendment ending live sheep export by sea bill 2024 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
The question is that this bill be read for the first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Export Control Act 2020 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. So, Senator Mackenzie, you have the call.
Thank you. Well, I'm very, very proud to stand in strong opposition to this legislation, along with every single Liberal and National Party senator, against a bill that seeks to shut down a world-class industry, an industry that is leading the world in animal welfare standards, and indeed, when it is closed, we'll see the animal welfare standards drop across the world, delivering culturally appropriate protein here from Australia into the Middle East as a result of Labor's shameful, blatantly ideological and reckless legislation. It is legislation that should be rejected by the Senate. It should be rejected by the Parliament. The Coalition stands firmly and steadfastly with our primary producers and the livestock industry, with our truckies and our shearers, with the fodder suppliers, with the families, with the children, with the doctors, with the supermarkets, with entire regional communities, where the social and economic impact of this callous political decision will be felt right throughout regional Western Australia. And it will have flow-on effects over to the East Coast. Let me make it very clear from the outset, we are opposing this bill. We have always opposed this bill, and a future coalition government will overturn this piece of legislation. And that's why today you have men and women from Western Australia meeting with crossbenchers, meeting with MPs, trying to let them know the devastating impact this will have on their communities so that they can actually be fully cognisant as they walk in later tonight to vote in Labor's guillotine of this legislation. And I want to make sure to every single Western Australian person knows that it is the Coalition, the Liberal and the National Party, who will overturn this legislation, and if we're elected, totally back the industry and reinstate it. Labor's policy to shut down the live sheep export industry fails to acknowledge the importance of the sector, the supply chain of people and families, our trading partners in the Middle East that rely on this industry to ensure that families in faraway places have culturally appropriate protein to be able to eat. They don't want chilled meat. They've made that very clear. And yet Labor thinks they know better. Labor thinks they can tell Middle East trading partners what's good for them. Sounds like policies of old, of many centuries ago. And here they are again, thinking they know better than people in their own countries. The live sheep industry employs thousands of Western Australians and has delivered important and comprehensive animal welfare reforms in recent years.
Australia has the highest animal welfare standards in the world, and this should actually be a source of national pride. Actually a source of national pride. Our sheep get off that boat fatter than when they got on. And I tell you what, unhappy sheep don't put on weight. Unhappy sheep, the wool doesn't grow. And these are the types of measures that we now use in this world-class industry to measure the health of these beasts as they leave live sheep transports. But Labor doesn't care, again, because this is ideologically driven to win votes in East Coast capital cities, and it is West Coast farmers and regional communities that are paying the price for your political ineptitude. Labor should be backing and supporting our farmers instead of attacking and destroying live sheep exports. We have faith in the industry, confidence in the reforms that we brought in when we were in government, that we now lead the world. And we're not going to cut and run. We won't leave the rest of the world to take up the market that doesn't live up to our animal welfare system. Don't kid yourself. You think suddenly whole nations are going to change the way they like to purchase and eat just because Australia decides not to export live sheep? No. Ethiopia will fill that trade. There will be other exporters with a lot less ethical standards. They just load the sheep on and you get paid for how many are alive at the end. That is the system that will be put in place as a result of Labor and the Greens teaming up to shut down this industry, to destroy the lives and livelihood of Australian intergenerational farmers. And it's not just the farmers, it is the truckies. So many on the Labor's side, they talk a big game supporting the truck industry. Well, now's your chance. Now's your chance to say, I support the trucking industry. And if you sit and oppose, if you sit in support of this legislation, you do not support the trucking industry in Western Australia. And they know it. And that's why over 64,000 Australians have signed the petition to keep the sheep industry here, onshore. They've raised over $400,000 to overturn this ban, and they are coming after Labor seats, Labor marginal seats, to change the government at the next election, because it is not in the national interests to shut this industry just to get votes against Greens in inner city East Coast capitals. The Coalition has a strong history of improving animal welfare standards, and we made sure we reformed the industry in a way that now it leads the world. We didn't put our head in the sand. We did what good governments actually do. You see a problem, you actually work with industry to solve it. You guys, weak and distracted government. That's what you're delivering on so many levels, and in the agriculture portfolio, it's no less. You're just cutting and running. We work with veterinarians, with industry. We reform the methodology of how we assess the success. We've got the heat stress test. We actually measure the pants of individual sheep on voyages to make sure they're not stressed. They get more stress sitting in a paddock in many climates here in Australia than they do on live export ships. But you don't want to actually hear the facts, and that's what's so offensive. The minister promised in Senate estimates we would have a Senate inquiry. Instead, we got a quick and dirty 2-day inquiry from the other place when thousands of submissions to that inquiry haven't even been uploaded into the public domain. What we like to say in this place, a very quick and dirty, a sham of an inquiry where you did not hear from the gamut of the impact, so that you can say, oh yeah, tick, we consulted. Did you actually hear them? Did you actually take the time? No, you didn't. Last week we voted twice in this place to put a Senate inquiry up for this legislation, which is suddenly so urgent. The legislation doesn't phase this industry out till 2028. But suddenly it's so urgent that you're guillotining debate on it today. You're shutting down senators from Western Australia National Party senators who have their heart and soul in the region, senators from the coalition, one and all, who care about this industry, from even having a say on it. What are you afraid of? Why are you afraid of the sunlight that transparency and accountability would bring? Why do you actually want to shut people who are going to be impacted by this? We say that a lot in this place, but you're actually shutting their business down and you're not even giving them the respect to come and have their say. And it wouldn't cost you anything. Wouldn't cost you anything because your legislation will still pass. You've got the deal with the Greens. Legislation still passes. You know, it's going to be phased out. But you can't even spend a couple of months giving the men and women and the children in regional WA the courtesy and the respect of having their issues brought to the floor of the Senate and considered in a public forum, because it suits you. It suits you to deride this industry. It suits you to say farmers don't have a social licence to produce food. You won an election. It doesn't make you God. So this chamber is set up to bring all the gamut of political persuasions of our great country to bear. So we have the far left represented, we have the far right, and everyone in between sits here in this place and brings to this chamber the full gamut of political thought in the country. And that is why democracy should be respected and people should be respected. And the Senate inquiry that we will be voting on later today, where we actually ask the people impacted what will happen to their local supermarket, their local footy clubs, their trucking industry, their farming enterprise. Ask our trading partners. Why don't we ask the Kuwaitis? Why don't we ask the Middle East? Why don't we ask Palestinians who do receive live sheep exports as a result of the hard work of WA farmers? Why don't we ask them what the impact for them will be on government's policy? And the Shadow Agriculture Minister has put a call out, and I completely agree with him. He's asking Labor Senator Payman to cross the floor and stand up not just for WA on this vote, but actually to vote for the food security into Palestine, which the live sheep industry actually facilitates. You can't like half of the debate. Senator Payman, sheep are now a humanitarian issue. Farmers want to keep providing quality sheep to the Middle East, and the Middle East in turn wants our sheep because they know Australian sheep are the best quality. Senator Payman has the chance to meet with groups such as the Keep the Sheep, Australian Livestock Exporters Council, Sheep Producers Australia, WA Shearing, Wool Producers, WA Farmers and the Livestock Collective. They're all in the House today. And I urge Senator Payman and other senators to meet with this delegation to hear firsthand, because there's a lot of, negative stories that get around that are not based in fact or truth. It's very easy when you are out of sight, out of mind, for Australians to really understand what goes on in the paddock, on ship, in market, that doesn't fit the narrative of animal activists, the Greens and others whose actual end goal is to shut livestock production in this country down. That's actually the end goal. This is just another step in the march. So I would urge not only Senator Payman but other senators to consider seriously giving voice. We know that your substantive views mean that you'll probably end up voting for this legislation when it's slammed through at 10 o'clock tonight without being properly debated and discussed. But at least give these communities a say. At least give them a say. Because it's right for us to ask what's next. The Greens have made it really clear they want to shut down the live cattle trade, and the last time we did that we saw suicides across northern Australia. We saw our Indonesian trading partners very concerned that they'd lost food security given the amount of cattle that head over there. It's $1 billion industry, and that crazy decision cost the Australian taxpayer hundreds of millions of dollars when the government finally owns up to actually paying them out as they've been instructed to through the courts. So we know Labor doesn't like agriculture. We know the Greens want to shut down agricultural exports, livestock exports in the main. So stop talking a big game on trade. Stop talking a big game on climate change, because you really, for the 7 million of us that don't live in capital cities, that don't vote for you, are still Australians. We do the heavy lifting economically. We don't agree with you politically, but we love our country too. And we're very proud of what we do, and we deserve to be able to continue to do it. We won't be supporting the bill.
Senator. Your time has expired. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Finally, the day is here. The day we set the date to end this vile and cruel sheep export industry is here. It has taken too long, but today will be a win. And this win belongs to the brave whistleblowers, to the determined animal welfare organizations, to animal advocates and activists, and the Greens, who have fought tooth and nail for this inherently cruel and morally bankrupt live sheep export trade to be shut down for good, once and for all. Today marks a pivotal moment in the fight for animal welfare, and I want to congratulate everyone in the community who joined the tireless campaigns and the tireless fights to shut down live sheep export. Too many animals have died, and too many have suffered on these ships of misery for decades upon decades. Sheep which have been treated as cargo, not as the living, breathing, sentient beings that they are, have suffered for far too long. Governments have facilitated this trade for decades.
Senator, I have to interrupt you now. You will be in continuation. I will now move to 2-minute statements and call Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. It is with great pride that I rise in the Senate today to celebrate the Township of Richmond's outstanding achievement as the winner of the Small Tourism Town category in the search for Tassie's top tourism towns for 2024. First and foremost, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Richmond for securing this title. From the iconic Richmond Bridge, Australia's oldest stone arch bridge and a testament to our convict past, to the vibrant local shops and charming cafes that line its historic streets, Richmond offers a unique blend of heritage and modernity that makes it a must-visit destination for Tasmanians and travellers of all kinds. Not to mention, it is also the town where I'm proud to have my electorate office. This accolade is a testament to the hard work and dedication of the community, businesses and local authorities who have worked tirelessly to showcase Richmond's beauty and charm to the world. Well done, Richmond. I would also like to extend my warmest congratulations to Stanley, the winner in the Tiny Tourism Town category, and to Devonport, recognised as Tassie's top tourism town for 2024. Stanley's unique charm and Devonport's vibrant offerings have undoubtedly left a significant mark on our tourism landscape. As we celebrate these incredible victories, let us not forget that the journey doesn't end here. Stanley, Richmond and Devonport are now set to compete against their mainland counterparts to determine Australia's top tourism towns in September. This is a momentous opportunity for our Tasmanian towns to showcase their beauty and charm on the national stage. It's also an important opportunity for us to celebrate our local tourism industry, recognising the dedication and hard work of those who make these towns the gems that they are, particularly over the last few years where that that same industry was impacted so severely by the pandemic. Congratulations once again to Richmond, Stanley and Devonport, and may they continue to shine brightly as we eagerly await the announcement of Australia's top tourism towns.
Senator Smith.
Yes. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today, July 1, is a big day. It's a big day because from today, all 13.6 million Australian taxpayers will get a tax cut with an average cut of $1,888 a year or $36 a week. The Albanese Labor government is delivering this tax cut because we want Australians to earn more, and of course we want them to keep more of what they earn. In addition to these tax cuts, our $300 energy bill relief will begin to flow, and $325 for 1 million small businesses. And for the third consecutive time, we will see a pay rise for low-paid workers. 2.6 million workers will get a pay rise backed by our government. 22 weeks of paid parental leave kicks in from today also, an additional 2 weeks for Australian families. This is enormous for families making those critical decisions about how to balance and manage care and time away from the workforce. But of course, these are just some of the measures that commence today, and they're in addition to the other work we're doing to provide cost of living relief for Australians, including strengthening Medicare, making medicines cheaper across the system and increasing bulk billing in every community. We're waiving $3 billion in student debt for more than 3 million Australians. We're supporting fee-free TAFE and prac placements for students, building more homes more quickly in every part of the country, working to deliver cheaper groceries by strengthening the Food and Grocery Code, cheaper childcare, increased Commonwealth rent assistance, planning a future made in Australia, provisioning for higher wages for aged care and childcare workers, more funding for emergency and food relief and financial support services, and of course paying superannuation on paid parental leave. We know these measures won't solve everything, but they're real, tangible measures which will make a difference in people's lives. I'm proud of the Albanese Labor government's work.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I rise today to talk of the devastation of the health of the Coorong in my home state in South Australia. Over the last 2 months, there have been 2 massive fish kills in the southern lagoon in the Coorong. 200 tonnes of fish have washed up along the Coorong shore. And this is because the water quality in the southern lagoon is deteriorating at a rapid rate. It is hypersaline, losing oxygen, and as a result we are seeing fish killed. Local fishermen are describing these latest fish kills as the largest in 40 years. The devastation of losing 200 tonnes of fish is the equivalent of 1 year's entire commercial offering of mullet in the area. And this is devastating. It's devastating for the local businesses and it's devastating to the local environment. I've written to the Environment Minister, Tanya Plibersek, and urged her to act quickly. I've urged her to immediately release the $27 million of funding for phase 2 of the Healthy Coorong Healthy Basin Action Plan. I've urged her to implement urgently monitoring of the salinity levels and water quality levels in the Coorong. We need to be ensuring we're listening to expert advice and local knowledge. And I urge the Minister to get on with this. We know rivers die from the mouth up, and the Coorong, the lower lakes, the southern lagoon in the Coorong is very, very sick. Rivers die from the mouth up, and we need the Minister to put her money where the river's mouth is.
Senator Little.
Thank you. The next set of nationwide crime statistics due in the next few days won't tell Australians what they want to hear. Vulnerable Australians are fleeing their homes that have become less safe because of escalating aggression and violence. Crisis helplines are overwhelmed. Australians in all their diversity are in real crisis. Helpline DV Connect is called every 4 minutes in Queensland. The Albanese Labor government said there would be 352 full-time equivalent frontline workers on the ground today. They've delivered just 94. This was a 500 worker election commitment in 2024. that would be in 2022. Based on performance, not likely to be delivered by the next election. Hey. The Albanese Labor government continues to blame the states, but it's their election promise. They've led negotiations for national partnership agreements. It is their Labor government's failure. Yet they still intend to distribute more money to the states and territories despite that appalling progress. Frontline workers confirm capacity for family violence response for regional, rural and remote areas adds to everyone's distress. More families couch surfing, living in cars, in tents, anywhere other than home because home is not safe. Strangulation is up. Sexual violence is up. In all its forms, it's underreported. In this epidemic, announcements are not good enough. Rewarding poor performance is not good enough. Community legal services turned away nearly 1,000 people a day last year. Yet the Albanese government had no new money for them, just enough to cover indexation. And frontline shelters can't take any more in. Minister Risworth has said every new worker employed will be able to make a difference for women experiencing violence. Well, the Minister, the Prime Minister and the Albanese government failed to deliver.
Senator Polley.
It's a great day around the country today because from today, every one of the 13.6 million Australian taxpayers will get a tax cut, and 84% of those taxpayers will get a bigger tax cut than they would have received under the Liberals and Nationals. Every household will get an energy bill relief, and so will 1 million small businesses. Millions of Australians on the award wages will get a pay rise. And we know that those people opposite, it was their policy to keep workers' wages low. We know there'll be cheaper medicines and an extra 2 weeks of paid parental leave. And further to that, there's an increase to the superannuation guarantee. It will increase from 11% to 11.5%. This means employers are required to contribute additional money into their employees' super accounts in line with a higher percentage rate. This is good for Australian workers. These cost of living measures are about ensuring Australians earn more, but they also keep more of their earning. In my home state of Tasmania, every Tasmanian taxpayer will now receive more in their take-home pay than they would have done under the former government. We know that Mr Dutton and the Liberals don't support wage increases. Every opportunity they had when they were in government, they failed to step up to the plate and support Australian workers. We know that those opposite, who only ever delivered deficits, we have turned those into 2 surpluses, showing that we are capable at running the economy and that we are fighting inflation without smashing the economy and delivering this much-needed cost of living relief. We are there doing the job that needs to be done, unlike those opposite who have their head in the mushroom cloud.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Proverbs 18:15 teaches, "The heart of the prudent attains knowledge, and the ear of the wise seeks knowledge." The worst virus response in Australian history, the most destructive and deadly government response in history, deserves the pursuit of knowledge necessary to do better next time. As Winston Churchill said after World War II, those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Currently, the government is busy failing to learn from history, knowingly, deliberately avoiding to learn. So I was pleased to see last night's episode of the Channel 7 show Spotlight deal with the COVID response in a balanced and responsible manner, advancing knowledge that was news to many viewers. Spotlight was a welcome mainstream media step to redress their COVID propaganda and fearmongering. And I hope this is the start of the media rediscovering journalistic integrity. And I hope the government was watching the audience's mood quite clearly in favour of a judicial inquiry and justice for victims of malpractice and malfeasance in office that pervaded government's COVID response. The government and globalist Liberals' refusal to fully understand every aspect of our response shows they value their own careers above the welfare of everyday Australians. The Uniparty's continued refusal to call a judicial inquiry betrays our community and goes against our humanity, and suggests an immovable object acting on this place that's all-powerful, corrupt, morally bankrupt. The audience's emotion was born of grief, frustration, anger. Emotions the audience had every right to display, such as being the loss of life, the damage to life, to businesses and communities. The truth is, government's got our COVID response horribly wrong and inhumanely wrong. It's now our sworn duty to put that right, to call a judicial inquiry or royal commission, to seek the knowledge to make amends for harm caused and to do better next time, and act an action needed without fear or favour, no matter the consequence.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Here we go. We are 2 years into my first term in this place, and we are 2 years and a bit into this government. And what we do know is there will be an election before my third anniversary is up. In fact, the Prime Minister could call an election at any time now within the next 10 months. And what have we learned from this government? What have we learned from being here? This is a government that likes talking about what it's going to do without actually doing it. So far, we've heard about the voice that they would deliver for Australia that fell flat because they wouldn't talk. We've heard about a Housing Australia Future Fund that has spent tens of millions of dollars to build a sum total of 0 homes. Even things that we might not support. We were told that this government would pass a new EPBC Act, which will not see legislative in this chamber before this term is over. We're seeing a water policy that will destroy people out there. And we heard in a previous speaker just a second ago about how this government is delivered to surpluses. That hasn't been delivered by this government. This has been delivered by the working people of Australia, the people that do things, the people that make things, the people that grow things, the people that care for things. And that is who is forgotten in this government, because they go out there and they talk about this cost of living release. It doesn't exist. Things cost more. Things are harder. Things are worse off for people than they were when this government came in, because this government is the influencer of governments. It doesn't do things. It just wants to be seen to associate itself with doing things, because a government that do things would have delivered real energy relief. It would be building more housing. It would be supporting the people in their jobs and the industries that make the surplus, because money handed out to the good things we want to do only happens if we do the things we have to do. And under the policies of these government, we will be only exporting our pollution and our problems. We are importing energy now that we should never have to do. We're importing items we have had to do because this government is not up to the standard required.
A great weekend of basketball on Larrakia country, Mr Acting Deputy President, with the Darwin Salties taking out the women's Salties against Mackay, with leading goal scorer Kat McGregor taking on 75-61, contributing to an outstanding win for the women's Salties. The men's Salties did their best. It was a really tight game, but it was Mackay who took it out. But on an even more significant note, Mr Acting Deputy President, a huge thank you to Wheelchair Basketball Australia for being able to get the National Wheelchair Basketball League back up and wheeling across the courts of Australia. It was wonderful to see Perth Wildcats come into Darwin City and play 3 games against the Darwin Salties. And it was an outstanding performance by the Darwin Wheelchair Salties, and great crowds at both events with the women's team, the men's team, the Darwin wheelchair team. We saw the Salties wheelchair team take out Perth Wildcats 3 out of 3. And I have to put the scores on the record: 63-46, 72-56 and 70-66. I thank the Perth Wildcats coach Ben Ettridge and captain Sean Norris for bringing a team across. Looking forward to the next time when we have an interstate team come to the Darwin Crop Pot, otherwise known as the Darwin Basketball Courts. And a huge shout out to coach Jason Ivinson, coach of the Darwin Salties, and the co-captains CJ McCarthy-Grogan and Tom O'Neill-Thorne, who've led a terrific team there. It's great to see the Adelaide Thunder, the Red Dust Healers, the Brisbane Spartans, the Wollongong Rollerhawks and the Manly Wheelers all back playing wheelchair basketball across the country. An outstanding performance and wonderful to see the game.
Senator Whitwilson.
This morning, the Tarkina rainforest in Tasmania is silent, except for the sound of birdsong, the wind in the trees, the buzzing of insects. The forest-killing machines have left a precious, biodiverse, ancient pocket of rainforest. Why have they left? because courageous forest defenders have stopped them. They spent 29 days protecting this forest from destruction, and 29 people have been arrested doing the job our environment laws have failed to do. Taking care of our carbon-rich forests, our first line of defence in our climate emergency, and the wildlife that calls them home. Wildlife including masked owls, azure kingfishers, white-bellied seagulls and wedge-tailed eagles. The community was called to help protect the Tarkine, and they answered. Thank you to the hundreds of people who were part of this in recent months, in all your roles behind the scenes, cooking, donating, loving, helping, driving, carrying heavy things, all contributing. If governments are failing in their duty to protect our critical forests, then it is a citizen's right, indeed it is their duty, to step in for them and peacefully disrupt, agitate, defend and protest. The real criminals are sitting in places like our parliaments, subsidising the destruction of our environment. The real criminals are the industries that cower behind the weak laws that protect them. It is a dark day when our governments can silence, punish or suppress those that stand up to defend the environment.
Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Well, last week we saw the first meeting of all state water ministers in over a decade. You would think that they would need more than an hour over Skype just to introduce themselves to each other. But an hour was all they got to discuss the released without fanfare 320-page Productivity Commission report on its inquiry into national water reform renewal. It's incredible. I mean, we know Labor doesn't like debate. Just look at what they've done today, bringing on a guillotine on issues they don't want to shine a spotlight on. But I would have thought that you would give adequate time to the renewal of the National Water Initiative, which was one of Labor's 5 points to national water reform that they took to the last election. You'd think they'd want more of an hour to discuss this vital interjurisdictional issue with their own counterparts. I mean, this isn't locking Liberal out of the room. This is locking Labor state water ministers out of the room. Maybe they wanted to keep it short because the report actually identified that some jurisdictions don't want to retain some of the core principles of the National Water Initiative in a new agreement. Or maybe it's just that the current water minister has completely lost interest since she rammed through her buyback bill. The Restoring Our Rivers bill. Just as she couldn't be bothered turning up to her own agency's premier conference in Albury the other week, the MDBA's River Reflections Conference. She was on the program. She didn't bother to show up. She sent a 3-minute video. And now we see she can't be bothered having genuine discussions with her state equals. Shame.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. Let me paint you a picture. You live on a beautiful, rugged and remote island. It's the dead of night, pitch black, dark, and you're having a serious medical episode. Serious enough that you can't get the help you need on the island. You need to be flown out to get the care that you need. But because there's issues with the lights and the technology at the airport, the Royal Flying Doctor Service can't land the Medivac unit there. You've just got to hope you'll survive the night until daylight comes and you can get off the island. It sounds like an island somewhere on the other side of the world. But this is the reality for the 900 people living on Flinders Island right now. They need help, and they need it right now. The Flinders Island Airport is in desperate need of upgrades. Some of their infrastructure is from World War II. If these upgrades aren't done soon, the airstrip could be shut down, and this would cut off essential medical services and freight to Flinders Island. It would also slam the door shut on any tourists that want to go to that beautiful place. We should be encouraging more people to visit beautiful Flinders Island, not making it impossible for anyone to get there. Losing the airport runway will be devastating for the island and the people who live there. The Minister for Infrastructure in the other place has told the council to apply for a round of grants and hope for the best. But Flinders Island doesn't have months or another election to wait around and hope the money will come. The airport could be shut down at any time because it could be dangerous at any time. Not to mention the grant could probably barely touch the sides of the urgent work that needs to be done. Flinders Island might only have a population of 900, but they shouldn't be left behind because they don't have the care factor of the parliament.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Over the weekend, we heard that the Greens will introduce a bill to put some pressure on the government to recommit to a Makarrata Commission, which Labor promised ahead of the last election and was a key part of the Statement from the Heart. The establishment of a National Truth and Justice Commission is something that I have long argued for. It is a crucial step towards justice and self-determination for First Peoples. Without truth, we cannot move forward. I hope the Greens remember that this is the policy that I developed alongside the Black Greens. I know the Greens are big on recycling, but a bit of acknowledgement on this would have been nice. I want to give a shout out to the Black Greens who I worked with on this when I was at the Greens and who always knew the importance of truth and treaty coming first. The wider Greens party would do well to be led by the Black Greens more often. When it comes to Labor, they keep saying they're taking their time and doing more consultation, but no one knows who they are actually talking to. It's obvious there is no commitment to truth and treaty from Labor, and to me it looks like Albanese's promise of truth and treaty will join those made by Bob Hawke and Paul Keating before him, and Labor will again fail First Peoples in this country. They need to stop stringing us along and admit that you've failed, Labor. Your dishonesty is shameful and it's hurting people. You need to be honest and clearly commit to telling the truth and move towards a treaty, because that's what First People want.
Senator Dunningham.
Acting Deputy President, and I would point out to Senator Thorpe, the Australian Greens aren't big at acknowledging things generally, especially when they get it wrong, including when former Senator Bob Brown, grandfather of the Green Movement, proposed to the Tasmanian community that in 1981 a coal-fired power station would be better than a hydro dam. A little piece of history that I never want to be lost. But I do want to spend today talking about how time in this parliament is a finite thing. No one is a member or a senator for eternity. And so making it count is incredibly important, which is why I'm so disappointed in my Tasmanian Labor colleagues who refuse to do their jobs properly. I only have to think of a couple of examples, and I concur with the calls from Senator Chandler there that it is a great shame for our state. But when it comes to things like funding for that disastrous, destructive Environmental Defenders Office, a group of people purporting to provide free legal advice on matters environment are simply activists who are seeking to destroy job-creating, economy-sustaining industries like our salmon industry in Tasmania, something the Greens are not a big fan of. But I would have thought that my Labor counterparts from Tasmania would have stood up for this industry and demand the funding be taken away. $2.5 million every year in perpetuity, whether they break the law or not. Similarly, where are the Tasmanian Labor team when it comes to our GST fair share? $240 million being taken away from our state, which funds schools and hospitals, because they refuse to exempt that stadium on Hobart's waterfront from GST calculations, while the Treasurer, Mr Chalmers, Dr Chalmers, is able to exempt the stadium in his electorate of Logan from the same calculations. One set of rules for them, another for us. It's a shame, and Tasmanian Labor senators should do their jobs.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, it's very good to be here on the 1st of July because we know what that means to Australians. We know that today the Albanese Labor government is delivering every single Australian taxpayer a tax cut. And this comes at a time when we know that Australians are doing it tough, and it's incredibly important to be helping every single Australian with cost of living relief. And that's why we are delivering a tax cut to every single taxpayer. What that means is that 2.8 million Queenslanders will be getting a tax cut today because of the Labor government. What we also know is that 87% of those taxpayers will be receiving a tax cut from the Albanese Labor government, a larger tax cut than what was proposed by those opposite. The Albanese Labor government is delivering a tax cut for every taxpayer, not just some. And what I'm also really pleased to see in this delivery of cost of living relief is that more women will be receiving a tax cut under this proposal. It's incredibly important that this comes at the same time that our government is delivering cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, fee-free TAFE, urgent care clinics around the country. All of this work is designed to help Australians with cost of living, because we're focused on that on this side of the chamber. Of course, it's incredibly important that at the same time we're delivering a tax cut for every single taxpayer, that 2.6 million low-paid workers around the country will be receiving an increase in their pay thanks to the minimum wage rise backed in by this government. That's what happens when you have a government committed to making sure that workers are earning what they deserve and getting a pay rise. Unlike those opposite, we support low-paid workers.
Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. And I have to say, I don't know what planet those on the other side are living on, but back in the real world on the 1st of July under Jimflation, let's talk about the last 2 years of the Albanese Labor government. Every time an Australian walks into the shop, do you know what they experience? They experience Jimflation in relation to food. They know that when they walk out, 11.4%. That is the actual reality for every single Australian. Under the Albanese Labor government, what they are lauding today in terms of their so-called cost of living relief does not even touch the sides of the pain they are feeling. Why? Because of the decisions of the Albanese Labor government. Every time someone walks into a shop, they can thank Mr Albanese, they can thank Senator Penny Wong for the fact that they are paying more for their food. And if you're actually trying to get into the housing market or the rent market, well, guess what? Under the policies of the Albanese government, again, inflation, now known as Jimflation. Why? Because it's Mr Chalmers' policies that are actually ensuring that every day out there Australians are feeling the pain. You know, housing up 14%, rents up 14.2%. And don't even start us on how much Australians are now paying under Mr Albanese in relation to their energy bills. Jimflation, not inflation.
Thank you, Senator Cash. The time for 2-minute statements has expired. We'll move to question time, and I'll call you again. Thank you, Senator Cash.
Thank you. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The bipartisan motion passed in this place in October of last year, following the Hamas terrorist attack of the 7th of October, which killed more Jews on a single day than any time since the Holocaust, said unequivocally that this parliament stands with Israel and recognises its inherent right to defend itself. Does the Prime Minister still stand by the entirety of this bipartisan resolution?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you. And I thank Senator Cash for the question. And she would know that that motion was put by the Prime Minister and I in both chambers on a bipartisan basis, and it does recognise the continued right of the State of Israel to exist. We also spoke from memory in that statement about civilians, and you will recall, Senator, from the very first moment I called for restraint. And as I recall, a number of those opposite were very angry about that and said it was outrageous.
Order.
I know that Senator Cash, as we saw before and now, is obviously auditioning for Senator Birmingham's job. We all understand that. We all understand that. We move the motion. What I would also say is we also stand for international humanitarian law and international law. We also stand for the application of international law and for international courts and tribunals, unlike those opposite. So, of course, we continue to support the right of the State of Israel to exist. We also say, as I have said,
Senator Cash, I've called you about 3 times. Senator Cash, come to order. Minister Wong, please continue.
As I also said, I think, on an Insider's interview last year, we are democracies. We hold ourselves to higher standards. We do not expect, nor do we believe Hamas will ever be anything other than a terrorist group dedicated to the destruction of the State of Israel. But as democracies, we also stand for the observance of international humanitarian law, which is contained in...
Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you. And from Lebanon, Hezbollah continues to escalate cross-border attacks against Israel and continues to refuse to withdraw north of the Litani River, as required under UN Security Council Resolution 1701. Does the Albanese Labor government stand with Israel's right to defend itself against Hezbollah, a listed terrorist organisation under Australian law and whose motto is death to Israel?
Thank you. Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Unlike Senator Cash, who seeks to come in here and try and run a domestic political argument, we have been working for months with others.
Senator Cash, you've asked the question. Please listen in respectful silence. Minister Wong, please continue.
Start again. Unlike Senator Cash, who wishes to play domestic politics in the Senate chamber with foreign policy.
Senator Cash, I did call you to order. Please come to order. Minister Wong. Order. Senator Cash. Senator Cash, you are being incredibly disorderly. Incredibly. Minister Wong.
We have been working with others to add our voice to trying to ensure that this conflict does not escalate. So it's not about beating your chest in the chamber. It's about trying to make sure we do all we can with others to prevent this conflict from escalating. Because, Senator Cash, I don't know if you are aware of what a conflict on the northern border would mean, both for Israel and for the
Senator Cash.
For Israel and for the citizens and civilians of the region. And all parties...
The time for answering has expired. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Given the Prime Minister's weakness on the Middle East is fracturing the Labor Party, will the Prime Minister guarantee his Labor government will not recognise a Palestinian state while Hamas and Hezbollah continue to pose a security threat to Israel?
Thank you. Before I call Senator Wong, order. Senator Patterson. Before I call Senator Wong, order. I am going to ask for silence across the chamber. Minister Wong.
Thank you. I think the Prime Minister has demonstrated his leadership these last weeks. Unlike Mr Dutton, who I see has failed to do so. The second point I would make is that we have, against your opposition, shifted Australia's position when it comes to the recognition of Palestine. We have said, unlike those opposite who say you have to wait to the end of a process when we know that has meant no progress on peace, we have said, alongside the United Kingdom and others, that we are willing to look to recognition as part of a peace process that leads to a just and enduring peace in a two-state solution. That is a principled position that the Australian Labor Party has taken. I regret that it is met by an unprincipled position by those opposite.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Over the last 2 years, people in my home state of South Australia have benefited from cheaper childcare, fee-free TAFE and the biggest investment ever in expanding bulk billing, all delivered by the Albanese Labor government. Can the Minister please tell the Senate what further cost of living relief Australians can expect from today, including a tax cut for every taxpayer?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
And thank you, Senator Smith. At least there are some senators in this place who care about the cost of living. At least there are some senators in this place who care about the cost of living. I mean, what does it say about the opposition that the first day of all of these tax cuts and cost of living relief, and what they want to focus on is an international issue that they want to make domestic politics over. Over here, we understand the #1 issue facing Australians is cost of living. We understand that. We on this side understand that. And that is why from today, Senator Smith, 13.6 million Australians will see more money going into their bank accounts as a tax cut to every Australian taxpayer is delivered. Not just some Australians, as the Liberals and Nationals would have liked. 3 million people earning less than $45,000 a year will get a tax cut. You didn't want that. Under you, they wouldn't have got a cent. A person earning 40 grand will get a tax cut of $654 compared to zero under you. The average family will save more than $3,200, and 9 out of 10 women taxpayers, 5.8 million women. 5.8 million women. I know it's hard, isn't it? We're actually delivering more to the women of Australia. I know that's hard for you. 5.8 million women will now receive a bigger tax cut than they would have received under you. And of course, we on this side want Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. So 2.6 million low-paid workers will get their third consecutive pay rise back by this government, and no amount of opposition from Senator Cash will remove that fact.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Tried to shut down cost of living relief.
Senator Smith, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. Can the Minister please explain to the Senate why the Albanese Labor government's tax cuts are bigger, fairer and will benefit all Australian taxpayers, not just some, as the Liberals and Nationals had intended?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith and President. And what I'd say is that we on this side understand aspiration doesn't just start in the tax bracket, top tax bracket. Those opposite seem to think nobody except those in the top tax bracket have any aspirations. 11.5 million people get a bigger tax cut compared with what those opposite proposed. And what has their response been? One, Mr Dutton called for an election over the tax cuts. The Liberals said they'd absolutely won them back. Deputy Leader Susan Lee said, "We will fight this legislation in the parliament." We know that those opposite just can't bear the fact we have delivered bigger and fairer tax cuts. Bigger and fairer tax cuts to Australians who are under pressure. You talk about it, but we are the ones who are delivering cost of living relief.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you again for that response, Minister. Can you please provide more details about the Albanese government's $300 energy bill relief for every Australian household and $325 for small businesses? And I would also like to know how the government is providing energy bill relief now and setting up Australia's cleaner, greener, more reliable energy future.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
Senator Smith, well, from today, the Albanese Labor government is taking $300 off power bills for every Australian household. In 2 decades, Mr Dutton wants to serve up the most expensive form of energy there is, and he's going to ask Australians to pay for it. Mr Dutton says, "I won't tell you how much it will cost. I won't tell you how much it will cost. I won't tell you how much more expensive your bills to be. I won't tell you how many reactors there will be." Well, you know what I'm going to just tell you? It's going to be a big bill. It's going to be a big bill. I'm not going to say how big the bill is. I'm just going to say it's going to be a big bill. This is an anti-renewables obsession that Mr Dutton has engaged in that will provide, would provide the most expensive power there is in 20 years' time. And all he's able to say, oh yeah, it's going to be a big bill. Well, we're delivering cost of living relief now.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Reports in The Australian last week revealed extremist group Hizb ut-Tahrir had issued a press release, which has since been deleted, which praised Hamas' 7 October attacks and urged neighbouring Muslim countries to attack and eliminate Israel. This comes after the UK government prescribed Hizb ut-Tahrir as a terrorist organisation in January. What steps has the Australian government taken to investigate the listing of Hizb ut-Tahrir as a terrorist organisation here?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
Thank you. First, I think, well, I hope all of us would stand as one in condemning the hateful comments by the members of Hizb ut-Tahrir. There is no place in Australia for such disgraceful statements or the glorification of terrorism. In relation to the listing, as the Senator would know, and having been, or perhaps still is, I'm sorry, I can't recall, a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, you would understand the process by which advice is provided to government and to Parliament through the Statutory Committee about whether to list organisations, and I certainly wouldn't propose to speculate publicly about that process, nor would he expect it. But it does take me to a broader point about social cohesion. We all know that the conflict in Gaza, whether from October 7th, and as Senator Cash said, the largest loss of life, Jewish life since the Holocaust, or the tens of thousands, including tens of thousands of civilians who have died since, has been horrific. It has been horrific, and it is deeply distressing for so many in the Australian community, and it is incumbent upon us all to try and ensure that conflict is not imported here, both in word and deed, and in how we speak about one another. So all of us should join in condemning the words that Senator Patterson outlined, just as we should also ensure that we continue to advocate and press for peace in a region which has known so much loss of life and so much conflict.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Patterson, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Reports by 60 Minutes last month showed how Hizb ut-Tahrir had sought to recruit and radicalise students on our campuses, infiltrating pro-Palestinian protests to push anti-Semitic narratives and fan division. Will the government commit to taking other urgent action to address the crisis of anti-Semitism in Australia, which is undermining our social cohesion, and support our Jewish communities at their time of greatest need?
Minister Wong.
First, can I just also, in relation to the primary, remind Senator Patterson that the Coalition repeatedly rejected listing Hizb ut-Tahrir as a terrorist organisation when you were in government. In 2017, the then Attorney-General, Senator Brandis, rejected listing it based on the strong view of ASIO that it did not fit the definition of a terrorist organisation in the Criminal Code. The Leader of the Opposition has also affirmed that the government relies on the advice of our intelligence and security agencies, which is precisely what is being done in this manner. And I will take the interjections from Senator Ruston. If Senator Ruston thinks she knows better than our security and intelligence agencies when it comes to these matters, then perhaps she should stand up and say that. I, for one, think we look to the advice of those who are engaged and working to keep Australians safe about how best to do that, rather than making cheap political shots like that one.
Thank you, Minister. And I do remind you, Minister, to make your comments to the Chair. Senator Patterson, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Sunday Herald Sun reported yesterday that Hizb ut-Tahrir had moved its UK operations to Australia in the wake of their ban in that country. Will the Albanese government stop Australia becoming a safe haven for this extremist organisation by joining our allies by listing Hizb ut-Tahrir as a terrorist organisation?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, I again refer to my earlier answer
which is, and again I'll take Senator Ruston's comments. She seems to think she knows more than our intelligence agencies. You know, I might have a view about, and others might have a view about perhaps approaching this with a little more respect for the experts who advise us. But what I would say, this is not a political issue. This is a security issue. This is an intelligence issue. This is not an issue that is about party politics, and Senator Patterson knows that.
Yep,
He's been part
does.
of these processes. Well, he knows, well, and I have addressed the substance. I have addressed the substance, which is, you know, we condemn the hateful comments. There's no place in Australia for this. We continue to take advice, as you did. We continue to take advice, as you did, from our security and intelligence agencies about
thank you,
whether
Minister.
to
The
list
time for answering
organisations.
has expired. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Foreign Minister. Minister, for almost 9 long months now, we have witnessed Israel's full-blown genocide in Gaza, during which Israel has ruthlessly massacred close to 40,000 Palestinians, including around 15,000 Palestinian children. Israel has relentlessly bombed schools, hospitals, ambulances, universities, and places of worship, even the tents where forcibly displaced Palestinians are taking refuge. Many thousands of Palestinians are missing or buried under the rubble. This year alone, your government has imposed autonomous sanctions on Russia, Iran, and Myanmar. And yesterday, the Labour leadership shamefully sanctioned Senator Payman. When will you sanction Israel and the extreme Netanyahu government?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Thank you. First, I want to make some comments about collective decision-making, which goes to the last part of your question. We believe collective decision-making is about a group being more powerful than any one individual. And that truth is demonstrated in the history of this nation. Our party in government is the only party that has delivered real progress in Australia on Medicare, on the minimum wage and fairness at work, on social welfare for older Australians and people with disabilities, on paid parental leave, on superannuation, on the Sex Discrimination Act, the Racial Discrimination Act, the abolition of the White Australia policy, Mabo land rights and the removal of discrimination against LGBTI Australians, and there is so much more. My point is collective discrimination, collective action, collective decision-making is central to that, We believe that Labor governments are the ones able to deliver change, which is why no Australian government has ever expressed such strong support for Palestinian statehood as this one. No Australian government has ever done so. And it's a position that has faced criticism from those opposite and those who want to support the status quo, but it's a position which reflects the approach that so many in the international community are taking. We also believe that we are not served well as a country by those who seek to bring the conflict here. See, nothing you do in this chamber will resolve the conflict, but it does bring it here, the division here. That is the reality, Senator. In relation to the actions taken, I am happy in my supplementary to go through the actions we have taken since October 2023.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, your government has not taken any concrete action to stop Israel's genocide in Gaza, and turning against the people who are standing up for Palestine is not going to do anything either. You failed to join the South Africa's ICJ case. You failed to sanction Israel or expel the Israeli ambassador. The only concrete action you have taken is against those supporting Palestine. How many more Palestinians will be killed before you take concrete action?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Order. I'm waiting for order. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I understand why you want to run a political line here in this chamber.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Minister Wong, please resume your seat. I have called for order. That includes every single senator in this place, Senator Shoebridge and others. Minister, please continue.
As I said, on this side of the chamber, we have adopted the strongest support for Palestinian statehood in Australia's history. Well, yes, we have. Yes, we have. And unlike, you see, the difference between our party and the Greens and those opposite, unlike those opposite, we don't try to wake up every morning figuring out how to stand in the way of change. And unlike the Greens, we don't think that asserting moral superiority and condemning others delivers anything other than self-satisfaction. That's our view. That's our view. So the reality is this is a catastrophic conflict. You have seen us diplomatically make a range of decisions, including voting for...
Senator Faruqi, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, the difference between your party and mine is that we have the moral courage and you are cowards. You moved a motion at the Labour Party in 2021, a platform calling for the Labour government to recognise Palestine. But disgracefully, your government has voted against it twice already. And now you're punishing the only Labour MP who has had the courage to vote for recognising Palestine. How long must we wait before you join the 147 other countries and recognise Palestine?
The question has expired. Minister Wong.
Sorry, and I should say at the end of my last answer, I should have said we voted for a ceasefire and we voted to admit Palestine as a member of the United Nations. And I note what the senator has said. What demonstrates, frankly, the Greens' political agenda is that last week they couldn't bring themselves to support this motion. The need for the Senate to recognise the state of Palestine as part of a peace process in support of a two-state solution and a just and enduring peace. I mean, what does it say about how much you are focused on political differentiation that you could not support that? You could not support that because all you want to do, Senator Faruqi and your colleagues, is to politically differentiate on this conflict, which is horrific, so it is clear you don't
Thank you, Minister. The
want
time
to make
for
progress
answering
on the
has
two-state
expired. Senator Walsh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher.
Walsh. Order. Senator Ayres and Senator Shoebridge. Order. Order. Senator Walsh, please begin the question again and start the clock again.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Today is the day Australians will receive cost of living relief in the form of a tax cut. This will be crucial relief to households that are continuing to face cost of living pressures. The Albanese Labor government is supporting all Australians, not just some, as those opposite would have done. In addition to the tax cuts, can the Minister please outline what other cost of living relief is being rolled out by the government from today? And how will these initiatives make life easier for Australians?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Walsh for the question and for focusing on the issues that matter to every Australian on cost of living. We know that Australians are under pressure, and in addition to the tax cuts that will go to every taxpayer in the country, the budget also delivered a further $7.8 billion in cost of living relief. So tax cuts from the 1st of July, 13.6 million Australians, not just some of them, but all of them. 84% of taxpayers will be better off under Labor's plan. And on their payslip, Australians will see more money now, thanks to those tax cuts, and more in the future, thanks to some of the wage increases that the Labor government has argued for. And I know on this side of the chamber, many of us have worked in the union movement, arguing for wage increases for working people. And of course we will see that with the minimum wage increases, but also some of the wage outcomes we're seeing across the care economy as well. $300 in energy bill relief for every household, every single household, $325 for 1 million small businesses, again to support them with their energy costs. We know that Australians are under pressure up and down the income scale, and the most efficient and most effective way to provide that energy bill relief is to provide it broadly. That's why it is being paid by applying a credit to everyone's bill by their energy retailers. So we know that will help, particularly in the winter months on the East Coast, where the energy costs often peak. We've also got other cost of living measures, a freeze on PBS medicine costs, increasing rent assistance by a further 10%, debt relief for students, paid super on government paid parental leave will be coming in. We've got the extension of PPL as well. Of course, we're building homes for more Australians under our Housing Australia plan.
The time for answering has expired.
I had more to go.
Senator Walsh, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The government designed a budget that put downward pressure on inflation whilst providing cost of living relief to all Australians. Can the Minister please update the Senate on the government's approach to managing the budget and how this has enabled us to provide cost of living relief that Australians need?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Walsh for the question. The numbers don't lie. We are managing the economy better than the coalition ever could. I know it hurts them. How many surpluses did the coalition deliver? How many, Senator Cash? I think it was a big fat zero, even though the mugs came out a bit early. Those mugs were taken back straight away, weren't they? Hide them in the bottom cupboard because, oops, we got it wrong. We've delivered a surplus. We're on track to deliver another one. Gross debt, remember that? Oh, geez, it peaked under the former government. It's much lower under us. It'll peak 9.7 percentage points lower than what the opposition forecast. So lower debt, surpluses. What about the interest on that debt? Much lower under us, $80 billion less in interest costs because we're managing the debt much better. Inflation remains a challenge, but we've almost halved annual inflation since we were elected, and of course wages growth is almost double.
The time has expired. Senator Walsh, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Of course, it's hard to know whether the coalition supports cost of living relief for all Australians because they are all negativity and uncosted ideas. Can the Minister please outline any risks that may impact household budgets across Australia? Any risks, Minister?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I can think of one big risky proposal that springs to mind that might be uncosted, Senator Walsh. A big nuclear reactor plan, a risky nuclear reactor plan. Reactors all across the country, many reactors on one site, came out with a big launch and guess what? Not costed. Don't you know how much it's costing? Have you not done the work? Or have you done the work and you don't want to tell everybody what it costs? Maybe that's it. So these nuclear reactors going into all the states, uncosted, no idea how to deliver it, no understanding of the technology, no time frame other than it's off in the never, no 2030 target. If Senator Canavan has anything to do with it, it'll be no 2050 target either, and no idea what to do with the waste, no plan for right now, and not being clear about what it's going to cost on people's bills.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Wong. Minister, exactly how many wind turbines, solar panels, batteries and kilometres of transmission lines were built last month?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator. Senator, I don't have a monthly breakdown on what has occurred in terms of renewables since we came to government. But what I can say to you is that it is clear. What I can say to you is that we have invested $22.5 billion over the next decade to help make Australia a renewable energy superpower. We have a budgeted plan that is backed by the experts at AEMO, the Australian Electricity Market Operator, They have an integrated systems plan that looks at the total cost out of 2050 in generation, storage and transmission of renewable energy, which the government is working to and is contributing to. I would also make the point, Senator, and you do understand markets, that the uncertainty under the coalition meant that 24 out of 28 coal-fired power stations announced their closure. We did not have new investment to replace it at the scale needed. And that is because the market knew that with 20-plus energy policies, there was no certainty in which to enable investment in additional generation and supply. And if we want to bring prices down and to ensure reliability, we have to have more supply.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Minister, the government's own figures to meet your net zero target show that over the next 8 years, you need to install and connect more than 40 wind turbines a month, 22,000 solar panels a day, 48 gigawatt-hours of batteries and 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines. Install and connect. You're building nothing near that. Will you admit your wind and solar plan is an unachievable pipe dream?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Wong.
Senator Roberts, I will absolutely concede that this is a big transition, and you would have heard me in response. You would have heard me in response.
Order. Senator Rennick, I've called Senator Canavan. Order. Order. Minister, please continue.
You would have heard me, Senator, when the Greens asked me.
Senator Watt, order. 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 I would ask senators to not call out across the chamber. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you. You would have heard me, Senator, say to the Greens when they seek higher targets that this is a big transition. We accept that. The advice I have, and I'll see if I can get anything further, is that we have had a 25% increase in renewable generation in the national electricity market since 2022. We have 4.6 gigawatts of new generation and storage, which is part of the operator's outlook since their last report. We've had 6.8 gigawatts of new generation, up from 4.2 gigawatts approved. 27 utility-scale batteries are under construction as at the end of 2023, and 5.9 gigawatts.
Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, unlike with coal mines, there's no obligation for industrial wind and solar sites to rehabilitate the land. The cost of pulling down wind and solar is left completely with landowners and farmers who have no idea what they're signing up for. Minister, does your wind and solar plan rely on saddling farmers with the entire cost of disposal, or will your government legislate rehabilitation bonds for wind and solar projects?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Wong.
Senator, what I would say to you is that there has been a lot of investment and a lot of interest from Australians, both in terms of investors but also landowners and landholders, to be part of this transition. It is true that there are a lot of challenges associated with it, including investment in transmission, which is one of the reasons why the government is working on both increasing the flexibility of the system and also ensuring that more capacity is delivered across the country. For example, our capacity investment scheme has delivered over 32 gigawatts of capacity. We've had the largest ever single tender for renewable energy, which is currently open for bids. In relation to your issues, I don't have advice on.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture, Senator Watt. Can the Minister confirm what scientific evidence the government has based its decision to ban the live sheep export trade by sea, which will severely impact over 3,000 Western Australian jobs, along with the livelihoods of Western Australian farmers and regional communities?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Well, the issues around animal welfare when it comes to the live sheep export by sea industry have been debated at length over a number of years, and I noticed that in the most recent report on the state of the live export sector commissioned by LiveCorp, the Research and Development Corporation that oversees or works with the live export industry. Even its survey acknowledged that mortalities amongst sheep being taken by sea to the Persian Gulf are significantly higher than they are, for example, for live cattle exports. So even the industry's own methodology and own surveys demonstrate that there do remain serious animal welfare issues involving the live sheep export industry when it comes by sea. But beyond that, what we're doing in legislating an end to the exports of live sheep by sea is delivering on an election commitment. We're delivering on an election commitment that was voted for not only by those on the east coast of Australia, but was voted for by those on the west coast of Australia
Minister
as well.
Please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie.
Chair, on relevance, I asked about scientific evidence.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. You also went to jobs and farmers, so the minister is being relevant to the question. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. I would submit that I've actually addressed that issue in the earlier part of my answer. Now, as I was saying, this is an election commitment that we took to not just one but two elections, and we now are delivering on that election commitment as Australians would expect us to do so. And as I say, this is a commitment that was not only supported by those on the east coast of Australia, but the most recent surveys published demonstrate that 70% of Western Australians support this commitment as well. We are acknowledging that this will be a significant change for many in the industry, and that's why the government is putting forward a $107 million transition package to assist the industry make this transition, a transition package that is being contributed to by every single Australian taxpayer, whether they live on the east or west coast of Australia. We know that this is an industry that's been in long-term decline, even under the coalition government, and the numbers of sheep being exported by sea have fallen by 90% over the last 20 years.
The time for answering has expired. Senator McKenzie, first supplementary.
Given Senate estimates highlighted that there is no economic modelling to support the ban's timeframe, will the minister concede that there is no way of knowing what the impact of this ban will have on Western Australian farmers, workers, regional communities and the Australian economy?
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Watt.
Well, of course I reject what Senator McKenzie is putting forward, and we do have to note the hypocrisy of the National Party in making this last-ditch effort to defend an industry that actually declined significantly when it was in office. In 2014-15, Australia exported 2.1 million sheep by sea at a value of $224 million. In 21-22, 475,000 sheep were exported.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie.
On relevance, Madam President, my question was very specific about economic modelling on the closure of a legal industry.
Yes, Senator McKenzie.
Minister, that it became clear
Senator
wasn't
McKenzie,
done.
please resume your seat. You've called your point of order. Your question also went to farmers, workers, regional community and all Australians. So the minister is being relevant. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. So as I say, the Nationals are being incredibly hypocritical on this point. While they were in office, the number of live sheep exported by sea fell by 80% while they were in office. And now, of course, that they're in opposition, they're the biggest supporters of live sheep exports that you've ever seen. They had the opportunity to do something about this when they were in office, and they did do something about it. They sent this trade down by 80%. And, of course, some of their senators in particular stood up for that policy. We know that now Senator Henderson, the former member for Corangamite, said in answer to this question, the time has come, backed by the science, the facts and the economics. This is an industry which must come to an end. The live live export of sheep to the Middle East is inhumane and must come to an end. That's what
Senator Minister Watt, I called you. I'm waiting for order. Order. Senator Wong. Senator McKenzie, second supplementary. Order. I have a senator on her feet, ready to start her question. Order. Senator McKenzie, second supplementary.
Will the minister concede that Labor is callously throwing away the livelihoods of Western Australian farmers, workers and regional communities to cynically capture the preferences of extreme animal activist groups like the Animal Justice Party, who boast about being proud that they demanded the end of the live sheep export trade as a requirement for their preferences?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Watt.
Well, the short answer is no, but the longer answer is that far from treating this industry and its members callously, this government is providing $107 million in support to support the transition for an industry that has been in decline for 20 years.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie, ask your question and then listen in silence. Minister Watt, please continue.
Under Labor, an industry that's in decline receives $107 million in taxpayer support. Under the Coalition, an industry that was in decline the entire time they were in office, guess how much you contributed? Zero. Absolutely zero. Not 1 cent to support an industry that was in decline in the time that they were in power.
Yes, Minister Wong. Yes, Senator Mackenzie. You've made a contribution this morning. I invite you, Senator Mackenzie, to make a contribution at any other point, Senator Mackenzie, during the sitting of the Senate, but not question time. You've asked your question. The minister is entitled to answer. Minister, please continue.
Thank you, President. And the reason the Coalition provided no support whatsoever to an industry in decline is because they had members like the now Deputy Liberal leader Susan Ley and now Senator Henderson saying the sensible path for both sides of the debate to construct a carefully considered transition to ending the trade permanently and across all months of the year. Tastes are changing in Middle Eastern nations. There is no fixed firm demand for live sheep. We believe in a permanent...
Senator Cox.
President, my question is for the Leader of the Government, Senator Wong, representing the Prime Minister. Today's Australia's newest Governor-General spoke about Australia's history being made up of 3 chapters: the Indigenous foundations of 65,000 years, the arrival of British institutions, and our multicultural present and future. This week, the Greens will introduce a bill for Australia's first Truth and Justice Commission to formally record the first chapter and ongoing injustices. The government took the path last year for constitutional reform on a voice to Parliament, and since then there have been crickets on implementing the other 2 pillars of the Uluru Statement from the Heart. Will the government support the Greens bill on Australia's first Truth and Justice Commission?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Cox, and I'll try and deal with a few issues. The first is the reference by Her Excellency the Governor-General of Australia today to Noel Pearson's framework, which talks about our First Nations heritage, our British institutions and, of course, our multicultural society, particularly post-World War II, and that the large-scale migration to Australia. I am, and we are, as a government, very committed to telling the full story of Australia. Certainly in my own portfolio, as you would be aware, that's something we seek to bring to how we engage with the world. We obviously was much of the thinking behind the referendum, as you know, at the request and urging of many Indigenous First Nations leaders. Obviously was part of that. Now, what I would say to you, in relation to Greens bills, you're entitled to move private senators' bills. As you know, we don't actually think whether or not those bills are not the way in which progress is made in this or in any other area of policy. But I would say to you that I think support for reconciliation is a core value, core Labor value. It is a value, I think, that is shared by Australians. Australians do believe in the fair go and do want to close the gap. The government remains determined to move reconciliation forward and to seek better results for Indigenous Australians. As we take the time that is needed to get Makarrata and truth-telling right, and I think the fact the result of the referendum demonstrates that that is the case. The work of treaty does go on at a state and territory level, and there will be a diversity of processes respecting the diversity.
Senator Cox, first supplementary.
Partisan support to the Republic across the political spectrum, and that polling shows 50% of Australians support a Republic, a measure that would help us move beyond the colonial chapter of history. Will the government commit to a Republic in their second term of government?
Order. 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 Order across the chamber. Senator Cox, that is a bit of a stretch as a first supplementary, but I will invite Senator Wong to address the question.
Senator, with respect...
Order.
Senator, with respect, there isn't bipartisan support on a republic. With respect, there isn't. I think we've been on record, I've been on record many years as being a supporter of republic, but there is not bipartisan support. And we are, what we know from history, as opposed to talking about it in this place, that constitutional reform is hard. And it is particularly hard. We're in a hyper-partisan world where we know that there is no way that Mr Dutton, whose reflex is always to say no and always to be negative and always to run a scare campaign, would be supportive of it. And I take the interjection, he says correct. I mean, they're not going to be supportive of it.
Thank you, Minister Wong. The time for answering has expired. Order. Senator Cox, second supplementary.
President, the new Governor-General talked about the Australian character and its fundamental democratic spirit in her speech today. Will this government commit to moving beyond the colonial era in a truly democratic one that includes the voices of First Nations people and by ending the reign of unelected heads of states and having a treaty with its First Peoples?
Before I call the minister, I'm going to ask for silence once again. Senator Mackenzie, order. Order, seriously. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I have a great deal of sympathy for the sorts of principles you're describing, but I also know that change is hard, and change requires us to bring people with us, and change requires ultimately not just the support of the majority of a parliament, but the majority of the Australian community. And we have a way to go on some of the issues you've raised. I hope there will come a day where we look back and we say, well, we did well to keep walking down the path of reconciliation together after the referendum. And certainly we do need and do want to move forward on many of the issues such as Makarrata and treaty in the way you described. Obviously treaty, there's a lot of work being done on treaty processes
thank you, Minister.
in
the time
states
for
and territories.
answering has expired. Senator Sheldon.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Mr Watt. Cost of living pressures are top of mind for all Australians, especially low-paid workers. I note that since taking office, the Albanese Labor government has advocated on behalf of low-paid workers in 3 consecutive Fair Work Commission annual wage reviews. How does the Albanese Labor government's agenda ease cost of living pressures and make sure Australians are earning more and keeping more of what they earn?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. And isn't it good that at least one senator on this side of the chamber has an interest in cost of living issues? Because we know that over this entire question time, what have the coalition asked about? What have the coalition asked about? The Middle East, terrorist listings.
Order. Senator Cash, I've called order 3 times. Senator Scarr.
President, personal reflection. I ask Senator Watt to withdraw that personal reflection on all the other senators except the one.
Senator Scarr. Order. Senator Scarr, when I'm bringing the chamber to order, Senator Mackenzie, it's not helpful for you to stand and make a joke. Seriously, it is not. Minister Watt, please continue.
Thank you, President. I know the opposition doesn't want to talk about cost of living issues, but I'm glad that Senator Sheldon joins with Senator Smith and Senator Walsh in asking questions about the issue that is of most concern to Australians today, which is cost of living issues. It seems that the opposition has to ask a question about anything else other than the thing that Australians are most concerned about, being their cost of living issues. And we know that is why, and that is because the Coalition's record in office is of delivering lower wages and worse standard of living, a record they have maintained in opposition.
Please resume your seat. Order. Order. Thank you. Minister Watt, please continue.
That Senator Cash is a lot more noisy when she's sitting in that chair rather than when she's sitting in the one about a metre behind Senator
Minister
Cash.
Watt,
Why
Minister
would
Watt,
that be, Senator Cash?
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. I'll come to you, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Cash. Senator Cash. Minister Watt, may I remind you to direct your comments to the chair and Senator Mackenzie.
On a point of order, I was also going to request that instead of pointing across the chamber and screaming,
Senator
he
Mackenzie,
makes his comments through the chair.
Senator Mackenzie, order, order, order. As you noted, Senator Mackenzie, I had already brought that to the minister's attention. I'm waiting for order. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. And, President, I'm sure you can observe the opposition is a bit touchy today. And why would they be touchy? That's because today is the day that Australians are getting much-needed cost of living relief. That's right. And we know the opposition is touchy about this because they voted against almost every one of those cost of living measures that comes into place today. So no wonder they're touchy. No wonder they don't want to talk about cost of living. But you know what? Labor does, because we're concerned about the cost of living issues facing Australians. And that's why from today, every Australian taxpayer gets a tax cut, not just some. That's why from today our $300 energy bill relief begins to flow to every Australian household. And that's why from today 2.6 million low-paid workers will get their third consecutive pay rise, backed by this government, unlike what we saw from the Coalition. This government has gone into bat for low-paid workers not once, not twice, but 3 times every single year we've been in office since we came into government. And because of this government's advocacy, from today, minimum wage earners will be earning $24.10 per hour compared to $20 when we first came to office.
Senator Sheldon, first supplementary.
Given that Mr Dutton and the Liberals and Nationals voted against all our legislation to get wages moving, how has the Albanese Labor government secured jobs better pay legislation, getting wages moving after 10 years of deliberate wage suppression by the Coalition?
Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Well, the Albanese Labor government's Secure Jobs Better Pay legislation is delivering, with nearly 500,000 more workers covered by enterprise agreements and award workers benefiting from $10,000 pay rises. We said that our Secure Jobs Better Pay laws would fix the bargaining system, and now we're seeing the proof. And we know the opposition went running for cover when we just simply tabled that legislation. Secure Jobs Better Pay, oh no, we can't have that. We can't have that in Australia. We're going to vote against it, just like we're going to vote against energy bill relief, just like we're going to vote against cheaper medicines, just like we're going to vote against every measure that the Labor government put up to assist Australians with their cost of living. More importantly than listening to anyone in this chamber, let's listen to the difference that these changes are making to real workers in Australia. For Laura, an aged care worker from Western Australia, who will now be about $3,400 better off, it means she can pay for home internet and what she describes as luxuries like social outings. Labor is supporting people like Laura while you're voting against them.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Sheldon, second supplementary.
In the face of cost of living pressures, I note that the Liberals and Nationals have endorsed a risky industrial relations policy and expensive energy policy that won't deliver a thing for 2 decades. How are the Albanese government's reforms helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn while relieving cost of living pressures, and why are these reforms so important?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. I'm not calling the minister until there is silence. Order. Order. Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. And the Albanese Labor government does care about cost of living, and that's why it's our #1 focus. Not in 20 years, not in 1, not in 2 years, not in 3 years, not in 4 years, or even 20 years, when your nuclear fantasy will deliver more expensive power to Australians. We're delivering cost of living support right now from today.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Wong.
The acting leader of the opposition could perhaps at least draw breath and not yell for the entirety of the answer.
Order. Order.
Doesn't. That's true. But you need
Senator
some...
Cash, order. Senator Wong, order. 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 I would like all... Order. Senators Wong and Cash. Order. Senator Cash, I would like, led by you and those noisy senators, I think they know who they are, the ones I've called today, to listen in respectful silence. Minister Watt, please continue.
President, we make no apologies as a Labor government for wanting to deliver higher wages and real tax relief. And meanwhile, what we know about the coalition, the Shadow Treasurer Angus Taylor has said that he's committed to a targeted package of repeals to our workplace relations changes, and we know that Senator Cash, as the Shadow IR spokesperson, has endorsed the risky New South Wales Liberals industrial relations platform. We know Senator Cash used to talk about what our policies would be taking Australia back to the dark ages. Senator Cash prefers simpler times when children were chimney sweeps, we had dark satanic mills. That's the kind of times that Senator Cash wants to take us through, and we're going to stop you from doing it.
Order. I'm waiting for order. I'm waiting for order. You've got one of your own senators on her feet. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Minister Watt. 2 weeks ago, the Canadian government listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist entity, joining our security and intelligence partner, the United States, in confirming that the IRGC is a terrorist organisation actively involved in planning and carrying out terror attacks. Minister, if the Trudeau government can act to list the IRGC, why can't the Albanese government?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Chandler. Well, the short answer, Senator Chandler, as you've been informed previously when you've asked similar questions, is because the Australian government relies on the advice of Australian security agencies when making our decisions about terrorist listings. Now, as Senator Chandler and many of her colleagues have been advised in many previous question times, from the government's point of view, we believe that the IRGC is a malignant actor that has long been a threat to international security. The Gillard government understood this and put broad-based sanctions on the IRGC as a whole in 2010, and the Albanese government has also recognised the threat that they present. That's why we are using the tools available to us to take meaningful action, including the government sanctioning 63 IRGC-linked individuals and 56 IRGC-linked entities. Now again, as Senator Chandler, Senator Patterson and various others on that side of the chamber know, listings under the Criminal Code apply to non-state actors and not to state actors. That was exactly the same regime that applied when they were in government. But now they don't want to follow the same process as what they followed when they were in government. They want to apply a different standard and different tests to what they were prepared to do when they were the government. These are exactly the same listing provisions that applied when those opposite were in government, and they have not changed. The reality is that the IRGC is a part of the Iranian state, and state actors under Australian law cannot be listed as terrorist organisations. So what I've heard coming from some of those opposite is a bit rich, and we just hear Senator Scarr say change the law. He was here for a few years. Did he change the law? No, he didn't. But he and his colleagues just want to sit back now and take cheap shots at a government that is following exactly the same process as what they did when they were in office, and they will do everything possible to avoid talking about cost of living changes, including those that come into force today, July the 1st. They will do anything to avoid talking about tax cuts and cost of living relief, even asking questions about things they did nothing about in office.
Senator Chandler, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, at Senate estimates, it was confirmed that in January 2023, the Department of Home Affairs was developing a nomination form and statement of reasons in preparation for a listing of the IRGC. What are the reasons the Department of Home Affairs was seeking to have the IRGC listed as a terrorist organisation in January 2023?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Chandler. Well, all I can do is repeat my previous answer, which is that in making its decisions about terrorist listings, the Albanese government relies on the advice of our security agencies, but it is also very well understood under this government and the previous government that terrorist listings are not applied to state actors such as the IRGC. The Albanese government has no time whatsoever for the IRGC. That is why we have imposed sanctions on 63 IRGC-linked individuals and 56 IRGC-linked entities. We are following the same process as applied under the former government, and they never seemed to have a problem when they were in government.
Senator Chandler, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The IRGC are not only perpetrators of terrorism, but they are known to use extremist anti-Semitic ideology to recruit and spread hatred. Hatred which is spreading in the Australian community. Minister, will the government today finally commit to developing options to enable the IRGC to be listed as a terrorist organisation?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. My understanding is that the opposition has actually been briefed on these very issues that they are now asking questions about in question time. And I agree with Senator Chandler in one respect, and that is when she says that the IRGC are a malignant actor. They are a dreadful organisation that we do not support whatsoever. But the opposition had no issues about this process when they were in government, when they had 10 years to do something about the process, but all of a sudden they're now in opposition. They want to apply a different standard to the government.
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Scarr.
Deputy President, I rise to take note of all questions asked by coalition senators and the answers thereto. I want to first deal with the last question that was asked by Senator Chandler in relation to the IRGC, and this is the Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran and its proposed listing as a terrorist organisation. And I listened very carefully to Senator Watt's answer, and the main obstacle to the IRGC, which funds and engages in terrorist acts all over the world, the main obstacle is the current law. And as I interjected to Senator Watt, if there's an issue with the current law, let's come together and change the law. Change the law. Rather than simply making a debating point, which he's entitled to make, as to why the previous coalition government didn't change the law when we were in government, it should be recognised that there is a need to change the law now. Our partners, our international partners, our closest allies are declaring the IRGC a terrorist organisation because it is a terrorist organisation, and that is exactly what we should be doing. If there's an obstacle in relation to the laws as they apply to entities which could be said to be part of a sovereign state, we should change the law, and we should do that collaboratively in a bipartisan process rather than simply making debating points. So I'd commend to Senator Watt and others on the other side to engage in good faith in the process. It is terribly, terribly important. I'd like to also make a few comments in relation to the questions that were asked by my colleagues Senator Cash and also by Senator Patterson. Senator Cash and Senator Patterson are entitled to ask the questions which they asked, which go to key issues in the evolving crisis in the Middle East. The first in relation to the role of Hezbollah, which is sitting on a stockpile in a demilitarised zone in Lebanon. They're sitting on a stockpile of 120,000 to 200,000 short-range guided ballistic missiles, short and intermediate range unguided ballistic missiles, and short and long-range unguided rockets. And they're firing those rockets and missiles into Israel on a daily basis. And we on this side of the chamber want to make sure want to make sure that this parliament expresses a clear message to Hezbollah, its supporters and actors all over the world that we, on this side of the House and on the other side of the House, so I'm sure it is shared, that we stand with Israel and recognise its inherent right to defend itself against these sorts of attacks. And it is incredibly important that we do so in relation to the threat, the ongoing threat from Hezbollah. And that was the purpose of the questions asked in good faith by Senator Cash. And she's right to ask those questions because it's absolutely horrifying that we have Iran sitting on the sidelines encouraging Hezbollah to elevate the dispute and to promote its own political interests and ideological extremism in the region. I also note that bipartisan resolution, which members of the government, members of the opposition, we all passed and voted for, says we support Australia's engagement with countries in the Middle East and beyond at all levels in support of the protection of civilians and the containment of the conflict. It is so incredibly important that this awful, awful conflict be contained to the maximum extent possible. And that is why my friend and colleague Senator Cash asked the questions in relation to Hezbollah. Now, I want to also comment upon the question which was asked by Senator Patterson in relation to the terrorist listing of Hizb ut-Tahrir. And it was the subject of an article in The Australian in relation to their activities in Australia, and those activities are deeply disturbing. Senator Wong referred to a quote from my good friend, Senator George Brandis, from 2017. Well, time has moved on. Time has moved on from 2017. We're now sitting here in 2024. And again, we have a responsibility to make the policy decisions which are right for Australia in 2024. And in that regard, I note that in mid-January 2024, the United Kingdom has just declared Hizb ut-Tahrir as a terrorist organisation. That was on 19 January 2024, just a few months ago. So again, Senator Patterson's question is quite legitimate.
Senator Still.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Just before I do make my contribution, I think it's imperative that I just let a few people know that 19 years ago today I was elected to the Senate. So,
a great day.
It was a great day, and in August of that year I took up my seat right over there where Senator Canavan sits, and I was surrounded by Labor royalty. Senator Steve Hutchins, Robert Ray and John Faulkner. What a crew, the four of us. Hey, how's that, eh? Anyway. No, it was great times. It was great times. But, Mr Deputy President, I want to come back to the questions that were asked by opposition senators. And I just want to start with, like, when I came back then, we saw the galleries, you know, full of school children, and you're thinking, here's the next generation. What a wonderful feeling to be sitting in this Senate, contributing to law and debate that would affect more so than us now, than the generations to come. And I was so thankful to be a part of that. But I do want to say this. The last few years in particular, I've noticed in this building, and I don't know if it's me losing my shine, but some of the commentary and some of the contributions in this chamber are not worthy of people who have been elected to be senators, in my humble opinion, Mr Deputy President. And we talk about bringing Australians together, and I will say this. I can safely believe, I believe I can say this with any fear or favour, there is not one senator in this building that sat and watched TV, well I hope not, watched TV back in October of the year before last when we saw what was happening in Israel. And I'll also say the same here. Not one senator in this building, I would hope, could ever sit back and not feel sick watching what's going on in Gaza now and still in Israel. And we must also remember this. When there is some of the commentary that I've heard come from the odd Green senator in this building is nothing short of vile. But there are families here in Australia who are affected by this conflict on both sides of the argument, the Israelis and the Gazans. And I think to myself, when these senators are spilling out this spew and this vile, how they even sleep at night, some of them. Because what it's actually doing, kids, children, and not only that, normal Australians I think, look to their parliamentary leaders to think, well, these are the people making the laws, whether we agree with them, but how are they performing? It's no different than the school, the teachers, how the students look up to them. Well, I think it probably is a lot different. But also in sporting groups with the coaches and the staff. And I just want to apologise to the Australian people. I'm sorry of the behaviour of some of our senators in here. And I'm sorry, and they can answer for themselves, Mr Deputy President, and if I step out of line, you will pull me up. But it does hurt me when I hear senators in here yelling into their microphone to protesters, bring your anger when you're going to Labor senators' offices or Labor members' offices.
Shame.
Bring your anger.
Shame.
Now, I come from a background, quite proudly, where I was a very balanced young truck driver. I had a chip on both shoulders. That's a joke, Mr President. Deputy President, I know it's not going down too well here. But I have been infamously photographed and quoted, and I've been charged off to courts and all sorts of stuff because I believed in the right to protest. But I also believed in the right to protest safely. I also believed in the right to protest where I never, ever, ever damaged anyone else's property. And now we're seeing protesters, and I am not taking sides. You know, I mean, I'm absolutely in the middle here. It's horrifying me. But when I see them in masks, in the dark of night, 2, 3 in the morning, spray painting obscenities across members of Parliament's offices, dummy dead babies in red paint to emulate that we're killing babies. For crying out loud, there are some people in this building that need to really seriously sit down and have a good look at themselves. They need to actually really think. They think they're so clever that they're starting some form of revolution. Well, in the household I was brought up in, let me tell you this, Mr Deputy President. If my dad, and God bless him, I wish he was still around, had caught me sneaking around at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning with paint and a mask on, I reckon he would have booted my backside from Langford, where I lived, all the way to Cannington Police Station. And that's a long way to get a kick in the pants, I can tell you, Mr Deputy President. So I urge all members of Parliament, we will have our views, but pushing hatred and pushing violence, well, you, in my opinion, and I'm not looking at my colleagues over that side of the chamber, and I'll go through you, Mr Deputy President, have no right to represent anyone in this fine institution.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, brother.
Now, I will also go on to a question. I'm going to go into the live sheep exhibit, but before I do, I'd just like to associate myself with those remarks. I woke up this morning and went to the Korean War Memorial on Anzac Parade, where it had been graffitied, River to the Sea and other slogans, Free Gaza. That has no part in Australia, and I think that's what we're talking about here. It is the wrong thing to do, and well said, Senator Sterle. But Senator Sterle, being a West Australian, would also know that we have many people here from the Keep the Sheep campaign, and the question Senator McKenzie asked regarding those sheep was a very specific one straight at the top. What scientific evidence did we have to ban the live sheep market? And we got, I will say, rarely in this place, because it is question time, not answer time, but we did get an answer to this. We got the answer, it was an election commitment. So not the most overly scientific program you can use to stop live sheep, but it was an election commitment. And we have to respect that. Last time we heard that, it was on The Voice. What was the reason for The Voice? It was an election commitment. So it seems that everything's unpopular, everything that fails will go back, not scientifically, not backed up, not going through. It is an election commitment. And that is the reason we give. So all the people here, the thousands of farmers we saw blockading in Western Australia, all the tens of thousands of livelihoods in Western Australia, you need to know that the basis of evidence for your livelihoods being turned up, the basis of evidence for your future being in peril is election commitment. So the clear answer is, I would say, Deputy President, that if this is an election commitment, maybe these people should think of their election actions next time they go forward, if that is a scientific measure of how we change policy. And all those in Western Australia that are blockading, all those in Western Australia that are donating, all those in Western Australia that are travelling here to tell us about what will happen to them can certainly make a change in the way they vote. And if they do that, we'll make a change in policy. And it went further, and it was talking about the market declining over a period of time. And the market has declined simply because one significant market had pulled away. Saudi had pulled away from the purchase of these live animals in a while because of the world-leading, not world standard, world-leading standards we put around sheep health on the boats, on the way they get there, where they are measured for their panting and breathing rate and respiratory rates on the way, where those go on, and sheep will die. I'm not going to pretend they don't. But Australia had put these standards in place. And that made things cost a little bit more, but these markets were coming back in. We heard Saudi were buying. We had Kuwait come to us and make representations that they wanted to keep buying these sheep, that they are, committed to this because Australia has the best standards. Full stop. Not we are one of the best standards, we are not around the best standards, we are the gold standard on live animal exports. And this is the culture of these customers and these areas that they want. They want live sheep, they want freshly slaughtered sheep, they want these things over there. And it puts in a whole risk of other things because the last election, before, and the commitment was, we won't ban live sheep, we won't ban live sheep, and here we are going ahead and doing it. And then we go forward, now we're hearing we won't ban live cattle exports, we won't ban live cattle exports, but the cattle share the ships, the cattle share the space, the cattle that go to the Middle East are always on there. So that is another industry, another market that's in danger. And when we sit in at current estimates and we see letters from Kuwaiti government-backed institutions, the livestock abattoirs over there, saying that they want to keep this going, saying that they want to keep Senator Brockman's families and his areas keeping going in an industry that is world-leading, that supplies protein to a very important part of the world. And we hear, yeah, but that's just a business. No, it's not. It's a government-backed business. This is the real process of these areas, is that they are dedicated in keeping their food security alive, just as we are on our energy security. And so there is no scientific reason for this. There is no scientific. We've heard the RSPCA. RSPCA poll gave some numbers. Now, if you want to believe that, I come from a polling background. It's somehow how I got there, where you can write. I can write a poll that says anything. I can write a poll that gets any result I want. I can write a poll that says that Collingwood's going to win another championship. Deputy, I can do anything we want on a poll. An RSPC poll is a push poll. It is not to be trusted because it is biased data. It always goes through there. If I want to ask a whole lot of questions about sheep welfare, sheep dying at sea, burials at sea, panting, heat and everything like that, and then ask, do you support it, you get the answer you want. So let's not pretend. The people here are being run over for an election commitment. Urge them to change their vote, and we will change the policy.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Deputy President. I also rise to take note on questions asked and answered in question time. And in doing so, I do want to associate myself very closely with the remarks of Senator Stell, who came several speakers before me. Because, as I've said many times in this chamber before, those who seek to politicise our national security are engaging in a deeply risky business. Because how we talk about our national security has the potential to affect our national security. Indeed, how we talk about our national security can determine our national security. And when we seek to politicise these issues, and when senators in this chamber seek to engage in a style of rhetoric which has no place, I believe, in our national debate or in our chamber here in the Senate, we can negatively impact our national security. And that happens through the impact it has on social cohesion. Now, every single member of this chamber knows that in making decisions like the ones referred to in question time today, governments rely on the advice of our intelligence agencies. And I don't think it should be the case that anyone in this chamber or outside it should suggest that we don't. When it comes to issues like this, it is fully appropriate that our intelligence agencies are engaged, are providing the advice, and we are listening to it, because this is important, considered work. Not work for the debate of this chamber, not work for the political engagement and discussion of the day. This is work for our agencies. Really, really important work. That was the same process the opposition followed when they were in government. It's the same process we are following now. And if you want to start changing such processes on the fly because they suit your political narrative of the day, then I would say that is very, very dangerous business. That is a style of politics which could affect our national security, and I would urge caution in that. In the same way that I would urge caution in the other rhetoric being used in this chamber day after day, which is not just there with the potential to impact our social cohesion, which is deliberately trying to upset social cohesion in Australia, which is, in my view, a very dangerous business, a very dangerous game, which is causing huge amounts of hurt to people in our community. There are a lot of people in Australia suffering right now. There are many, many Australians with families in the Middle East, many, many Australians who feel deeply hurt and saddened by the conflict in the Middle East. And I believe the best thing we can do as a government is to support those communities by supporting a community and a society here in Australia which provides support and refuge to them, which doesn't seek to bring a conflict in the Middle East to the shores of Australia to serve someone's political advantage. That is a dangerous and toxic business, and it is hurting our country and it is hurting people within it. It's hurting students on university campuses, it's hurting children, it is hurting many, many good people in our country who feel deeply on these issues. And none of those people, indeed no one affected by the conflict in the Middle East, is served by games and politicking on the floor of this chamber. That will achieve nothing of meaning or substance in the Middle East, and it will only do what it is designed to do, and that is to undermine social cohesion in Australia. Dangerous, risky business, dangerous actions, undermining social cohesion, which I don't believe have any place in this chamber or any place in Australia. We all have a responsibility in the way we talk about national security, because the way we talk about our nation's security affects our nation's security. The way we talk about national security can actually have an impact on our nation's security. Experts will tell you this, people from the intelligence community will tell you this as well. How we talk about these things matters. Not diving back into playbooks of governments past which sought to politicise and seek an advantage from our national security, and not engaging in this toxic rhetoric which seeks to undermine social cohesion in our country, which is making people in our country less safe. Many, many, many people are hurting, and too many people in this chamber are playing a very dangerous game. The way we speak about national security matters. It impacts our national security, and we should all be cautious in the way we engage with that in this chamber.
Senator Brockman, set the clocks for 3 minutes. I intend to put the question and then give 2 minutes to Senator Roberts before going to the Greens. Senator Brockman.
Thank you. Well, it's been obvious to me for many, many months, if not many years, that the decision of this Labor government to ban live exports was a political decision, had nothing to do with any science, had nothing to do with any evidence, and now that fact is also very plain to every Western Australian, that this political decision to wipe out an entire industry segment from Western Australia, to wipe out farming communities, to wipe out towns, the economic base of towns, that this decision was made by the Labor government, aided and abetted by the Greens and the other crossbenchers who support this ban, on the basis of nothing more than preferences in the eastern states. That's all Western Australia is worth to this Labor government. A handful of preferences in the eastern states. Because every bit of science, every bit of evidence we have shows that this industry is not only deserving of surviving, but deserving of congratulations. It has done and exceeded every single thing that governments have asked it to do. And never forget for one moment that the problems that the industry face today, this ideological imperative from the government, this ideologically driven crusade against the live export industry, came back to the events on the Awassi Express, which were cash for cruelty. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars were paid to a stockman from a developing country whose salary was $350 a month. $350 per month. He was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to get footage of sheep suffering, and guess what? He did. And one of his shipmates, in fact a person who called him a close friend, described how that footage was taken in questionable circumstances where ventilation may have been shut off. It was cash for cruelty.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I move to take note of the government's answers to my questions on its wind and solar pipe dream. In question time today, I asked the government how their insane net zero wind and solar plans are progressing. Here's what Labor Energy Minister Chris Bowen's plan requires for the next 8 years. 40 large wind turbines every single month, each with 100-metre concrete foundations, a massive turbine and huge blades atop a 300-metre tall steel tube. 3 days to erect the crane on each site, days to install each turbine, 2 days to dismantle the crane and move it to the next one. 22,000 solar panels every single day for 8 years. 28,000 kilometres of new transmission lines, carving up national parks, prime farmland and the environment, plus 48 gigawatt hours of batteries. Predictably, the construction of wind and solar is nowhere near these targets. The government's targets are physically and financially impossible. While the targets will never be achieved, this government will do huge damage in trying. Farmers and landholders are being conned into having these environment-killing wind and solar installations on their land. With the promise of some short-term money, farmers let these predators onto their land. Little do these landowners know, they're now responsible for disposing of the toxic wind turbines and solar panels at the end of their short life, when the company that installs them inevitably goes broke or abandons them. Every coal mine, however, is legislated to pay a rehabilitation bond for each hectare of land disturbed. The mining company pays up front. The money's held until the mine ends and restores the environment to its original state. The bond is then returned. Wind and solar companies don't pay any rehabilitation bond. Thousands of landholders will be stuck with useless wind turbines and solar panels on their property that they will have to pay to remove. Prevention is better than cure. Anyone can see this scandal coming, yet the government won't take action to prevent it. It just sits there causing this catastrophe. Instead, the government protects its billionaire wind and solar mates, living like parasites of subsidies Australian electricity users and taxpayers will continue to pay. Government screws it up, taxpayers pay.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the government's response to the Greens' question on truth-telling, treaty and republic. Earlier today, Her Excellency Sam Mostyn was sworn in as the country's 28th Governor-General, and I sincerely hope that she will be our last. It is beyond time that we cut ties with the British monarchy and became a republic. Every second we maintain ties to the British monarchy is a second too long. Every second we as a nation show collective symbolic deference to the British monarchy is a second too long. The British Empire was a cruel, racist and extractive institution which stole the lives and wealth of millions of brown and black people across the world. It bears so much responsibility for tragedy and injustice in the world today, including in Palestine. The British monarchy of today cannot be separated from that bloody legacy. It is a wholly irredeemable institution. More and more people are seeing the British monarchy for what it is. But while nations like Barbados are becoming a republic and speaking truth about empire, the Prime Minister of Australia is taking us backwards. An allegedly staunch Republican in opposition, Prime Minister Albanese has seemingly abandoned those principles. Becoming a republic is clearly not a priority for this government. Last year, Prime Minister Albanese flew to the UK for the coronation of the current king to bask in the excesses, pomp and pageantry of an institution so out of touch with everyday people. At that event, Queen Camilla wore a coronation necklace featuring the 22-carat Lahore diamond, stolen wealth from the city that I grew up in, just as the Kohinoor diamond adorning the crown jewels was stolen from the subcontinent. The wealth looted and the lives stolen by the empire from colonized countries is truly staggering, and yet willful delusion about the monarchy remains. This delusion exists to maintain white supremacy and to make beneficiaries of colonialism feel comfortable at the expense of its victims. Well, I won't participate in that delusion. Truth about empire is crucial. 2 centuries of rule over most of the Indian subcontinent, where I come from, first through the violent and rapacious East India Company, and then through the Crown itself. The British Raj decimated the economy and caused the deaths of so many. They destroyed thriving local industries like textiles and shipbuilding through violence, taxes, and import tariffs. They taxed locals at exorbitant, unprecedented rates, and through torture and cruelty stole vast wealth, which they shipped off to England. Reparations have never been paid for the British Raj's barbarism and much of the loot it still shamelessly held, including in the form of diamonds in the Queen's crowns or treasures in British museums. And of course, this nation has experienced and continues to experience colonialism in its bloodiest form. Since the violent invasion of 1788, which astoundingly this country continues to celebrate, First Nations people have been murdered, separated from their families, had their children stolen, and their land and water, which they carefully cared for thousands of years, slowly but surely being destroyed. We need to recognize that this violence, oppression, and discrimination against First Nations people has never ceased. It continues to this day in the settler colonial systems and structures of this country. The depth and breadth of prejudice against First Nations people is still rooted in law enforcement, societal attitudes, and institutional systems. We need to move towards reparations, justice, and self-determination for First Nations people. We also desperately need to progress on truth-telling and move towards treaties. It is our moral duty. Shamefully, though, Australia is one of the only Commonwealth countries without a treaty with First Nations people. We must forge a new path, one that reckons with its colonial past, one that moves us forward on justice for First Nations, one that turns our back on the British Empire. May the new Governor-General be our last. It's time for truth-telling and treaties. It's time to become a republic, and it is way past time to cut our ties with the British monarchy.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister?
I move that General Business Order of the Day number 72, Commission of Inquiry into Anti-Semitism at Australian Universities Bill 2024, be considered at the time for Private Senators Bill on Wednesday the 3rd of July 2024.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A postponement notification has been lodged as follows for business of a Senate notice of motion number 1 in the name of Senator Henderson for today to the 4th of July, and committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 11 on today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Oh, Senator Askew.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Birmingham for today for personal reasons.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Urquhart.
I seek leave to move a motion of leave of absence for senators.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Billig for this week.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator McKim? No, sorry, okay, my apologies. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Are there any formal motions? I note that number 1 of business of the Senate has been postponed. Perhaps we'll go to number 3. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senators McKenzie and others, I seek leave to amend business of the Senate notice of motion number 3 relating to a proposed committee reference before asking that it be taken as a formal motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber and I ask that it be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? No, sorry, Minister. There be no objection. Senator.
I move the motion.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
Thank you. The comments I'll make speak to the amendment and the motion. The government won't be supporting the referral of the legislation to the Rural and Regional Affairs Transport Committee for an inquiry. Views on both sides of the debate have been widely expressed for many years, including at the last federal election when Australians voted to phase out live sheep exports. For over 6 months, the independent panel consulted extensively, meeting with over 2,000 individuals, holding 80 stakeholder meetings and receiving more than 800 submissions. Then the House of Reps Standing Committee on Agriculture held an inquiry into the legislation, including 2 in-person hearings, received 13,000 submissions, the vast majority of which were in favour of the policy. Any further inquiries would only result in duplication. It's time to get on and pass this legislation to give certainty to farmers, get the transition support package out the door and create more jobs in WA.
I intend to put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the amended motion, business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie and moved by Senator Urquhart, be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair. Noes to the left of the chair I appoint as teller for the ayes Senator Askew and teller for the noes Senator Urquhart. Paired out with the President. Honourable Senators, there have been 29 ayes and 33 noes. It's passed in the negative. Minister.
Thank you. I ask that Government Business Notice of Motions number 1 to 3, proposing the reference of Public Works to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works be taken together as formal.
Is there any objection to the motion being taken as formal? There being no objection, I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move the motions and I table statements in relation to the work.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. We now come to item of business 534 in the name of Senator Pocock.
General business notice of motion number 534 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being no objection, I call the Senator.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move the motion.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Time. 1 minute. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the motion moved by Senator Pocock for the order of production of documents be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. Appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 15 ayes and 32 noes, it's passed in the negative. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I ask that business notice of motion number 541 be taken as formal, a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being no objection, Senator.
I move the motion.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Lambie, we now come to item of business 542. You have the call.
I ask the general business notice of motion at number 542 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being no objection, I call the senator.
I move the motion.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. We now come to the deferred vote. I remind senators that after 4:30 p.m. on Thursday, 27 June 2024, a division was called on the motion moved by Senator Shoebridge relating to general business notice of motion number 540 concerning whistleblower laws. I understand that it suits the convenience of the Senate for the deferred vote to be held now. No one has objected, so I intend to put the question. I put the question that the motion be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Okay, 1 minute, bells. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate, if the motion moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to, those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Kim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 14 ayes and 31 noes, it's passed in the negative. We now come to matters of public importance and urgency. Senator Hughes has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It is shown at item 14 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? I note that it is supported. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. This country is in the midst of a cost of living crisis, and this cost of living crisis is consistently being made worse by the government's actions, their complete failure when it comes to getting inflation under control. In fact, every decision they make makes this homegrown inflation problem worse. And they're out there spruiking today as much as they can about their tax cuts and the tax cuts that they're giving to all Australians. I mean, tax cuts that have already gone. The cost of everything has gone up so much, these tax cuts are not even going to hit the side. But it really is more smoke and mirrors from those opposite. But, you don't have to take my word for it. We can take the word, the Sydney Morning Herald's Shane Wright. Because as he writes, as we know that bastion of conservative values not, the Sydney Morning Herald, the cheer squad for the Albanese government, have said that research compiled for this masthead by the Australian National University's Centre for Social Research and Methods shows average tax cuts and average tax rates for 80% of taxpayers will be back to their current levels or even higher by 2027. But what does that mean in dollar terms? And what he said in dollar terms that's going to mean by next year, a middle-income earning household will be paying more income tax in 2025 than in the 23-24 financial year, despite the deep tax cuts that start from July 1. So how is that possible? If you listen to those opposite, you've all never had it so good. They're doing a fantastic job in the economy. But those of us with mortgages, those of us that have to put food on the table for kids, those of us that have got school fees and school books and driving around to sports over weekend, we know how tough it is and how tough it is for the average family to make ends meet. And why do we know that? Because we know that food has gone up by almost 12%. Now, having a household with 3 teenagers in it, I can assure you the food bill was never small. But the fact that it is exponentially going up at a rate of knots, families cannot keep up. We know that food banks are seeing more and more working families coming to them for help. Housing's up 14%. Rents are up about the same. But electricity, remember, $275 off your power bill, the number that shall not speak its name. $275 that was coming off your bill. Well, we know that electricity prices, and everyone that gets that energy bill knows that they have gone up by over 21%. 21%. Remember renewables, they're cheap, they're free. It's all going to be fantastic. But what they can't tell you and what they won't acknowledge is the $1.5 trillion cost of transmission and distribution when you start looking at this renewable race that they've got happening. And so, when you get your energy bill and you open it up, it's not just the cost of the generation. 50% of the bill is the distribution and the transmission. But the report that they rely so heavily on GenCost to tell you how great their race to renewables are, they have the transmission lines as a sunk cost. What that means for those that didn't study economics, clearly those in the government, sunk costs in GenCost are saying that we don't need to factor in transmission lines, we don't have to factor in distribution costs because we're going to assume by 2030 they're already built. So in no way is this report that they rely on honest. Is it telling the truth to the Australian people? Because if you've got an average mortgage of $750,000, guess how much money you've had to find since this government came in? Guess how much additional you've had to pay to pay that mortgage? $35,000. $35,000 after tax. After tax, $35,000, not quite the amount of money you've got down the back of the couch, but that's what this government has done to the Australian economy.
Senator Polley.
Deputy President, I am so pleased that the opposition brought this MPI into the chamber today, because today is actually a very exciting day for working Australians, because every Australian, the 13.6 million Australian taxpayers, will all get a tax cut as of today. And compared to what those opposite when they were in government for 10 disastrous years, they are going to, the majority of our taxpayers will get a better tax cut. And in fact, those earning less than $45,000 a year would not have got anything from those opposite, but they are in fact from the Albanese Labor government. But what we are doing is we acknowledge that there is a cost of living crisis. We know things are tough out there for families. That's why we've put together a comprehensive plan for assisting Australians to deal with it. There's a $300 energy rebate as of today for every household and small businesses in this country. There's $325 for small businesses, in fact. We know that it was this government in our budget that has frozen the PBS for all Australians for a year, bringing down the cost of medication. We put more medications on the PBS, making it actually much cheaper. We know what we've done when it comes to health, to help with the cost of living. We have actually opened urgent care clinics across the country. And in my home town of Launceston in Tasmania, we've seen the real benefits. The real benefit is that Australian families in need to see a GP can go now to an urgent care clinic. All they need is their Medicare card, no credit card. We've re-incentivised for GPs to bulk bill people. That is something that those on the other side never once did. There is a wage rise for low-income earners in this country, the third in 2 years that we've been in government. Those opposite never once stood up for Australian workers and supported them to get a pay rise. In fact, every opportunity, whether it was to increase wages, whether it was to change taxation benefits that have been cut as of today, or whether it was our energy rebate, they voted against it. They voted against it. And when they were in government, they had 22 energy policies and landed not one of them. In a decade, could not land one policy. So we do not back away from investing in renewable energy. And what do we have now from the opposition leader, Mr Peter Dutton? We have an energy policy on the never-never. He wants to build nuclear reactors around the country. Can't tell us how many. Certainly can't tell us how much, but there's one thing we can be very sure of. There's not one expert who believes that's the way of the future for energy. It will not deliver, even if they come online, will not deliver cheaper energy for the Australian community. And we also know that there's no costing for this thought bubble that is had, this mushroom cloud that the Liberals and Nationals are living under at the moment. All we know is that Mr Dutton said the cost is going to be big, but we don't know how big it's going to be. What we have done is we have also supported, as of today, there's an increase for Australian taxpayers. They will have an increase to their superannuation. It will go from 11% to 11.5%. We have done more in terms of making childcare affordable. We have increased paid parental leave, and those working within government will actually get superannuation paid on that parental leave. Those are good things for Australian families. It's supporting families to be able to help them make the best choice for how to look after and raise their children. So you can actually now, you'll be able to split between the parents as to who has what amount of time off. These are tangible things that are going to help Australian families. The unfortunate thing is that we know that when they were in government for 10 very long, disastrous years where they did nothing, we've had to clean up their mess. But what we do know is they left us with $1 trillion debt. And what have we done in two years and 3 budgets? We've brought down 2 surpluses. That actually surely gives the Australian people some confidence that we can manage the economy and look after the Australian people's interests for the betterment.
Senator Polly, I call Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, I can't believe what I'm hearing here. You say you're great economic managers. Now, I'll go back to time when Keating government handed over to Howard government. You actually had a $96 billion debt, and then what happened after that? The coalition government then handed $20 billion to the Labor Party who took it over, and that was the Gillard government. And apart from that, you actually handed on a $250 billion debt to the coalition when they took over. So don't tell me you're good economic managers at all. The whole fact is, yes, we are in one hell of a mess. Yes, people are doing it tough out there. The cost of living is ridiculous and people are finding it hard. When I see this government have poured the new Governor-General another $200,000 a year to the Governor-General, $700,000 a year that she's on now, $200,000 increase. Then this government has given $600 million for football for the PNG. You have no idea how the Australian people feel about that one. They are absolutely furious. Then you spent $450 million on having the Voice, which you have disregarded what the people think about the Voice, because you're still putting it in your own legislation and you're pushing ahead with it of dividing this nation. You have failed the Australian people. You talk about a surplus of $9 billion. That is just absolutely nothing. Look at your debt. How much have you paid off your debt? That's what we want to know. That's what the Australian people want to know. How much have you paid off your debt? It's basically a household has $600 coming into the household to run the whole household, and you've paid off $9 off that because that's your $9 billion surplus, so I'm just putting in simple terms. So you reckon you've paid off, you have a surplus of $9 out of $600 a year income, and that, but over here, don't look over here, we borrowed another $200 billion, which we put on our loan. So don't tell me you're running an economy, because you're not. And your cost of living is going up because you're fixated on wind and solar. You're just absolutely fixated on it. And then you hand Twiggy Forrest $2 billion for hydrogen, which will not work. And then you keep going ahead with the Snowy 2, and that is absolutely an absolute disaster, which will cost now $12 billion, and by the time you put in transmission lines, another up to $20 billion. You're not good economic managers. You are actually causing the cost of living because you don't have dispatchable energy at a cheap cost. You've lied to the Australian people. You said you would lower the cost of energy by $275 a year, which you haven't done. You've actually spent money like it's just go and pick a tree, go and pick another batch of money off the tree. The Australian taxpayers, they're paying for it, not you. You're absolutely hopeless.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. I call Senator Liddle.
Well, Australians know this Labor government has tried to hoodwink them. Sell it how you like. Australians won't buy it. Every single day they are reminded their cost of living has been getting worse since Labor came to government. Their experience has been their disposable income failing as they grapple with the impact of Labor's homegrown inflation. You underestimated the common sense of Australians when they said no to your divisive, risky, failed Voice, and they know your cost of living tax cuts is fallacious, yes, untrue too. They know the phrase, "it won't be easy under Albanese," was not simply an election slogan. Your government's incompetence makes it their real, daily, lived experience. We all know low-income families are doing it really tough. Everyone is affected, and charities tell us people who are now reaching out for help are different to those they usually see. Food Bank reported 255,000 South Aussie households went hungry in the year to October. That represents more than 1/3 of South Australian households. 50% of those seeking food relief were employed. They are the new working poor, made so by this Labor government. Australians are paying more for health, food, education, housing, transport, electricity, gas and insurance, and now they've exhausted their savings.
While this Labor government was distracted by that voice, they lost focus on the priority for ordinary Australians. Now they are further distracted from the real issue when they should be focused on the symptoms of inflation. Even with the tax cuts and rebates, South Australians remain about $20,000 worse off under the Albanese Labor government. Your $300 power rebate goes nowhere for them. South Australia has the nation's second lowest average yearly earnings of about $70,000 a year. Today, that means families paying an average new loan of $530,000 in South Australia with an average interest rate of around 6% are losing half of that to mortgage repayments, desperate to keep their homes. Renters endured a 15% jump in costs over the past year if they're renting a unit, and they're dreading renegotiating their leases. Families are making the choice between heating and eating every day and going to dangerous, life-threatening extremes to keep warm. That's not a luxury. 1 in 5 South Australians are seeking to use hardship provisions in their energy bills because they can't afford $60 a week for gas and electricity. So your one-off rebate goes nowhere, and they have some of the highest renewables mix in the nation. Australians will take your rebate, but they know it really does nothing, and you know it too. You promised $275 cheaper power to attract votes at the 2022 election, and Australian families have seen none of that. What they've seen is their bills just going higher and higher. If you are one of the 400,000 South Australians who live in regional, rural or remote areas, you're likely to have been doing it even tougher on just about everything. Under Labor, the bulk billing rate is nearly 10% lower than it was under the coalition government, and the South Australian Labor Party, well, they've just added to that pain by slapping a payroll tax on general practitioners. Under Labor, the health system in South Australia is about to get even sicker and cost more for patients. South Australians battle the highest inflation rate in the nation, with the CPI rising 4.3% in the 12 months to March 2024, but it's now equal to the national rate of 4%. Not really a gain. And if you're one of the 150,000 small businesses employing 300,000 South Australians, it's getting hard to even afford to keep the doors open. The cost of doing business is getting more difficult by the day. Hundreds of SA companies were liquidated in the past financial year, and that doesn't count those who just shut up shop, their dreams and aspirations shattered. From Melrose Park to hotels in the Adelaide CBD, business is down by up to 40%. Business owners have shared that terrible picture of uncertainty with me. And when South Australian businesses are going out of business, well, there are less jobs. There's less money in the economy, and the situation is destined to, well, just get worse. While this government focuses on rebates and spending taxpayers' money, it's not addressing the real reason for inflation, nor is it addressing the cost of living. It might be a new financial year. You might be selling your message, but they ain't listening. This Labor government is offering nothing new in this new financial year, and Australians and South Australians, well, they know they can just expect worse.
Thank you, Senator Little. I call Senator Sheldon.
Good. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, isn't it amusing to have those on the opposite side talking about cost of living, talking about lowering inflation and growing the economy? I mean, these are the characters across the way that want to bring in a nuclear fantasy into this country to reduce prices when it's actually going to increase prices for energy. And when it comes to the initiatives that we've done on the $300 rebate, the households that will receive that $300 and small business that will receive advantages, where are they? Crickets. They mean nothing. Well, I tell you what, to everybody in the community that's receiving those $300, I congratulate you, because there is an opportunity, because of what we've done in policy, to turn around and have two surpluses, to not only fight inflation by giving that $300 rebate, not only by supporting small business, but also by having two surpluses putting pressure on inflation. And of course, when you talk about the challenges we have in cost of living, and we know there's challenges out there, people feel it every day. That's where the difference is between them and us. We know people feel it, but we're going to take action about it, because they consistently, constantly, absolutely, on every occasion when there's an opportunity to fight cost of living and cost of living pressures, to give people opportunity to put more money in their pocket, to be able to turn around and support themselves and their families, they vote against it. There are so many examples. An example of that, of course, is even just again today, another way of dealing with the cost of living pressures. 2.6 million people will get their third consecutive pay increase, which will mean $110 extra week since Labor's been in office. And the people opposite have never stood up for those people on the minimum wage. And if you start looking at the figures, I mean, I recall when Senator Mackenzie got to hear on one occasion said that the National Party had the lowest percentage of income and that they represented people on low incomes. But they vote against, they don't support minimum wage increases. They vote against their own constituency to make sure that they can deal with cost of living. They speak against the $300 household rebate. And of course, when it comes to things like fee-free TAFE, that builds a more sustainable and capable community to get more training and education to boost productivity, to deal with those issues that can deal with inflation on multiple fronts, but also give people an opportunity for the future, they vote against it. They speak against it. They say training and educating more Australians and giving them opportunity is something that we shouldn't be doing. Those opposite have no plan for how to make this economy a better economy for everybody. Now, when we see the sorts of things that they are against, again, a future made in Australia, the opportunity to turn around and make sure that manufacturing and opportunity for minerals in this country, in the new age, the new opportunities, in renewables, a whole combination of opportunities that this country can grab a hold of, where are they? Again, they're against it. They say no to minimum wage increases. They say no to turning around to have a future made in Australia. They say no to the tax rebates, but they turn around and say nuclear energy is something they should implement. With all in 20 years' time, somehow in 20 years' time, even if their falsehood was true, and every reasonable economist, every reasonable thinking person that's dealt with this proposition have said, every independent mind has said that their proposition won't work, but even if it was to work, in 20 years' time, that's their cost of living response on something that we all know is going to cost $600 billion, 5 to 6 times more than renewables, not give us the opportunities in this country that we can have right now. Now, what's clear with the opposition, they have no plan. They're opposed to every solution that gives cost of living relief. They look at that 2.6 million workers that have got the third consecutive pay rise that this government has supported, that they always opposed in the past, and they continue to oppose. They're not about cost of living. They're not about a better economy. They're not about building a better economy. And not about a future made in Australia. They're about a very narrow cast view about how this country could work, and their failures the last 10 years prove it.
Thank you very much, Senator Sheldon. I call Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I support Senator Hughes' motion and agree that the Albanese Labor government has failed to grow the economy and, with that lack of growth, failed to restore Australia's standard of living. A stable economic environment is necessary for a new business to open and to flourish, and for existing businesses to weather the many storms this government has engineered. Labor's interest rate rises are due directly to Labor's wasteful spending and energy price inflation resulting from pointless net zero policies. The Prime Minister and Energy Minister Bowen have failed to provide electricity at prices people and businesses can afford, directly driving inflation. Every new piece of legislation in this place seems designed to strangle the last breath out of businesses. Live sheep exports are today's casualty. So it should come as no surprise that data from ASIC shows there were 1,245 business insolvencies in May 2024. 1,245. This is a 44% increase on last year and a 122% increase across the life of the Albanese Labor government. To put it simply, this government is sending business broke. 1,245 insolvent businesses in just 1 month is not a statistic. It's a human tragedy. These are everyday Australians who had a go at lifting themselves up, who were employing others in their community and who were paying tax to support the government agenda. Now their businesses are gone. along with their ability to provide for their families free from reliance on the government. Business confidence is down because this government has talked it down, with an unending recipe of doom and gloom about global boiling and sustainability requiring reductions in living standards. There's no hope in this message, just unending misery. It's a lie. No wonder businesses give up. One Nation believes abundance is not a dirty word. It's natural for people to seek abundance and to share abundance. With One Nation, Australians can and will restore prosperity to this beautiful country of ours.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I call Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'll just remind everybody who has, in the blessed state of listening to this debate, about what we are currently arguing about in the Senate, and that is that Australia is in an entrenched homegrown cost of living crisis, and the Albanese Labor government has no economic plan to lower inflation, grow the economy or restore Australia's standard of living. And I question what planet the Labor senators are on sometimes, because it's clearly not planet Earth, or clearly there's something in the water supply in the Labor Party offices, because Australia has been, for the last year, 18 months, funnily enough, ever since the Labor Party came to power, Australians are suffering a cost of living crisis. And it's only now that the Labor Party have woken up from whatever dreamlike state they exist in and worked out, oh, hang on, Australians are doing it tough, because this is the Labor Party who wasted $450 million last year on a referendum that divided Australians. This is the Labor Party who failed to mention cost of living at all in the calendar year 2023. It is only in this year, in the run-up to an early election, and for those who are listening, this building is full of rumours concerning Prime Minister Albanese not just doing a reshuffle, but also heading off to see the new Governor-General for an early election. That's only because the Labor Party are looking towards the electoral mathematics of winning the election that they are talking about cost of living. Because this is the Labor Party who made all sorts of wild and wonderful promises before the last election about how they were going to help Australians, but then the Labor Party got into power and promptly forgot about all those promises and instead focused on trying to divide Australians and wasting $450 million. Now, what has happened is that the Secretary of the Labor Party has clearly briefed the Prime Minister and the Cabinet and said, look, there's a cost of living crisis, you've got to do something about it. But of course, we don't have a plan from the Labor Party. We have TikTok videos, we have memes, we have bumper stickers, we have emojis, we have all sorts of plethora of things that go ping, but we certainly don't have anything that will help Australians dealing with the cost of living crisis. Now, the inflation figures came out last week, and this is the type of stuff that should be keeping the policy makers, the decision makers of Australia awake at night. Food has gone up 11.4%. Housing has gone up 14%. Rents have gone up 14.2%. Electricity is up 21.5%. Gas is up 22.2%. Health has gone up 11.1%, and education has gone up 10.9%. This is what is happening to Australians. This is what is happening to everybody in Australia because of the decisions of the Labor Party. And this is where it comes into its own. The Labor Party aren't very good with running anything. They're pretty good at winning elections. They are the masters of running the scare campaign. The Labor Party is the masters of spins, lies and deceit. They are good at that. They've written the book on that, and you can find it in your local library. But what they're not good doing, because they don't come from the business world, is understanding what drives inflation. And the number one thing that's driving inflation at the moment in Australia is government spending. This Labor Party is spending billions upon billions of dollars on really nothing at the moment, because they're not dealing with the underlying impact of why everything costs so much. It is because of the decisions made by this Labor Party in their 2 years in office. And what I hope that in my home state of Queensland and across the country, that if the Prime Minister does call an early election in August or September or December 7, which is what some cabinet ministers have been telling other people in this building, that the Australian people can deliver their verdict on this poorly run government, a government that is led by a weak Prime Minister, a government who are not addressing the underlying issues impacting the Australian economy, but also, more worryingly, have forgotten people. They've forgotten how tough it is, how tough Queenslanders are doing at the moment, because in Queensland we've got the double whammy of a state Labor government and a federal Labor government. On October 26, we're definitely going to get rid of Stephen Miles and his mob.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. The time for that discussion has expired. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Hanson, which is also shown at item 14 on today's order of business. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clocks in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. And I call Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Matter of urgency, industry super funds investing in renewables. Well, follow the money. If you want to know why the Australian Labor Party...
Senator Hanson, you simply need to move the motion.
I move the motion.
Standing in your name.
Standing my name, thank you.
You have the call, Senator Hanson.
Okay. As I said, follow the money. If you want to know why the Australian Labor Party is indulging in a childish scare campaign against nuclear energy, follow the money. This pathetic Labor scare campaign is an insult to the intelligence of every Australian. If Labor was truly against nuclear energy on principle, it would cancel any arrangements to purchase nuclear-powered submarines, and it would dismantle the nuclear reactor at Lucas Heights in Sydney. However, we know Labor has no principles other than doing the bidding of the union thugs who fund them. This appears to be the ultimate reason behind Labor's anti-nuclear scare campaign. Labor provides billions of dollars of grants, subsidies and incentives to support renewable energy investments. Between Labor and the Coalition, this has cost taxpayers $29 billion over the past 10 years. Labor enforces regulations and mandates which enforce a guaranteed market for renewable energy. Industry superannuation funds controlled by Labor's union bosses invest heavily in these renewable projects. And why not? It's underwritten by taxpayers, thanks to Labor, guaranteeing a lucrative return for these union-controlled super funds. These lucrative returns are then used to support the Labor Party with large donations. It was no coincidence that in December 23, union-controlled industry super funds demanded even more favourable investment conditions underwritten by taxpayers for the transition to net zero. These funds included CBUS, chaired by former Labor Treasurer Wayne Swan, and Australian Super, with close ties to former Labor Prime Minister Paul Keating. I'll highlight a few more union affiliations among the current Labor cabinet: Bill Shorten and the AWU, Tony Burke and the SDA in New South Wales, Don Farrell and the SDA in South Australia, Katie Gallagher and the CPSU, Pat Conroy, the CFMEU and the AMWU, and Richard Miles and the ACTU. It's insidious how much unions have infiltrated this parliament and how it compromises good government. This is a scam paid for by the Australian taxpayer with subsidies and by Australian consumers with their record high energy bills. Labor and its union masters don't want this corrupt gravy train derailed by nuclear energy. That's why they've come out swinging against it, while once again showing their absolute contempt for the intelligence of the Australian people. Fortunately, Australians are smart enough not to fall for Labor's pathetic scare campaign of three-eyed fish memes. Australians understand that nuclear power is safely used at 450 sites around the world in 32 countries. Australia is the only advanced economy in the world which doesn't make use of this proven technology, despite having at least a quarter of the planet's proven uranium reserves. This important natural advantage to Australia is being squandered. It makes absolutely no sense that Australia, One of the world's most energy-rich countries is facing energy shortages this winter and has some of the highest energy prices in the world. That is, unless you follow the money trail. Labor and the unions are orchestrating a massive scam on the Australian people, and the price of it will be our economy and our standard of living. This scam and the destruction it is causing must be exposed and stopped. Nuclear energy is a beginning, but uranium is just one of Australia's natural advantages. We also have abundant reserves of coal and natural gas. All of these natural advantages should be utilised in an independent energy policy that prioritises affordability and reliability over climate change ideology. The Prime Minister's inability to stand up to unions has been exposed by thugs like John Sector. The Prime Minister's weakness has been further exposed by Senator Payman, who has escaped any serious sanction for crossing the floor against Labor's policy last week. Why are we allowing this union Labor renewable scam to happen? Is it to arrest climate change by reducing carbon dioxide emissions? Because it is, that's not working. Global emissions continued rise, another indicator of the union Labor renewables scam.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, what a ridiculous motion that has been put forward by Senator Hanson today. Of course, as a government, we take listening to super funds, our nation's biggest investors who are custodians of our biggest investment portfolios, who are custodians of Australians' retirement savings. Of course, we listen to superannuation, industry superannuation companies. Of course, we listen to unions. The truth is, it is those opposite, the Coalition and One Nation, who are not listening to communities, not listening to scientists about climate change, not listening to industry, not listening to workers. Let's take, for example, this nuclear fantasy of the opposition leader, Mr Dutton. 7 nuclear reactors at the existing or former coal-powered sites of coal-powered power stations around the nation, including in my own home state of WA, at the site of Collie at Muja Power Station. What we have in the Coalition's nuclear power plan is a plan that will throw our emissions targets in the bin. It is a plan that will divert investment from cheaper, shovel-ready, renewable electricity generation projects. They will simply be put in the bin under this kind of proposal because it will divert investment and waste precious time. Precious time that industry super funds, that the Business Council of Australia and that workers in these communities right around Australia know that we don't have. Precious time that we must spend getting on with the job of committing and implementing a transition to renewable energy. Even if you were a climate change denier, the truth is that the Coalition's nuclear power plan is still slower and more expensive than the energy plans already in place. The Coalition admits that coal-fired power is coming to an end by the end of the decade, yet at the same time they want to wait decades for nuclear reactors, which will cost more than the renewable energy can be built today. Take the community of Collie in Western Australia, for example. They already have a plan to manage the transition from coal through the Collie Just Transition Working Group. It is a place where government bodies, unions, business, local community organisations have all come together to produce the plan to manage the end of coal power in the community of Collie. And it's critical for our whole state. It's critical for the state of WA. They be given a chance to get this right and to do this job, because without it, the electricity reliability of our whole state is in jeopardy. And that is what those opposite seek to do, jeopardise the power future of the whole state of Western Australia. They have a plan in place that calls for investment in renewable energy, retraining programs and embedded consultation with the local community. They have new industries that they are working with. They are working today to replace the jobs that go when coal-fired power closes by the end of the decade in 2029. The community of Collie cannot wait until 2040. So the motion before us today names something, frankly, that is patently obvious. Of course, as a good Labor government, we're working with industry super funds, we're working with unions, we are working with communities to protect our nation's future.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Senator Bragg.
Every political party has problems, but the problem that the Labor Party has is the same problem it had a century ago, which was identified by Alfred Deakin when he said that the problem Labor has is that it is beholden to vested interests. And the mother of all vested interests today is the union between the Labor Party, the trade unions themselves and the super funds. And this enormous conflict of interest can be seen in personal terms, in flesh and blood here in this building, where you see the President of the Labor Party, Mr Wayne Swan, who's also the chair of the CBUS Super Fund. And the most remarkable part of this is that when Labor announced a dodgy housing policy, which is designed to allow the super funds to take over the housing market, the only organisation that said that they would put the members' hard-earned savings into it was CBUS. CBUS is the only fund that said it would do it, with Mr Swan at the apex of the Labor Party and the CBUS fund itself. Now, this is all about underwriting Labor's campaigning capacity and capability. $40 million in the last year was sent from the super funds off to the union and the campaigners. $40 million. And what was the first act of the Financial Services Minister, Stephen Jones, in this parliament? The first act was to roll back the disclosures and the transparency that was passed in the last parliament so that people could see where their super fund was giving money to a union. So what did Mr Jones do? He said, no, we don't want that. We don't want people to see it. We want it to be a secret. And helpfully, the coalition worked with the crossbench to roll back that disgusting attempt to cover up $40 million in payments from super funds to unions and Labor-affiliated organisations. This is a huge problem for our country, to have one of the governing parties over a barrel to these interests. And so many of the bills of this parliament are designed to funnel more money off to these super funds. Now, when you look at that $40 million, that's a lot of money in campaign terms, a lot of money. So Australian Super, CBUS, HESTA, Host Plus, TWU Super, First Super have all given more than $1 million in the last year. Now, the idea of any organisation arguing that any particular form of zero emissions energy is bad is fundamentally unscientific. Now, you can have an argument about how you want to do it in different ways, but the idea that any of these funds will get further involved in politics should be very scary, given they're already very involved here in this building. And I think the Australian people expect that the laws that we enact here will be enforced. I don't think that's unreasonable. And there is a law in the books that says that these funds must operate only for their members, not for the big unions, not for any other political organisation, not for the big banks or the financiers. They're supposed to be holding this money in trust. These are trusts, and they have very clear laws. Best financial interests of members, not best financial interests of unions. And this is a major problem that we are all sitting on here in this building, that the prudential regulator, APRA, is not enforcing the law. Now, I was very pleased to see at Senate estimates only a few weeks ago that APRA has announced that they are investigating one or maybe a number of funds for breaches to the best financial interest duty. And I asked whether it was appropriate for the fund called First Super to have made 4 $700,000 payments to the CFMEU. 4. And APRA said, of course, because they have secrecy provisions, they couldn't answer the question on the floor of the Senate estimates meeting. But I expect that those laws will be enforced and that APRA will set a standard and say to these funds, you cannot give your money that belongs to the workers to the unions or to the banks, because that is not in the best interests of the workers. So this parliament has created this scheme of superannuation. It is not a very successful scheme. Most people will be on the pension beyond the middle of this century. It has been very successful at enriching bloodsuckers and leechers and rent seekers who have made a huge amount of money in the financial institutions, but mostly in the unions. This is keeping the unions afloat, and it is a disgrace.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. The Greens reject this motion. It's deeply misguided. I'd love to see a government wholeheartedly commit to solar and wind. I'd love to see a government that rejects in full the nuclear industry, including nuclear reactors on Australian and US submarines. I'd love to see a government that would actually get us to meet the Paris climate targets. But that government is not the Albanese government. In fact, if you want to look at the Albanese Labor government's influence and the connection with some of the superannuation funds, look at how they have continued the coalition's goal to make Australia a top 10 global weapons exporter, an obscene plan. And look at how many funds in the superannuation industry are supporting that unethical goal. Because the militarisation of Australia and becoming an arm of the US's military industry has a corrosive effect on this place and has a corrosive effect on our society. And that's also true when it comes to superannuation. And no better example can be found than in the recent reporting by the ABC about nominally ethical superannuation programs that are in fact investing in foreign arms companies and some of the least ethical weapons on the planet, such as nuclear weapons and white phosphorus. Australians who wanted to invest in a peaceful and ethical future have, without their knowledge, in fact seen their superannuation invested in the millions and millions of dollars of some of the worst weapons companies on the planet, some of the most unethical, human rights abusing weapons that are created. And just like all those voters who told the Albanese government at the last election they wanted a different, more compassionate government, they haven't got what they've asked for. They haven't got what they've invested, and instead they've got a bunch of warmongers who are happy to carry on Morrison's legacy. And it's most clearly seen at a political level in the AUKUS mess, a complete embrace by the Labor Party of nuclear weapons of the nuclear weapons industry, the nuclear cycle, into our political space. The government sets the standard, and the standard that this government sets, the very low standard on weapons and unethical investment, has been embraced by the superannuation industry. The ABC are now reporting that so-called ethical super funds have holdings of more than $26 million in shares for companies involved in nuclear weapons, including BAE Systems, Textron, Northrop Grumman and Raytheon Technologies. I doubt anyone who ticked the ethical box wanted to see their superannuation funds invested in making doomsday nuclear weapons. In fact, some of the so-called ethical super programs invested in companies like Rheinmetall, Hanwha and Austal. And do you know what those companies have in common? They, in turn, invest in the Labor Party. These are weapons companies that have added, together with others, that have added some $2 million to the ALP in public donations over the last decade. So in a roundabout way, those people who are trying to invest in socially conscious superannuation We're not only seeing their investments end up in the hands of some of the global bottom feeders of the weapons industry, but those weapons companies in turn have handed the money over to the ALP. A deeply unethical moral spiral that both the weapons manufacturers and ALP is involved in. We've heard of pinkwashing and we've heard of greenwashing. And now we have a new, brought to you by the ALP and some parts of the superannuation industry, war washing, where they seek to take money from well-minded people, take votes from well-minded people who want to end global war, who don't want to see investments in the nuclear arms industry, who don't want to see investments in the global arms trade, and instead they get superannuation funds that throw their money at those industries and a government that supports them and then takes money from those very same industries in turn. This motion suggests a conspiracy between superannuation providers and the government that does not exist. But what does exist is a government that's setting the lowest moral standards so that others fall. Moral standard based on bedrock. Why would superannuation providers not invest in arms dealers when this government's own investment scheme, the Future Fund, is also investing in arms dealers, and some of those arms dealers include Elbit Systems, an Israeli arms manufacturer that is currently profiting from a genocide. This government has set the standard at a new,
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge.
low.
Time has expired. Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I'm pleased to speak on this urgency motion today. The need for a comprehensive investigation into the political and financial relationships between the Albanese Labor government, industry funds, super funds, unions and their impact on government policy, specifically regarding net zero targets, wind and solar energy. Now, there is nothing that encapsulates the long march of the left than the takeover of private industry by superannuation funds. Because let me tell you that superannuation is communism. Now, I've got to be honest here, it's not often I'd say this, but I actually think the other side of the chamber sometimes has a better understanding of capital than what this side of the chamber does. Because I'm in this party because I believe in capitalism. Okay, I believe in people who risk their own capital. I don't believe in free markets, I believe in the risk-reward paradigm. Now, I'm in very good company when I say that because no less a person than Sir Robert Menzies himself says in the Forgotten People speech, in the last paragraph, we should not go back to the old and selfish notions of laissez-faire. There will be more control, not less of it. And I want you to think and ponder about that. There will be more control, not less of it. And the reason why Robert Menzies was so on the mark, that he foresaw the future. He knew that we are always at the threat of the communists and the Marxists, who are always trying to override our personal responsibilities. And there is nothing that overrides our personal responsibility more than taking 12% of a worker's wage and giving it to someone they've never met, and they may or may not get it back when they're 67. That is not capitalism. That is communism. And the big mistake that we made in the 80s was to sign up with Hawke and Keating. Now, this is where I come back to understanding capital. You see, they understood back in the 80s what they were doing when they introduced compulsory superannuation, because they know that if you control capital, you control industry. And today, superannuation controls over $3 trillion in capital. You want to know why they supported the yes vote and the voice? Because they control the capital. You want to know why they're mandating renewable energy targets? Because they control the capital. And what we've got is we have industry super funds that work together to combine their votes with one proxy voter at an AGM, and they control over 20% of the vote at major blue chip companies. You add to that another 10% of retail funds, which is often controlled through BlackRock and Vanguard. BlackRock is run by a bloke by the name of Larry Fink, a well-known lefty. You've now got capital controlled by the left. Now, that is not what a true protectionist believes in. A true protectionist believes in empowering families and individuals. That is what true protectionism is. And there is no better way to protect the family and individual than to let the worker keep their wages, because they know better than anyone how to spend their own money. Because if they're not looking after their money, and that's what true capitalism is, when the person who earns the money looks after it, you're giving it to these unaccountable authorities. Now, whether it's the government and their taxation and the bureaucrats and the way they spend money, whether it's the superannuation funds and they pull out a lazy $30 billion a year in fees just to shuffle paper and gamble with your earnings, and it's also corporate executives, I might add. One of the things we have to realise is that large corporations are not capitalists. Those CEOs, if I had $1 for every time some CEO drove a company into the ground and then got paid a golden handshake on his way out, that is not capitalism. That is crony capitalism or socialism. Yes, small to medium business when it's being run by the people who actually own the capital and they control the capital. That is true capitalism. And what we've got now is the result of this 40 years of a neoliberal takeover whereby the individuals and the families have had their rights destroyed, is we have these lunatic policies like renewables based off models, shoddy models, that even this morning at the estimates at CSIRO, the head of the CSIRO couldn't even explain the assumptions or didn't even know what the assumptions were used in that cost-gen report. Now, this is the problem. We are being controlled by people who take no risk. It's the risk. They basically put the risk onto the individual and families. And that is why I've always believed that a true politician should be fighting for the rights of the individual and families, not Swami superannuation policy funds and their crazy ideologies.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Roberts.
Thank you.
Superannuation has become an institution in Australia, one that has not been reviewed for almost 15 years. The superannuation pot of gold is now valued at $3.5 trillion in an economy that is only valued at $2.6 trillion. While I say pot of gold, slush fund may be a better description, well, in the hands of some funds anyway. Industry super funds are distorting the economy, using their huge wealth to invest politically rather than in the best interests of their members. The renewable energy monster currently devouring our economy and our beautiful countryside is substantially funded by industry super funds. These political investment decisions are made by boards which contain up to 5 members drawn from the union bosses that funds the service. Investment is made in a way that supports the Australian Labor Party's political agendas. That is clear. Former Labor Prime Minister Paul Keating has warned, the man who had a bit to do with starting the superannuation, has warned that super funds will start asking for board seats from companies in which they take a substantial position, so they're union-controlled. 2 investment funds tried to take over Origin Energy last year and led the company towards sounder investment strategies. Australian Super drastically increased its stake in the company to vote down the proposal. Super funds' decarbonisation commitments could push them to put directors on boards. If their other attempts at engaging with companies to drive down their emissions failed, according to the article in the Financial Review. Independent Financial Review. Really? This is the job of superannuation funds now? Social engineering? Industry super funds may force targeted companies to employ union members or agree to union sweetheart deals. They may force target companies to follow the woke globalist Labor Party agenda, such as DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion. Although industry super fund CBUS has gone one further and added a B for belonging, designed apparently to welcome employees who are Arthur one day and Martha the next. Despite 2 LGBTQIA+ turning into an alphabet soup of debasement, REST are proud to be an ally of PRIDE month and all that goes with it. Super funds can afford this non-commercial activity because they have a river of gold, a river of cash flowing into their coffers every year from members who falsely think their super fees are being spent in their own interests. Silly them. In fact, super funds spent $13 million to the ALP in the lead up to the last election. CBUS alone was $1.5 million of that, more than a tenth. Direct payment is not the only way super funds are fed back to the unions. Then on to the ALP. Industry funds pay unions to run training programs with very generous payments. It's not quite a protection racket,
but it's along the same lines. Board members on super funds also receive very generous salaries, which are then sent back to the union and form part of the $17 million paid by unions to the ALP. CBUS, for instance, pay their board members $457,000 per annum each year, which makes REST look positively reasonable on only $165,000. This explains why during COVID, when the Morrison government made a very sensible suggestion to allow everyday Australians a chance to use just a little of their super to get through COVID, the ALP lost its mind. Their super fund donors were unimpressed with having to give what turned out to be $80 billion of their $3.5 trillion back to the people who gave it to them. Apparently, pride, parades and social engineering doesn't fund itself. The misuse of funds by superannuation companies raises a serious question. Is superannuation reducing wages? Meaning there is no direct financial benefit to the worker making the contribution. This is theft. The Grattan Institute has produced data to show that it is in fact the worker who pays for this so-called employer contribution in reduced wages and reduced employment opportunities. It's time for a detailed inquiry into this boondoggle to ensure workers are not losing from this system. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. The question before the chair is that the motion moved by Senator Hanson be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Hanson be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative.
Before I call you, Senator Thorpe, I'll just ask colleagues to leave the chamber in a quiet and orderly manner, please. Senator Thorpe.
Acting Deputy President, I seek leave to table documents related to Murujuga rock art protection.
Leave's not been granted.
Pursuant to contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving that the documents be tabled. What you have just witnessed is political interference from the coalition on the tabling of documents which are in the public interest. It is our role as politicians to call out malgovernance, corruption and intra-transparency wherever it occurs. You need to wonder what the coalition's motives are in not supporting transparency on these matters. It is to protect their corporate donors. I am taking my duty to stand up for community, for accountability, transparency and good governance very seriously. This is why today I am trying to table documents that are raising substantive concerns around the preservation of Murujuga rock art. In my role as a senator, it is my responsibility to bring such allegations to the public attention so that they can be investigated. The allegations contained in the documents build on recent WA Today reporting. The reporting exposed potential conflicts of interest of the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation Board Chair relating to emission impacts on Murujuga rock art due to his connections with mining and resource companies. These documents throw up concerns around the absence of attention to environmental protection requirements, as well as scientific methodology in the Murujuga Rock Art Management Program, potentially posing real risk to the rock art. Despite repeated attempts to raise these concerns through the appropriate channels, the tabled papers allege that concerns have been dismissed or ignored, promises for change not followed through, and in some instances, presentation of these concerns actively being prevented or omitted from documents. Our heritage is being threatened and destroyed all over the country. After the destruction of the Jukan Gorge rock shelters, we had at least a hope that a substantive heritage protection framework would be put in place to prevent such destruction from happening again. Yet years after the handing down of the report, we are yet to see any action on actually protecting our heritage. In the meantime, every day we lose more of it, with mining companies and developers getting away with destroying our very culture, which is our very being. Murujuga rock art is one of the most extensive rock art collections in the world, and its preservation is incredibly important. Anything that puts that at risk needs to be called out, investigated and stopped. This is why I table these documents today and will now leave it to the responsible entities to do their due diligence and investigate these contents.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. If no one else is speaking on this, the question before the chair is that standing orders be suspended. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I called it for the ayes. Okay. There's no division. So, Senator Thorpe.
Here's a dot for investigation for the cover-up.
Yes. Sorry. Okay, so the question before the chair is the motion moved by Senator Thorpe. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. I'm about to read out a stat deck outlining concerns on the protection of Murujuga rock art. I, Nigel Carney, self-employed, make the following declaration under Section 9 of the Stat Declarations Act 1959. My name is Nigel Carney. I am currently self-employed. I was employed by Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation, MAC, on the 21st of March 2023, goodbye, on a 2-year contract on a full-time basis. My role was coordinator of the Murujuga Rock Art Strategy and Monitoring Program, MRAMP. Pursuant to the requirements as set out in the job description form, I worked with stakeholders to coordinate the MRAMP and the Murujuga Rock Art Strategy, MRAS. I resigned from the position on 15th of September 2023. I was required to report to the CEO and the MAC board. Former CEO Peter Jeffries stood down from his role shortly after I commenced. The role of permanent CEO was vacant until around November 2023. Travis McNaught acted as CEO during the period. I represented the MAC CEO on the MRAS Stakeholder Reference Group, SRG. I recently read a news article published in WA Today reporting allegations of conflicts of interest made against the MAC board chair, Peter Hicks, who also runs resources contractor Hicks Civil and Mining Proprietary Limited, which has been appointed by Woodside or Bechtel the contract for haulage work on the Pluto to Scarborough LNG gas plant development. The article reports lawyers for Mr Hicks saying that he would not stand down from MAC, stating, Mr Hicks, in his role as chairman of MAC, cannot and has not influenced the review being undertaken by MAC in regard to any effect of emissions on the heritage rock art at all. Based on my knowledge and experience in my employment with MAC, I believe this statement is not true and correct. I consulted with industry and government stakeholders and highlighted to MAC and SRG the absence of attention to the environmental protection requirements, including the precautionary principle as required in the MRAS. I believe there were real and significant risks to the environmental protection of the rock art that were not being appropriately managed. In mid-June 2023 and earlier, I had made Michelle Andrews, Director General of WA Department of Water and Environmental Regulation, DWER, aware of multiple risks inherent in the management of the MRAS and the MRAMP. DWER Deputy Director General Emily Briggs and DWER Strategic Policy Advisor Daniel McNevin then acknowledged the shortfalls and agreed to address and fund this aspect of the strategy. A budget meeting was scheduled by DWER for around mid-July to enable the issues to be addressed. The Woodside Heritage Advisor, Daniel Thomas, and Rio Tinto Corporate Advisor, Indigenous Affairs, John Angelhands, were also supportive of reform. The meeting was then cancelled without my knowledge by MAC Acting CEO Mr McNaught. The MAC Chief Financial Officer, Sanjoz Xavier, informed me of this. The meeting was cancelled on the 5th of July. The MRAMP was promoted as a partnership between DWA and the MAC, the $30 million program funded by the major polluters under the proposed terms. MAC would take increased responsibility for managing the MRAMP and MRAS, including environmental protection of the rock art. It was revealed to me that a third-party private contractor was in effect managing the MRAMP and MRAS. A project management document was provided to me via a DWA Jawan Secondi, which revealed that control of the key parameters of the project were managed by Calibre Ventures Proprietary Limited, Calibre, who also managed projects for Rio Tinto. I was given the task of developing the legal partnership and financial agreement. I reported to MAC and DWA that the proposed MAC agreement would not be feasible without significant changes to the existing management structure, due largely to conflict of interest and related issues. I also became aware that these issues had also been highlighted by my predecessor in the role of MRAMP coordinator and were views shared by others. I also had been advised by my predecessor, Joseph Solis, that he had also been excluded from meetings to effect proper consultation, including a meeting on the 28th of August 2022 between the MAC CEO Peter Jeffries and Deputy Premier Roger Cook regarding the Woodside Pluto 2 Cultural Heritage Management Plan. In the course of my role and fieldwork, I recorded multiple scientific flaws in the management of the MRAMP and reported these to the project manager, Calibre, in order to address the issues. I believe that a Curtin University scientist, Mawatuli Nyaku, was dismissed, but the quality issues of sample collection and other issues were not addressed. The issue raised was that there was no evidence of world's best practice science shown in the delivery of the project, impacting on the UNESCO World Heritage nomination to achieve positive outcomes in aid of reducing industry emissions to mitigate loss of heritage value to the rock art. I was encouraged by the MAC Company Secretary and Governance Officer, Sarah Scott, to report as a matter of urgency the issues impacting the integrity of the MRAMP, and on 21 July 2023, a meeting with Mr Hicks as the MAC Board Chair was arranged at 1 p.m. at the Soak Cafe, Dampier, so that I could first present the concerns to him. The meeting occurred and Mr Hicks agreed the issues needed to be presented and that I must provide him a copy of the report and presentation. The Company Secretary, since March, also expressed concern that I was excluded from all meetings with Perdaman Chemicals and Fertilisers, an SRG stakeholder, who Mr Hicks was meeting with during the course of my tenure. I approached Perdaman directly, quarterly in the MAC office and via email, and they did not respond to my meeting request. When I then approached Amy Stevens, the MAC Heritage Advisor, who was prior to her engagement with MAC associated with Calibre, Tocumwal Scott Franks, cancelled 2019 MAC DEWA agreement, she replied bluntly, "Stay out of it." I also approached MAC Circle of Elders member Vince Adams of Woodside Energy on 2 occasions seeking to discuss issues of concern, but no time was available to meet with or share with him. I prepared a report outlining numerous deficiencies with the MRAMP science, noting that Woodside had done no significant emissions upgrade work on the Karratha gas plant since 2008, and the precautionary principle was being ignored. Calibre management of the SRG conflict of interest register was one of many other issues I documented in the MAC board report. I made recommendations to address the risk issues outlined in the report and was optimistic in a positive response from the MAC board. At the Soak Cafe meeting, Mr Hicks initially agreed that the issues should be presented to the MAC board meeting on 25th July 2023. On July 23rd, 2023, I sent a copy of my report and slide presentation to Mr Hicks and Acting CEO Mr McNaught. On July 23rd, 2023, I had a positive meeting with Woodside Corporate Karratha and a planned meeting the same week with Rio Tinto regarding embracing the precautionary principle and industry cooperation. Since my role began, I sought industry expertise to facilitate positive outcomes and to address the strategy shortfalls identified, and I received in writing commitments from DEWA and Woodside to assist the changes required. June 15. On 24 July 2023, I received multiple messages via text and phone from Mr McNaught discouraging me from presenting to the board. He assured me he could deal with the matters in the report. He wanted to know the budget I was requesting. I assured him that DEWA and Woodside and Rio Tinto were in agreement that funding could be made available to address the issues. On the eve of 24th of July 2023, Mr McNaught told me that I must attend a meeting prior to the MAC board meeting at the insistence of Mr Hicks. I inquired as to the purpose of the meeting and this was denied. I attended the meeting July 25th, which was half an hour prior to the board meeting at 8:30 a.m, and was aggressively admonished by Mr Hicks, who stated that 2 industry stakeholders had made complaints about me. Given that I had met with Woodside on July 23rd, I assumed it was likely to have been this stakeholder. I was startled by his claim, as I had always cordial and positive relations with all stakeholders in my role, and received no complaint or negative feedback until this meeting. I inquired as to who the stakeholders were and what the complaint was, and Mr Hicks declined to provide this information. Mr Hicks then told me that until further notice I was to have no contact with any industry stakeholders, but I could continue communications with DEWA. Mr Hicks stated that I could still present my report to the board. After the meeting with Mr Hicks and Mr McNaught, I left the Acting CEO's office and stated that I would present to the board. When I approached the boardroom door, however, I was physically obstructed by Mr McNaught, who stood between me and the boardroom door and moved to block me as I tried to walk around him. Mr McNaught appealed to Mr Hicks, who was also in the foyer, and then Mr Hicks firmly instructed me not to enter the boardroom. The company secretary witnessed the altercation. She told me she was concerned for my welfare. I had printed and bound copies of my report for the board and asked her if the reports had been received. She stated that she had already been instructed not to include the report in the kit, which was a standard procedure. I understand this advice was given to her prior to my meeting with Mr Hicks and Mr McNaught. On July 31, I presented my concerns in an email to the WA Government, the Chair of the SRG and the MAC Executive and Chair, describing the dilemma I faced. Being effectively removed from the SRG, there was no response from any of the recipients. Coinciding with this, I discovered that critical minutes of recent government meetings, June MRAMP Quarterly Meeting Perth, were incomplete and not inclusive of concerns that I had raised in relation to the lack of scientific data integrity. I also stated that on account of the myriad of issues unfolding that the management of SRG needed to be addressed. Mr McNevin agreed and stated that MAC would need to advise the SRG Chair and the Minister of the Environment, WA. This was also missing from the minutes, as well as concerns regarding the integrity of the draft scientific review of the MRAMP. Given data and protocol error issues highlighted to Calibre and Curtin University, a member of the SRG stated and shared documents confirming this was a regular occurrence. I had made email inquiries concerning to Calibre, seeking to correct the minutes. I received a voice message from the Calibre Assistant Project Manager Taylor Tuft, stating that emails to my MAC email address at murajuga.org.au were bouncing back, suggesting she said there was a problem with the MAC server. I was not aware that any other MAC staff were experiencing a similar problem. Without notice to myself, Mr McNaught arranged with DEWA a solutions meeting to address issues on 4th of August 2023, but I was not permitted to contribute to the agenda of the meeting. I emailed my concerns to MAC and the DEWA, hoping to contribute my report and concerns. I received no response. I appealed via text and phone calls to Daniel McNevin and Emily Briggs to postpone the meeting and or enable me to play a role in the agenda. They did not respond. On 31 July 2023, I emailed Joy Hillman of the WA Public Service Commission seeking a meeting. There was no response. In March 2023, she had warned the SRG of the risks of conflicts of interest in the SRG and the dire ramifications should this occur. On 2nd of August 2023, I received an email stating that I was suspended from my role and that I must return all MAC property immediately and that I was under investigation for my conduct. I was prohibited from returning to the MAC office and instructed to leave the MAC property in Karratha. I believe the claims herein can be substantiated by email, telephone and text message records. Based on the foregoing, Mr Hicks has clearly been in a position to influence the MAC board in relation to environmental issues affecting the Murujuga rock art and has done so by suppressing my report and the issues raised herein. I believe that the statements in this declaration are true in every particular, and I understand that a person who intentionally makes a false statement in a Stat Dec is guilty of an offence under Section 11 of the Stat Dec Act 1959, the punishment for which is imprisonment for a term of 4 years. Nigel James Carney.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. I just need you to formally table...
I seek leave, or
you
I
need to
just
seek
table
leave
it?
that the Senate has so resolved that those documents can be tabled. So we'll move along, and I will proceed now to the consideration of documents, which is at item 15 on the red. And I'm in the hands of the chamber. It's on page 5. Sorry, of the red. Does anyone wish to speak to any of the documents? I'm looking around the chamber, and I have Senator O'Sullivan on your feet. Senator O'Sullivan.
Yes, I'll just seek leave to continue my remarks for document 5.
Number 5. Leaves granted. Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. No one else wishes to speak on documents. I will move on. And are there any ministerial statements? No ministerial statements. Committee memberships? So no committee memberships, and we'll go to messages. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment withdrawal from Amalgamation Bill 2024 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is that the bill now be read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk.
A bill for an act to permit certain members of the CFMEU to withdraw from that organisation.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Okay, leave is granted. Minister. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
So the question before the chair is that the debate be adjourned. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to the Therapeutic Goods and Other Legislation Amendment Vaping Reforms Bill 2024. The President has received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to 5 laws, details of which will be incorporated in Hansard. And so I'll call Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Now, pursuant to order and at the request of the Chair of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee, Senator Green, I present the report of the Committee on the Customs Amendment Preventing Child Labour Bill 2023 together with the accompanying documents.
Okay, thank you, Senator Ciccone, and I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate Notice of Motion Number 2, standing in the name of Senator Hanson and Senator Roberts, concerning a reference to Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee related to free speech in the Australian Constitution.
So, am I calling you Senator Hanson? Senator Hanson has the call.
Thank you very much. Enshrining free speech in the Constitution. Democracies like Australia are underpinned by certain inalienable human rights. These include the freedom to associate with who we want, the freedom to travel where we will, the right to believe what we want and follow the religion that we choose, and the freedom to assemble peacefully. I strongly believe the most important right we have is freedom of speech. This is the right to express our views, our beliefs and our opinions free from sanction or penalty by the state. I've been involved in Australian politics for almost 30 years since my time on the Ipswich City Council. If there's one lesson I have learned in all that time, it's that freedom of speech is something we can never, ever take for granted. As Thomas Jefferson said, eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. He was right. There will always be those in power who will seek to silence opposition, dissent or criticism. There will always be those in power who seek greater control over us by limiting or attacking our freedoms. So there must always be people like us watching for these attacks, working to protect our freedoms and preserve Australian democracy. My own career as a public political figure is an example of the need for an eternal vigilance to protect freedom of speech. My public comments in 1996 about enormous and unequal taxpayer assistance provided to Indigenous Australians stated a truth those in power did not want told. For speaking that truth, I was disendorsed by John Howard, but decided to continue my campaign for Oxley as an independent. I was strongly encouraged by the many Australians who agreed with me and wanted equality. My maiden speech to Parliament in 1996 also contained truth that was uncomfortable for those in power. I spoke about increasing immigration from Asia, and I was right. Today, more than 17% of Australians identify as Asian, and the 2 top source countries for Australian immigration are India and China, and 7 out of the top 10 source countries are in Asia. I spoke about corruption in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Commission, and I was right. ADSIC was abolished for this very reason 8 years later. I spoke about the industry that has grown around Indigenous funding, and I was right. We're now being asked to enshrine this $30 billion industry in the Constitution. I spoke against the economic rationalism and globalism that was destroying Australian industry and manufacturing, and I was right. So much of it has moved offshore since then, including our entire car manufacturing industry. I spoke against the foreign ownership of land and property in Australia and demanded reduced immigration, and I was right. These are now the major factors driving our current housing crisis. Back then and to this day, I've had the guts to say what Australians were thinking, and many Australians responded. More than 1 million people gave One Nation their first preference vote in 1998. But because of the threat this support posed to the new Howard Liberal government, it was decided by those in power that I had to be silenced. They decided to take away the power that freedom of speech gave me to speak the truth on behalf of the Australian people. You all know the story. With John Howard's support, Tony Abbott created a trust fund to attack and silence me using the courts. It ended up with me spending 11 weeks in a maximum security prison for electoral fraud before all convictions were quashed on appeal. The president of that Court of Appeal made it clear Howard and other senior politicians had attempted to interfere with the independence of the courts for cynical political motives. I was called Australia's first political prisoner. In a nutshell, it was a naked attempt to control me, to put me away in some dark place where I did not have the freedom to speak. It was also an attempt to silence and marginalise the many Australians for whom I speak, or spoke. The whole episode was a preview of what has become much more common today, suppressing free speech and repeating approved speech to control the narrative. We've seen people denied access to hired venues and town halls because they've exercised freedom of speech to say things the establishment and self-appointed thought police disagree with. We've seen people even denied entry into Australia and other countries for exactly the same reason. The tragedy is that this suppression of free speech has actually been effective. Many people these days are frightened to say what they're thinking. Australians of faith feel compelled to silence about their beliefs in public or the workplace for fear of persecution. Australians feel stifled and disenfranchised, unable to express a political opinion that departs from the orthodox narrative. Much of the Australian media, especially the ABC, have been complicit in the suppression of freedom of speech. They help those in power control the narrative with selective reporting, biased editorial comment. We saw it all during the COVID-19 pandemic. A subservient media and governments working with them to censor dissent over lockdowns and vaccine mandates. And now we have a government about to introduce legislation under the guise of misinformation and disinformation to formalise the suppression of free speech into Australian law. The Australian Constitution is not a Bill of Rights like that of the United States. It's effectively a rule book for government. However, it directly implies certain rights like the right to vote and freedom of religion. This referral is to examine enshrining for all time the right to freedom of speech in our Constitution. As I said, over the period of time, I feel that the Australia that I grew up in, to be able to have a voice and have an opinion, is being stripped away from us. And it's the fear-mongering, especially when we talk now of misinformation and disinformation bill that was first introduced by the coalition government and now taken on by the Labor Party. If we do go forward with this, this is a great disservice to our democracy. We spoke earlier today about our shrines being vandalised and the damage that's been done to them. And if we reflect back on that, it's really about the people that have fought and sacrificed their lives for our freedom, and really with that freedom, most importantly, as I said, is our freedom of speech. Are we going to just ignore their sacrifices? Because what we are doing is suppressing people to have an opinion and to stand up and have that opinion. People are in fear. It's quite amazing when I see what happens. People lack confidence in themselves or feel they're not educated enough or feel they shouldn't be saying anything because those around will actually call them names, as I've been called on many occasions, you're a racist. How dare you raise about immigration coming into Australia? That's racism. Or I remember the fact is the Australian newspaper, straight after my election of 3rd of March, the next day, an Australian reporter rang me up to do an interview, and I spoke to him. And the headlines the next day on the Monday was the fact on the 5th of March was Hanson will not represent Aboriginal people. That was an absolute lie. And the fact is that it did go to court. And it was out before Sir Ronald Wilson, upon hearing the full tape and the conversation that I had with that journo, actually ruled in my favour, and it was misreporting by the Australian, which just happened constantly. Even in this chamber today, you know, the jibes and the comments that I get, and which is based on misinformation or personal attacks because it suits you to do that. But you deny me my right to stand in this chamber when you call out those comments, to deny me my right to freedom of speech on behalf of the Australian people, and especially those people of Queensland who voted for me to represent them in this chamber. You're denying debate, and that's what this place is all about. And if you think that by bringing in these laws, by suppressing people because you don't want them commenting on Facebook, and that's what's happening now, is any political comments that are said on Facebook pages, then Facebook shuts it down. So you're really slapping those men and women in the face that have fought for our freedom, and most importantly, our freedom of speech. You're not doing anyone a service. Many countries around the world would clearly, dearly, and their people would dearly love to have the democracy that we have, but we are letting slip through our fingers because of people in this place that feel it's their right to suppress. If you don't agree with someone, then you've got to shout them down. You've got to call them names. You've got to have a go at them. How dare you say that? Even in our universities and education centres, many students write to me over the years, or have run into them with their parents. You know what they tell me? We've actually wanted to do an assignment of you about Pauline Hanson in the classroom. But because we did it on you against what the teacher thinks and their own political persuasion, they've been marked down purely because it was done about me. And even the recent one is that the assignment was, do an assignment on your hero. Guess who he picked? Me. I'm very honoured that he did choose me. But the poor kid, 14 years of age, from a school on the Sunshine Coast, he was marked down. He was actually criticised by the teacher, and she said to him, I'm controversial. I couldn't possibly be his hero. I'm too controversial. But he still stood up for himself. And because he stood up for himself and he's made his comments, he was then pulled before the principal. And the principal gave him detention. Oh, this isn't just the first one, and I'm sure it won't be the last, because I've heard from these kids before. You're even suppressing the kids in our educational centre and our schools and our universities, and I hear it from university students all the time. We have to think a certain way and we have to answer the questions a certain way, otherwise we're marked down. You're stifling growth, you're stifling debate, and the only reason why we have to stop this is because it's of people's different ideas and opinions. It's only through debate we will ever get good government. And in the workforce as well. People have a diversity of opinions and they must be heard. The public will make up their own mind whether they agree with you or not. The public will judge you. Not people from the media or people on whatever side of politics you're in. It's not about that. If you've got a fair argument, then produce your argument, produce your debate, but allow everyone the right to have their say freely instead of calling names or pointing fingers at and belittling people. It sickens me. And that's why our country's in hell of a mess, and that's why when I talk to the older generation all the time, they keep on saying to me, what the hell has happened to our country? Why are we in the mess that we are in? And you know what I keep thinking? It starts here, in this place. Because I find that most of the people here, the way you vote is not the way that you think. Because a lot of people here are too gutless to stand up for what they truly believe in fear of being suppressed by their own peers or by their own parties, or the fact is they've just, a yes people, follow the sheep. And you don't realise how much of a privilege it is to be in this place and hold the positions that we have. That's why I sleep well at night. And I will, when I'm finished in this place, reflect back on my time in here and know that I stood for what I believe was morally right. But one thing you will never take from me, you will never take away my right to my freedom of speech. And I will continue to fight for that for the Australian people, with honour, with pride, to the best of my ability. People don't always agree with me on a lot of things that I say, but they respect the fact that I stand up on principle and I do say what I believe in. And a lot of times I wear my heart on my sleeve because I love my country. I care about the Australian people. That's why I'm here. And I will continue to fight for freedom of speech for them.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I speak in support of this motion from One Nation to enshrine into the Constitution the most basic of human rights, the right to free speech. When it comes to free speech, One Nation has your back. Many people believe that free speech is an existing feature of the Australian legal and social framework. It's not. The High Court has held that there is limited freedom of speech implied by the interaction of several sections of the Constitution, limited to political communication. The extent of this limited right is yet to be fully determined by the High Court. That being the case, this concept of the right to free speech, already enshrined in the American Constitution, would be a worthy improvement to our own Australian Constitution. I want to read from the motion that Senator Hanson and I have moved. That the following matters be referred to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee for inquiry and report by 1st of September 2024. The matter of a public vote in the form of a referendum on the matter of enshrining the right to free speech in the Australian Constitution, with particular reference to an assessment of the content and implications of a question to be put to the electors, an examination of the resources required to enact such an activity, including the question of the contribution of Commonwealth funding to the yes and no campaigns, an assessment of the impact of the timing of such an activity, including the opportunity for it to coincide with a general election, and fourth, any other related matters. This is fairly simple. It's just an investigation and inquiry. Of course, any alteration to our Constitution must be done with the agreement of the Australian voters by way of a referendum. I know that the Australian people are sick of referendums, particularly since the doomed and expensive voice debacle that we had to endure, and that Labor government poured more than $450 million odd down the gurgler when it could have been spent on something far more important. Yet ensuring freedom of speech is a feature of our social and legal landscape and would be worth it. Why do we need it? In Australia, we're significantly over-governed and over-regulated. One area that needs attention is the way that the government used the media to shut down anyone who wishes to discuss any concept that does not follow the government line. In these woke times, governments maintain a strong hand guiding the media into accepting and promoting often truly dumb, and in some instances factually wrong propositions. And we know that freedom of speech is suppressed because local newspapers, state newspapers, rely for funding on advertising from local councils and state governments, and the same with the national government, the federal government. And so if someone comes up with an article that is too much out of government line, then the governments won't advertise. What we've also seen, in addition to some factually wrong propositions from federal, state and governments, we see propositions that undermine good governance and cede sovereignty. Ridiculous, pushing a globalist agenda. Social media platforms have taken on the roles of pseudo-fact-checkers and censors of material, deleting material that's deemed inappropriate, even if it's accurate and is disclosing inconvenient truths. Truth doesn't matter to government in Australia anymore. As an example, YouTube recently took down material from my YouTube channel, including COVID vaccine or COVID injection injuries, that it had deemed medical misinformation. This was unnecessary and possibly unlawful, as some of the information was material placed before the Senate, covered by parliamentary privilege and supported by proof of its truth, fully referenced. And it's been up there for 6 months. Once I started mentioning COVID Royal Commission, it's suddenly come down, and they've taken it back retrospectively. 6 months' worth of work that this Senate has seen and has witnessed. And somehow political speech from the Senate is censored by YouTube, a foreign corporation meddling in Australian federal politics. Not the first time. This interference with the communication of parliamentary material is potentially an offence, but it's not covered by any laws simply guaranteeing freedom of speech. Freedom of speech should still be moderated on rare occasions to exclude poisonous vilification or speech that promotes hate or other crimes. Not something that might offend someone. That's a dumbing down of the Australian population. Anyone's feelings are hurt. You cannot give offence, you can only take offence. If someone says something in the chamber and I feel offended, that's my responsibility. It's not theirs. So we should be stopping this nonsense about someone feeling offended being able to shut down the other person. It's the speech that considers alternative narratives or theories that deserves protection. This Labor government has done nothing to improve transparency and accountability in terms of government actions. Indeed, in terms of guillotines, shutting down of debate, we've had major bills go through this parliament with not one word of debate, with major amendments voted on with not one word of debate or question. That's not democracy. This Labor government has done nothing, as I said, to improve transparency and accountability in terms of government actions. During the COVID period of government failure, the government of the time moved into a period of hyperactivity, silencing critics and preventing any discussion of problems, COVID injection injuries, which there were many, and alternative treatments, resulting in many needless preventable deaths, in the tens of thousands of needless preventable deaths, and injuries in the hundreds of thousands to innocent Australians. That was what the Liberal National Party did. Two cheeks of the same backside. Of particular concern is the Labor government's intention to introduce a bill to eliminate alleged disinformation or misinformation, with no identified deciders as to whether the information is based on truth or not. Who cares about the truth? Just shut it down, it goes against the government's narrative. And who introduced the misinformation-disinformation bill? That's right, the other cheek, the Liberal National Party. So Labor, they introduced it, didn't put it to the vote. Labor Party came along into a government and they introduced it again, same bill pretty much. This misinformation-disinformation bill must be opposed. It represents government censorship at its worst. And it's just a control agenda that's occurring in so many Western countries. And I compliment Tucker Carlson for his courage in speaking the truth. It's happening largely to the Anglophiles nations, Britain, Canada, New Zealand, America and Australia, to some extent in Europe, but it's largely the descendants of the British Commonwealth. Usually we'd rely upon state or Commonwealth legislation to resolve this issue of ensuring freedom of speech. Yet since Federation, this has not been done properly by either of these jurisdictions, state or federal. It's now high time to ensure once and for all that this protection can be established. It can be done. We need this inquiry. by calling for a committee for inquiry to report to the Senate assessments on content, process, resources required, timing, and any other matters related may be brought back to the Senate for consideration. Freedom of speech, if enshrined within the Constitution, will provide greater real freedoms to all Australians. And of all the freedoms, well, let's go through some of the freedoms. We've got freedom to live, freedom of life, freedom of belief, freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom of travel, freedom of exchange, freedom of initiative. Of all of those freedoms, freedom of life is arguably number one, but they don't get off the ground without freedom of speech. Speech is first. It's a freedom, these freedoms are birthrights, universal rights. And yet we now come to the government and ask permission to speak freely, or we get censored. That means it's not a right anymore. It's something that we have to get permission from the government, whether it be Labor or Liberal Nationals. But think about this. The most remarkable transformation of human civilization on this planet occurred in the last 170 years. 170 years. Prior to that, our ancestors were shuffling around, scratching in the dirt. And now look where we are. Human progress has come because of human creativity and human care. They're inherent in people. People want to do things better, quicker, smarter, and easier, more easily. So someone comes up with an idea. Through freedom of speech, they share the idea. And this happened so much in America and Britain in the 19th century and even in the 18th century. The ideas were shared. So one person comes up with an idea, another person, by sharing it, builds upon the idea and makes it more magnificent. And then someone else comes along and takes their idea and makes an initiative out of it and transforms human civilization. This is a matter of life and death. Freedom of speech is a matter of life and death. It's a matter of human progress. I support this motion.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'm reading a book at the moment called The Gravediggers, and its subtitle is The Last Winter of the Weimar Republic. And it's quite a depressing read when you look at those Democrats in that nascent democracy who were trying to defend freedoms, and in particular freedom of political expression, and what they're up against. And by no means am I saying that Australia or any other liberal democracies are heading down the path of the Weimar Republic. But what is a concern is how the left create prisons for words, but they only create those prisons for words they don't like. They prefer to have a half freedom of speech. So if you agree with the left, or the left agree with your political position, the policy position you take, the left are fine with you. You're allowed to have that freedom of speech. But if they don't like you politically, and they don't like your argument, then they try to stop you expressing your view. Now, Acting Deputy President, I don't like the Greens political party. I don't like many of their, or most of their policies, if not all of their policies. But I think they have a right to express those views in a liberal democracy. I don't like the Labor Party, but members of the Labor Party have a right to express those views. The danger in Australia at the moment is the left side of politics, in particular the Labor Party and the Greens Party, don't reciprocate that view. And what will be interesting, Senator Hanson and Senator Roberts, is not those who vote for this motion. What is going to be interesting today is about those who don't vote for this motion, because I think that will tell Australians as to the political position of the Labor Party and the Greens when it comes to freedom of speech. And that should send a worrying signal to those who take a very libertarian approach to freedom of speech. It should send a worrying signal as to those who sit around the cabinet table and those who sit in the darkened rooms in this building and do their deals. And we all know that the Labor Party like to get up here and talk a big talk about how much they don't like the Greens. But guess what? They'll do a preference deal for the next federal election. Mark my words, the Labor Party and the Greens will sit down and they will swap preferences. And this coming federal election will be a real test as to where the Labor Party sees itself as a political organisation going, but also in terms of how they're going to get into bed with the Greens political party. And the Greens political party are an extremist political party. We've seen that in Queensland. And when I talk about freedom of speech, I do want to talk about the hatred that some Australians are expressing towards other Australians. And in particular, it is the anti-Semitism of some of those in our political discourse who are spreading vile, hateful messages about their fellow Australians. And the Greens party is up to it in their necks. We just have to look at the conduct of some Green politicians at the University of Queensland. We just have to look at the fact that in modern Australia today, that university students are afraid to express their views. They are afraid to express their views within institutions that should be the very beacon of freedom of speech. And if you are a Jewish university student, you are afraid. You are afraid to express not just your views in terms of freedom of speech, but sadly, under the left-wing discourse that is taking over Australia, you're also frightened to express your religion. And that should bring shame to all Australians that one group, regardless of ethnicity or religion or gender or whatever it is, are afraid to be able to express who they are and the God they pray to, but also just generally express their political views. But this is happening not in some book that I'm reading based on the dying days of the Weimar Republic. It is happening in a suburb called St Lucia in Brisbane, where the University of Queensland is based. But it is also happening in every other university campus across this country. And a special place should be reserved in hell for those vice-chancellors on their $1 million packages who are refusing to stand up for freedom of speech, but instead are bowing down to the sickening mob rule of the far left. And this is what we're seeing, that at universities, if you are far left, if you are supporting a terrorist organisation, as we've seen in recent news articles, you're allowed, almost you're indeed encouraged to express those views. I'll come to the War Memorial shortly. You're encouraged to push out that despicable, disgusting nonsense. But for the rest of us who don't share those views, we are instead cowered into silence, like those in other countries. And my colleague, Senator Cadell, has mentioned the attack on part of our war memorial. This is where Australia is at the moment. It's a crossroads. We have a group of far-left extremists who think it is perfectly acceptable to desecrate a memorial to those men, and it was men in this instance, who gave their all in order to defend the freedoms that these left-wing Nazis are taking for granted. And I want everybody to think about that for a moment. That young men in Korea went over there to fight against the scourge of communism, to fight so that the people of Korea could have the freedoms that the people of Australia have. And those men gave their lives, and yet the memorial to their sacrifice is vandalised. There is a cancer eating away at the heart of Australian society. Because when you forget where you come from, and when you forget what brought you to a particular point in time, you forget where you are going. And for Australia, which is one of the world's oldest democracies, it is one of the world's most boisterous democracies, and you only just have to look at the full fruit salad of views that are on display in this chamber on a daily basis. For Australia to stand by and see war memorials desecrated, for Australia to stand by and to see universities also, in their own way, sacred places of learning, to see universities become bastardised, where university students are afraid to express their views. You have to question what is going on in our society. You have to question, why is this so? The Coalition will be supporting the motion because we believe in freedom of speech. It's as simple as that. And if you believe in freedom of speech, you should not have any concerns or worries about freedom of speech. This inquiry that has been moved by the One Nation senators is about asking one of the Senate committees to inquire into whether a referendum is needed in Australia to insert into the Constitution the right to free speech. So this is a reference about freedom of speech being referred to a Senate committee. It should not be controversial. This should not have the Labor Party and the Greens and the other left-wing senators in this place against it. If you, running scared, as Senator Brockman has said, if you believe in freedom of speech, you should be nothing to worry about here. And I look at Senator Scarr, and I think Senator Scarr is the chair of the committee that this is being referred to. And I think Senator Scarr would welcome this inquiry with open arms. And the fellow LNP members of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee would welcome this inquiry because you should not be worried about freedom of speech. And the good Senator, Senator Urquhart from Tasmania, has interjected, which is always dangerous, Senator Urquhart, for interjections. And I would like to point out, as Senator Scarr has said, Senator Urquhart is expressing her freedom of speech. And I say that is a brilliant thing, Senator Urquhart, notwithstanding the fact that interjections are always disorderly, but it is brilliant that you have interjected. But what I would like all Australians is to have the same right that you have in relation to interjections. That all Australians have the right that we do in this chamber to have that freedom of speech. And at the moment, Senator Urquhart, and at the moment, to those who might be listening, that right is being dissipated. It is being washed away by this left-wing elitists, the new establishment who want everything to change because they're so angry and they're so unhappy with Australia, because they think Australia is a failed experiment. Whereas I think, and those on the right side of politics, those of us who are conservatives, believe that Australia is the very embodiment of what a liberal democracy could be like and should be like if we continued to look at the pillars that built Australia, particularly those Judeo-Christian pillars of where freedoms came from. And this goes back to my opening point, Acting Deputy President, that when countries fail, they fail because they actually stop listening to their citizens. And if you look at the history of the world, and I'm someone who probably spends a little bit too much reading on the history books, when you look at how countries have failed, it's failed because they've imprisoned their own people. And eventually those people rise up. And eventually that particular system of government changes. And in Australia, we are a liberal democracy, and we should always ensure that the politicians live in fear of the people, and that the people have the tools in which to keep politicians accountable. And that main weapon that the people should have is freedom of speech, to have that right, to ensure that those decision makers here in Canberra are kept accountable. The Coalition will be supporting this reference.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I wish to make a few short remarks with respect to this motion, which I support strongly. And as Senator McGrath said, I am the chair of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee, and I would welcome with open arms, absolutely welcome with open arms, for the referral of this important matter to the committee upon which I sit, because this is such an important issue. There is no more important freedom. There is no more important freedom than freedom of speech. All the other freedoms flow essentially from that basic core freedom of speech. If you come into my office, you will see at the entry place a photograph of John Stuart Mill and also a wax carving of Voltaire, my two great heroes, John Stuart Mill and Voltaire. Senator Roberts, in his remarks, made me think about John Stuart Mill and his famous essay on liberty. And when he spoke about the importance of freedom of speech, and I recommend everyone go and read his book on liberty, because it makes the arguments in such an emphatic way. And there are a number of reasons why freedom of speech is so important. First, and this is the first point, it's part of the inherent dignity of each human being, of each individual, our own agency as a human being on the face of this earth. It should be a natural right for everyone to be able to express their own opinion, their own view in accordance with their own conscience. Second, as Senator Roberts said, how else but through the free and fair exchange of ideas and thoughts through free speech can we come to any accommodation in places like this place of democracy? How can we engage in that battle of ideas in terms of the future of our country, in the future of our communities, unless we can engage in that free exchange of thoughts and ideas? And through that process, and this is the third point that John Stuart Mill said, through that process, even if you don't change your own view, you become to better understand why you believe in what you believe, through engaging with the debate. Now, I have engaged in debates where my view's been changed, and that's fantastic as well. And that's the power of freedom of speech. That is the power of freedom of speech. Either A, you get to better understand why you believe in what you believe, or B, you might actually change your view when you hear other perspectives, other points of view, and other contributions to a debate. I want to also make the point, and again John Stuart Mill makes this point in his essay on liberty, it's not just freedom of speech, it's not just my freedom to speak, it's your freedom to hear. Because that's the corollary. That's the corollary. Because when we speak, there's another person on the other side of the equation. So if you take away my freedom of speech, you're taking away the freedom of others to hear my perspective, to hear my views, to hear my thoughts, my lived experience, my ideas. So it's not just a question of the freedom of the individual who's speaking, it's also the rights and freedoms of everyone else, if they choose, to listen to other perspectives, to listen to other ideas, to listen to other thoughts. This is absolutely fundamental to our democracy. The second, I referred to having a wax sculpture of Voltaire. Well, Voltaire is one of my great heroes. Here's a man who actually served prison time in the Bastille in France for expressing his view with respect to society at that point in time. Actually went to prison on the basis of an expression of a point of view. Also someone who stood up for minority groups, stood up for religious minorities, used satire and humour as an absolute eviscerating tool of debate. And no one could do it better than Voltaire, who famously said, God, if you answer one prayer of mine, make my enemies look ridiculous. Make my enemies look ridiculous. That was his one plea in terms of debate. And he lived that creed. And in doing so, he shed light on so many issues in such a humorous, intensely moral way that he is one of those great philosophers of the 18th century who literally changed the course of the world. And this is the power of freedom of speech. So as Senator McGrath said, I can't understand why anyone would oppose this referral to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee. I chair the committee. I want the referral. Give it to me. Give it to me. And we will look at the status of freedom of speech under our Constitution. We'll look at how it is under attack in various parts of our society. And Senator McGrath referred to issues at our universities. There's also issues in the employment sphere where increasingly the division between a person's private life and the discharge of their duties as an employee is being broken down as people's social media is being examined, and the sovereignty of the individual. The sovereignty of the individual is under attack and being eroded by those who have a total lack of tolerance for the expression of alternative thoughts, of alternative ideas. So I say to those who are thinking of voting against this referral, what do you have to fear? What do you have to fear? It's the same reason why I believe in freedom of speech, that we've got to permit the expression of ideas, of thoughts, of perspectives. We shouldn't fear that, we should welcome it. And we should also welcome the referral of this matter to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee.
Yeah.
Senator Brockman.
I rise just to make a few remarks. And I wasn't planning to speak on this particular item, but sitting here waiting for the debate on the Export Control Amendment Bill, I couldn't help but reflect on the comments of my good friend and colleagues, Senator McGrath and Senator Scarr. And we see a pattern. We see a pattern, Senator Shoebridge, from those opposite, the Labor Party and their alliance partners, the Greens, in refusing to listen, as Senator Scarr said, in closing their ears to extremely important issues. Now, Senator Cadell, who's also in the chamber at the moment, has repeatedly moved to try and get a very simple inquiry into the impacts of the massive build of poles and wires on agricultural land up in this place. And Labor and the Greens have blocked it on 10 occasions. 10 occasions. They will not listen. We have tried to get the Export Control Amendment, the live sheep ban bill, referred to a committee because farmers, shearers, truckies, communities in my home state of Western Australia deserve to have their stories heard and deserve to have the facts and evidence presented to this place. Yet Labor and their alliance partner, the Greens, won't have a bar of it. They say no. We will close our ears. We will close our ears to the people who actually understand that industry. And now we have a fundamental issue of freedom of speech. And once again, we have Labor working with their alliance partners, the Greens, closing their ears to dissent. Well, not even to dissent, to just hearing the truth of the matter, to hearing the arguments, to hearing the evidence. This is where the left have got to in this parliament. They will not hear the voices of Australian people. The only way of making them hear is going to be at the ballot box.
There being no other speakers, the question is that the motion moved by Senator Hanson be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Hanson and Senator Roberts, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I call the clerk.
Government business relating to the Export Control Amendment ending live sheep exports by Sea Bill 2024. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Freaker, you're in continuation when you get back to your seat.
Thank you, President. Too many animals have died and too many have suffered on the ships of misery for decades. Sheep, which have been treated as cargo, not as the living, breathing, sentient beings that they are, have suffered for far too long. Governments have facilitated this trade for decades, condemning thousands upon thousands of animals to horrific deaths and unimaginable suffering. In 1966, 67,000 sheep died aboard the UNICEF. In 1980, 40,000 sheep were dead on the Fareed Fares. In 2003, 5,500 sheep perished on the MV Cormo Express. In 2014, 4,000 sheep dead on the Badr 3. In 2017, 3,000 dead aboard the Al Masela. In 2017, 2,400 sheep died on the Awasi Express. And between 2018 and 2023, more than 6,500 sheep deaths have been recorded. And these are just some of the horrors of this barbaric trade that we know about. There are many thousands more animals that suffer in extreme heat, in crammed and overcrowded, filthy containers, and go hungry and thirsty. The industry has long tried to hide and downplay the true extent of suffering involved in live sheep export. And the government has aided and abetted the industry for years. To this day, there is little transparency about the suffering on board these ships of misery. It is only thanks to tireless and courageous efforts of animal welfare advocates, whistleblowers, and activists who, time after time, have exposed the cruelty of the industry and the failures of the government. And that's why we know the extent of suffering live export inflicts on animals. These exposés have brought the need of urgent reform to the fore. In August 2017, Faisalullah, a 25-year-old young Pakistani trainee navigation officer, bravely exposed the calamity that occurred on Awasi Express. By April of 2018, Animals Australia and 60 Minutes helped reveal the sickening image of thousands of live sheep and lambs being cooked alive from heat stress, crushed to death from overcrowding, and having their throats slit by crew members and thrown overboard. Shortly after, in 2018, my Greens-led bill to end the long-haul export of live sheep and lambs during the Northern Hemisphere summer passed the Senate. But the then coalition government gagged debate in the House of Representatives. Over 70% of voyages since 2018 have reported heat stress in sheep, while in the equatorial, Persian Gulf, and Red Sea regions. Yet it took another 4 years until the government imposed a ban of sheep exports through the Middle East during the Northern Hemisphere, only to then weaken this ban. Even small improvements to the live exports trade have taken far too long, and sheep have continued to suffer horrendously. There have been dozens of reforms, reviews, and inquiries since the industry started, but the cruelty goes on. It is crystal clear that we cannot stop animal cruelty in live export by getting rid of a few bad apples or tinkering around the edges. Animal torture is absolutely baked into the industry's business model. Time and time again, we have seen that nothing can be done to make live export ships safe for animals. This cruel trade is irredeemable, and the only option is to shut it down. And I'm so glad that we are here today. In 2019, I stood in this place and again introduced a bill to end the export of live animals for slaughter. I held up a truly gruesome photo of the suffering of sheep on the Awasi Express, telling the government that the system was broken and the cruel trade must end. And late last year, we were reminded about just how broken the system is when the WA government inexplicably dropped its charges of animal cruelty against the Awasi Express operator Emmanuel Exports, a decision that absolutely stinks of political interference and leaves no one held accountable for the horrific deaths of 2,400 sheep. And the disasters have continued this year. After more than 9,200 sheep and 3,700 cattle was subjected to torturous heat on the MV Bahija for 8 straight days back in 2018, in January this year, a further 16,000 animals were left sweltering through a heat wave off the Western Australian coast on the very same ship. This is after they had already been on this ship for weeks because of the terrible decision to send the ship through a conflict zone. In the end, the sheep were stuck on this journey for 72 long days, and hundreds died. The government should never have approved the Bahija to leave the shores of WA, and it is clear that the government is completely held to ransom by exporters, which will pursue profit above all else, and that will continue to happen if this trade is allowed to go on. It is high time to end live export. It was high time back in 2018 when my bill passed the Senate. Now it is beyond time to shut down this industry once and for all. This cruel trade has completely lost its social license, if it ever actually had one. Independent polling, which was commissioned by my office last year, shows that from June 2023 showed 85% of Australians support a phase-out of live sheep export. And in Western Australia, where the majority of the live export industry operates, 71% of people support the phase-out. And that's according to independent polling commissioned by RSPCA Australia from May 2023. This is on top of the petition to end live export that I tabled in the Senate back in 2018, signed by almost 238,000 people. The Greens and I have worked alongside incredible animal welfare advocates, activists, and the community on this issue for years. Thank you to them, and thank you to the tireless work and support of Australian Alliance for Animals, RSPCA Australia, Stop Live Exports, Animals Australia, and Vets Against Live Exports, among many others. And I do particularly want to name some people who are such huge animal advocates and who I have worked with for years: Jed Goodfellow, Bidda Jones, Joe Webb, and Lynn Simpson. The pressure from these people, these organizations, and from the community and the Greens has finally pushed Labor to this day, where we have a bill legislating the end date and a ban to live sheep exports. Today, we will make sure that cruelty to sheep can no longer be fodder for industry profits. Today, we will make sure that these ships of misery never sail again. Enough is enough. Across the country, people are also demanding a fast phase out. And while I'm so pleased that live sheep export will end, May 1st, 2028 is still too far away. And I will be moving a Greens amendment to bring forward the proposed date to 1 May 2026. Otherwise, the risk to too many animals suffering and dying over 4 years still remains. We also want to make sure that exports start to ramp down and reduce every year till the live export industry ends, so fewer and fewer sheep are subjected to stress and death. The government bill also has no measures to ensure that the focus on animal welfare becomes stronger over the period of the next 4 years, and that animal welfare standards don't drop. So I will be moving amendments so independent observers and a vet is present on all ships, and a full Northern Hemisphere summer ban is implemented. The sweltering conditions and extreme heat that animals are subjected to are only going to get much worse as the climate crisis exacerbates and temperatures soar. And I hope the government and crossbench will support these amendments. The Greens wholeheartedly support this bill.
Senator Pratt. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I support the legislation before us, and this debate has been with me for 2 decades now. I was in the State Parliament of Western Australia back with the Honourable Agricultural Minister Kim Chance, who was involved in these debates 2 decades ago, and I've got the Hansard here from August 2003. And frankly, it's interesting how little the key issues in this debate have changed, which was he called out the fact that someone in the reporting was not telling the truth. He raised the allegations that had been made about the evidence and the way it was put together for the 60 Minutes report at the time. And he said he wouldn't build on those rumours, but he said, I hope someone is seeking the facts of the matter. But what actually was revealed within that was extraordinarily high levels of sheep deaths at sea at that time. I sat on the petitions committee of the Legislative Council that really looked at the issues way back in 2002. We looked at the Commonwealth and state jurisdiction. We looked at the enforcement of the Animal Welfare Act of 2002. We looked at actions that the state government could take. And we also looked at concerns that the live sheep trade was undermining more lucrative, job-creating processed meat trade. And the simple fact is that in the 2 decades since that time, the live sheep trade from Western Australia has declined, and processed meat exports from Western Australia and the rest of the country have climbed
dramatically, climbed dramatically. And I'll concede that there will be, frankly, new policy issues that come to the fore that will revisit some other policy debates that we might have had in this place from some time ago, like the fact that our processed meat gets overseas on flights from right around the country, which would bring to the fore, for example, what role Qatar Airlines might have in the future in export of processed meat from Western Australia. But these are the kinds of policy issues that I would contend will be part of these considerations in the future. I have to say, today I received a text message from a friend of mine who is a wheat and sheep farmer. And he said to me, "Not every farmer thinks banning live sheep is the wrong way to go." And he's not the only farmer in Western Australia that I have spoken to personally from different farming regions around the state who is of that opinion. And when you look at the trajectory of the industry, it's little wonder that they think that. They want to see a modernised sheep industry, wool industry, meat processing industry in Western Australia. These debates have gone on, in their view, for far too long. And in that time, too many people find themselves more and more on the margins of the debate, when actually, as the report from the task force reveals, we just want to get on with working with these communities, growing their employment opportunities, and improving the viability of the sheep industries in Western Australia. The simple truth is, unlike other states that don't export live sheep, Western Australia has, to some extent, had its head in the sand on where we're at on this issue, because no other state has this level of dependence on live sheep. But actually it's wrong of me to say this level of dependence, because frankly Western Australia's sheep and farming industry is not dependent on the live sheep trade. Far from it. We know that in 2021-22 the WA flock was 12.4 million head, 50% lower than the early 2000s, dramatically lower than at its peak of 38 million head in 1990. And these are the very time periods that I have been talking about. This reduction in sheep numbers occurred long before many of the current live export animal welfare requirements were introduced. We know that merino sheep make up some 80% of the state's flock, with the remainder being meat-specific breeds such as the Dorper. Our sheep flock has evolved over the past 2 decades with more lambs and fewer wethers, largely in response to the growing demand for lamb to process as sheep meat. And if you look at the industry figures, it's got very little to do with the kind of debate and the legislation that's before us tonight, but these numbers really reflect the rise of sheep meat exports and the drop in live exports across Western Australia. I support the new jobs that will be in these industries, including meat processing. The Australian Meat Workers Union said regardless of whether sheep are exported live or processed locally onshore, all the jobs in the supply chain up until that point, remained the same. The only difference is if the truck turns right to the port and the live export sheep are loaded with a handful of stockmen and an Australian vet accompanies them on their journey. But if a truck turns left and takes those animals to a processing facility, it will employ some 500 to 800 people directly, and many more in the industry. Other evidence from the task force heard that major processors across Western Australia feel confident they can expand operations and pick up any available animals due to the end of live exports. Roger Fletcher from Fletcher's International Exports, they have a processing facility in Albany. They've said the amount of live sheep sent overseas every year could be processed in Australia in 4 days. Fletcher's International Exports and local processor WAMCO have said that their processing facilities over the next couple of years could be used to deal with increased demand. So let's take a look at the facts in the context of this debate tonight. The live sheep export industry has been in decline for many years. It's shrunk from $415 million in 2002, 2003, the time that I was just speaking of at the beginning of my remarks, to just $77 million this financial year. And those figures are but a tiny fraction of our overall sheep industry, let alone animal industries in Australia. Over that same time period, demand for processed sheep meat both here and overseas has been rapidly expanding, and we have an enormous opportunity with the package before us in the Parliament tonight to take our government's commitment, a commitment of $107 million that can now be used to realise growing export market opportunities and growing job opportunities for regional communities around Western Australia. $4.5 billion worth of sheep meat was exported from Australia last year, with our domestic sheep meat industry being worth $3.5 billion. So that's overall $8 billion, with only $77 million of that in live sheep exports. Now, with $107 million on the table for our package for Western Australia to build new processing facilities and to work with local industries, we can grow the viability of our farming industries and sheep industries even more. There's a strong future for the WA sheep industry, with more sheep meat processing creating hundreds of local jobs, greater benefit to our local economy. We've done the work, and now it's time to get this funding moving and start growing West Australian jobs.
Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, and I too rise to speak, but against the Export Control Amendment ending live sheep exports by sea Bill 2024. And I have to say, the irony of the last speaker, Senator Pratt, was she is Western Australian, but let's make it very, very clear. A Labor Western Australian senator standing here in this chamber proudly supporting a bill brought forward by Mr Albanese, the Labor Prime Minister of this country, that will go through this chamber tonight under a guillotine. I mean, what an insult to the people in this industry. But talking about the creation of jobs, I'm a little confused, because when I look at this bill is not about creating jobs. This bill is about tonight closing down an industry in Western Australia. And quite frankly, Mr Albanese, what an insult this bill is to all Western Australians. The good news is, though, we are less than now 12 months from a federal election. In fact, this time next year, Australians will have a new government. So any Western Australian who wants to stand up for Western Australia, who is a proud Western Australian, who is going to support the sheep industry in Western Australia, you have a black and white decision at the next election. It's got to be there when you get your ballot paper. If you vote for Labor, you vote for the death of the sheep industry in Western Australia. If you vote for the Australian Greens, you also vote for the death of the sheep industry in Western Australia. But if you vote for the coalition, you vote for a vibrant sheep industry in Western Australia and a vibrant export industry in Western Australia. Because what the Albanese government fails to recognise is that the sheep industry has been the backbone of rural towns for over 100 years. It is something that we in Western Australia are so proud of, and it is something that under the Albanese Labor government will soon disappear. But to add insult to injury, they don't even have the courage to take this bill through the Senate chamber in the normal course of events. And that would be to list the bill for debate, to have as many people speak on this bill, whether for or against, in this chamber. There are plenty who will be speaking against, and to then allow a fulsome committee stage so that we are properly able to interrogate the scientific basis for the bringing forward of this legislation, because as we know, there is no scientific basis for the bringing forward of this legislation. Work through why such a paltry package has been provided to the industry, quite frankly, and Senator Pratt spoke in glowing terms of the package that has been provided to the industry. What an absolute insult. Clearly shows no idea what is going on in Western Australia, but worse than that, as a Western Australian Labor senator, has shown ignorance tonight in terms of the impact of the closure and how the paltry package that has been provided by the Prime Minister of Australia, Mr Albanese, the impact of that paltry package. So there are some very basic questions that need to be answered by the Prime Minister in relation to turning his back on Western Australia. And the first is, with this legislation, why? Why do you hate WA farmers so much? Secondly, with this legislation, why are you turning your back on the people of Western Australia? Thirdly, why are you ignoring the tens of thousands of people, and in fact it is now up to 60,000 and the numbers continue to grow, who have signed the Keep the Sheep petition, begging you, Prime Minister, to listen to them. And I do acknowledge tonight the presence in the Senate chamber, all the way from Western Australia, representatives from Keep the Sheep. I apologise on behalf of, in particular, federal Liberal and federal coalition WA senators for the way that this government is treating you, but more than that, the insult they are giving you and your industry tonight by not even having the courage to properly debate this in the chamber, and we will tonight guillotine this bill along with a whole lot of others at 10 p.m. The Labor Party don't even have the guts to have a proper committee debate because they know they have no answer to the questions that Western Australians want answered on this bill. But here's the real kicker in relation to Prime Minister Albanese. This is the question he needs to answer. When Mr Albanese was recently on Western Australian radio, why? Why did he mock the name of this grassroots organisation in Western Australia, Keep the Sheep? Well, guess what? Mr Albanese, as a Western Australian senator, as a Western Australian Liberal senator who backs our farmers, who backs our truckies, who backs the industry, who backs the shearers, who backs those who keep, quite frankly, our state going on a daily basis, let me tell you why it's called Keep the Sheep. Because it's about keeping the live sheep industry in Western Australia. The industry that you, tonight, along with the Australian Greens, and remember, at the next election, you also get to say no to the Australian Greens in Western Australia. It is about standing up for the industry, which tonight you will destroy. It is, despite Mr Albanese mocking its name on Western Australian radio, what Mr Albanese fails to understand is that this is a grassroots campaign. This is mum and dad across Western Australia, and they are the most powerful campaigns. When mum and dad unites, 60,000 people already signing the petition, and it is going to get bigger and bigger in the lead up to the election. You know this is a campaign that is bigger than politics. And why? Because this is a campaign that is about real people's lives. It is about real people's livelihoods. And it is about the fact that a Labor government under Mr Albanese is tonight, with a vote, prepared, without a fulsome debate, without a fulsome committee stage, is prepared to literally end. So, Mr Albanese, despite the contempt, quite frankly, you have shown for the Keep the Sheep campaign, the grassroots campaign that in WA currently has over 60,000 signatures, let's just remind you again what this is all about. Real people's lives, people who just get up every day, who do what we ask them to do, and that is just go to work, undertake their business, and then go home at night. Just good people. It's about keeping the WA truckies on the road. It's about keeping the WA shearers on the tools. It's about keeping the vets in the communities, but more than that, it is about keeping WA communities alive. And in that respect, I want to quote from the Western Australian Shearing Industry Association's head submission to the House of Representatives inquiry, because it really summed up what this is all about, but more than that, the local impact on the ground in Western Australia. And this is what the submission said. I fear for our local communities. I'm a shearing contractor in a small town of 500 people. I employ 30 staff. I provide housing and meals, so I also employ a cook. I have a payroll of over $2 million. I spend over $100,000 a year in my local IGA. I spend $50,000 on fuel to run my buses and cars. 30 staff spend their money in Lake Grace. They live in the town, with some buying houses. They volunteer and contribute to the community. I'm the largest employer in Lake Grace. And with this legislation, with a vote tonight, a vote that will take place under a guillotine, Mr Albanese, but more than that, federal Labor in Western Australia, Labor members of the House of Representatives in Western Australia, Labor members of the Senate in Western Australia, members of the Greens in the Senate in Western Australia, you are tonight prepared to destroy all of this. That is the face of federal Labor in Western Australia. And the best that this Prime Minister can do is to make a joke about the grassroots campaign's name. But what is worse is that with the $107 million so-called transition package, and as I said, a paltry sum on any basis, and it would have been nice tonight to interrogate the basis of the $107 million, what they honestly think they're going to get for the $107 million, because let me tell you what it totally underestimates. It totally underestimates the mental health fallout that this decision to end an industry, an entire WA agricultural industry sector, will have on the members of WA rural and regional communities. It just happens to be a fact, and this has been raised time and time again, but it has been the arguments have fallen on deaf ears. No amount of counselling can soften the damage being done to each and every member of the supply chain who have seen, this is what the government doesn't actually understand, have seen their livelihoods not only ruined but their reputations sullied, leaving them pigeonholed as animal abusers by an animal welfare lobby hell-bent on ending all livestock production and transportation. And what is worse, and again something that Mr Albanese, as the Prime Minister of this country, is prepared to turn his back on in Western Australia, something that he is not prepared clearly to understand, is that the timing of this ban to the industry is appalling, and the industry have raised that. They have raised that. They get the talking points back from the Prime Minister when they raise an issue, because there are no answers to the questions that they raise, no legitimate answers to justify what we are doing tonight or what the Australian Labor Party will do tonight. They get the talking points back from the Prime Minister. But what he refuses to acknowledge is that the timing of this ban to the industry is appalling. Why? Because WA farmers are currently battling the effects of a very, very dry autumn. But again, that means nothing to Mr Albanese. The Coalition, as I understand, we have an ironclad commitment that if we are elected to government, we will reinstate the live sheep export industry if Labor succeeds in shutting it down. We will stand up for Western Australians and not turn our back on them. Unlike Labor, our clear commitment under Peter Dutton, and he stood there with us at the Wage and Woolorama, and he stated this, that a future coalition government under him, this trade has a bright and promising future. He made it clear that a Peter Dutton-led government will always stand shoulder to shoulder with our farmers, our producers and our exporters. And as I said, there is a very clear decision at the next election, in Western Australia in particular, on this issue. A vote for Liberal is a vote for the industry. A vote for Labor is a vote against. It's black and white. And before my time ends, I will move my second reading amendment.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Given the controversy of this legislation, it's disappointing that there has not been a Senate inquiry into this bill. This is something I have consistently supported as a good mark of process and as a way to hear from people who will be affected by this ban. I acknowledge consultation that occurred as part of an independent panel and that there was a short inquiry in the House committee, but the Senate is the House of review. And the committee process is absolutely fundamental to our ability as senators to consider important legislation. In the absence of an inquiry, I would like to thank the industry for their constructive engagement. In particular, I am grateful for the attendance of representatives of impacted industries at a roundtable I held. While a Senate inquiry would have been more appropriate, your input has been valuable, and the way you approached the conversation constructive. Listening to the industries impacted, there is real concern. Farmers in Western Australia have told me that they do not feel heard. They have told me that they are concerned about their jobs, their livelihoods, their families, and their communities. If this bill passes, the transition must be managed carefully. It must be managed in a way that minimises negative impacts on farmers and communities by providing adequate support and resources for farmers to adapt. Significant investment will be needed in infrastructure, processing facilities, and to expand the boxed and sheep meat export trade, and critically, to address some of the very valid concerns about competition, the lack of competition. We've seen this play out around the country with the supermarkets, and I implore the government to address the concerns raised by farmers in Western Australia about the lack of competition. The $107 million transitional package, I fear, will not be sufficient to properly make this transition, and more will be needed. Further commitments will be needed from the Labor government. Despite these concerns, I stand in support of this bill. Ending live sheep exports resonates deeply with many people of the ACT. Not all Canberrans, but from my engagement, the vast majority, and I thank the many on both sides of this argument who have engaged with me on this issue. I want to thank them for reaching out, having conversations, and putting forward their thoughts, concerns, and passionate arguments for ending live sheep exports. It is this democratic engagement and advocacy that has been instrumental in shaping my stance on this issue. In particular, I would like to give a shout out to Aidan, Madeline and Ben, students from the ANU, who I met with on this issue, and using their own initiative have galvanised thousands of Canberrans who support the passing of this bill. The welfare of animals is a real and serious concern. Historically, there have been significant risks to live sheep exports. One particularly distressing event in 2017 saw 2,400 Australian sheep die from extreme heat stress while being live exported by sea. Such conditions are clearly unacceptable, and I do acknowledge the improvements in the industry to address these concerns. I understand there's been a huge amount of work put into that, and the relative change in deaths on journeys. But the issues have not disappeared completely. Earlier this year, the MV Rahija, which had 15,000 sheep on board at the time, was ordered to return to Western Australia, and this is a reminder that the trade continues to pose a risk to animal welfare. I want to reiterate my gratitude to the people of the ACT for their advocacy on this issue. I acknowledge that not everyone agrees with this, but on the whole, I believe that Canberrans' voices have been heard, and I'll be voting on their behalf in support of this bill.
Senator Brockman. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I too rise to speak on this bill, and I just wish to quickly first address Senator Pocock, who just spoke on this issue. There will be another chance to send this to inquiry, Senator Pocock. I foreshadow that I will be moving a second reading amendment to once again try to have a proper inquiry into this bill. The communities of Western Australia, the farmers of Western Australia, the shearers, the truckies, deserve no less. And I would encourage not just yourself, Senator Pocock, but all the crossbench to refer this bill to inquiry, to give those communities a chance to have their concerns heard. I was sworn into this place in August 2017, the same month as the Awassi Express incident, as it's come to be called, occurred. But my association with the sheep industry in my home state of Western Australia predates that by a long way. Tonight in this chamber, I'm wearing my father's watch. It was my father who transitioned our farming business from cattle to sheep in the late 1970s. And from that time, so from my early teenage years, we were producers of merino ewes, a self-replacing flock of merino ewes that is such a keystone of the West Australian agricultural system. The self-replacing merino flock is inbuilt diversification into a farming system. It provides wool from the ewe. From the ewe you also get prime lamb, which is more often than not slaughtered for the domestic market. But then, for some producers and in some seasonal conditions, it also provides the chance to hold older, less heavy sheep through for the export market. The West Australian seasonal conditions relied on that safety valve of the export market. Now, we were a small producer of prime lambs, and whenever we could, we sold prime lambs because the dollar value was higher. But occasionally, every 3 or 4 years, we would have carryover stock. And I can remember one thing very clearly from my teenage years and in my 20s, when we went to the markets then at Boyup Brook. If the trade was there, Dad was happy. Because if the trade was there, you knew you were going to get a fair price for your sheep. And if the trade, the export trade, was not there, you knew prices were going to be low. If it's only the abattoirs competing for a lighter stock, perhaps some other farmers, you knew prices were going to be low. The domestic abattoir system in Western Australia will not replace live exports. It will not replace it. And anyone who says it will is lying to you. It cannot replace it. It cannot replace it because of seasonal conditions. It cannot replace it because of when Western Australia turns off its stock. The flock will shrink in WA as a result of this policy. And all those effects we've heard about from earlier speakers, the shrinking of country towns, the elimination of whole industry segments, will take place. The wool industry, reliant as it is on shearers, is based on this idea of the self-replacing merino flock. That is why we have a wool industry in Western Australia. That's why in the 1960s we were able to ride on the sheep's back. And what you are ripping out of communities is that inbuilt economic diversification, the inbuilt economic support of communities through the presence of shearing teams, of truck drivers, of support services to the sheep industry, that so many towns across the wheat belt of Western Australia rely on. It's like a complex web of interactions. If you cut one strand, everything else will move, everything else will shift, and many, many people will suffer. because these towns are built on the presence of their truckie buying fuel from the local station, on the shearing team buying food from the IGA, buying fuel from the local petrol station, employing people in the town, those people spending their wages in the town. Let's go back to 2017, the month that I became a senator, the month that the Iwasi Express happened. The industry was shocked. The farming community was shocked. There is no doubt about that. The Australian people were shocked. But they should have been even more appalled and shocked by the information that has come to light subsequently that shows very clearly a pattern from the animal activists who set out to destroy this industry. In a statutory declaration from Lynn White, the head of Animals Australia, which is being cited in numerous media articles, there is clear, long pattern of communication with the deckhand involved with the Iwasi Express incident. Even though Animals Australia denied that they paid for that footage, contained in this statutory declaration is very clear evidence that not only did they pay for that footage, but they set an expectation of the sort of footage they wanted to see. So I will quote from this statutory declaration. This is Lynn White's own words. Quote, "I asked Mr. Ular whether he had filmed or photographed any of the issues that were of concern to him. He advised me that he had copied some of the photographs and videos from the ship's computer, but hadn't thought to take photos himself of the issues that concerned him." Lynn White went on to say, and I quote, "My assessment was that Mr. Ular had not secured the visual evidence needed to support his stated concerns. I had no reason to doubt his first-hand detailed descriptions of events and issues that concerned him." The statutory declaration goes on to set out a long chain of communication by which payments were agreed in return for footage. Now, it is couched in terms of payment for the risks he was taking, but it is very clear that this was cash for cruelty. Mr. Ular, the ship hand concerned, was earning something like $350 per week. $350 per week. And what are the sums that Lynn White herself describes as being transferred to him? Lynn White, the head of Animals Australia, a poor deckhand earning a few hundred US a week. And I quote, "Over the 9 months between June 2017 and February 2018, documenting evidence across 6 Australian shipments, Mr. Ular received US $26,000. Cash for cruelty." A few pages down, another payment totalling $38,000, cash for cruelty. And we have. And these documents, and I think the most shocking thing is these documents are in the possession of the Department of Agriculture, and nothing has been done about it. We have another statutory declaration from another ship hand on board, the Awassi Express. Another statutory declaration from Mahmoud Raza Mazia. He was a ship hand of the quote-unquote whistleblower. And I'm going to quote from his statutory declaration as well. I quote, "I met Fazul Ullah at the Maritime Academy in 2012. He goes on to say, and I quote, "The normal wage for a deck cadet is US $350 per month." So I misspoke. It wasn't $350 US a week, it was per month. An additional $50 payable at the end of each voyage. Mr. Mazir goes on to talk about the fact how he was very close friends with this quote-unquote whistleblower, Mr. Ullah. But he also goes on to talk about how Fazal Ullah was considered to be a poor seaman, how he was in trouble. In fact, he was caught hitting cattle with a stick so that the management company refused him a new contract aboard that ship. He then tried to get his shipmate to procure footage in the same way. And I think the key paragraph from this statutory declaration from a fellow deckhand of the whistleblower is this. I quote, "I cannot prove that Fazal Ullah shut off the ventilation system on the ship, but it is my suspicion that is what he did. This is because in similarly hot conditions, I did not observe the type of panting and distress that Fazal was able to capture." It was on Mr. Ullah's deck where those sheep died after receiving tens of thousands of dollars from Animals Australia. Cash for cruelty. And on the back of this, Labor and the Greens, in alliance, are shutting down this vital trade for Western Australia, shutting down this important part of the West Australian agricultural system, a system that delivers protein in a highly efficient, highly humane manner with the highest animal welfare standards in the world. Exiting the market will actually make animal welfare standards internationally fall. It will make animals worse off. It will make communities in my home state of Western Australia worse off. It ignores every skerrick of science, every skerrick of evidence, everything the industry has done to improve over the last 30 years, and all on the back of cash for cruelty.
Thank you, Senator Bockham. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. This bill is intending to end an industry which is based on cash for cruelty, being the live sheep export industry, and it seeks to amend the Export Control Act to prohibit the export of live sheep by sea on or after the 1st of May 2028, and that will not be before time. But I also want to commend the government and those who have worked to bring about this bill, including countless people from the agricultural industries, from the sheep industry, animal activists and millions of ordinary Australians who have joined together to not only end the live sheep trade, but also come up with a comprehensive transition plan for the tiny proportion of the industry that is still involved in live sheep exports. It's an example of how you end an industry whose time had come, because the values we reflect upon it now are not reflected in the industry. It's an example of how you end an industry that is seen as exploitative and inappropriate, but you do so in a way that provides a transition package, a transition scheme so that the workers in the industry and that in what is a very, very small part of the sheep industry have a future and have a transition out of that industry. And I think the bill gets that right. Why are we doing this? Well, we're doing this now because since the start of the live sheep trade, it's involved extraordinary cruelty to the animals that are being conveyed on these ships, which are intrinsically dangerous and cruel to the animals that are conveyed on them. And we could look back to pretty much the start of the industry in 1966, when I think more than 60,000 sheep died aboard the Yunseb, in conditions that would just be too horrifying to imagine. Continued in the 80s, but we could just look in the last decade. In 2014, 4,000 sheep died on the Beta 3, and they died in appalling conditions: prolonged heat stress, dehydration, died over days and days and days of suffering. The 3,000 sheep who died in 2017 aboard the Al Mesla, or the 2,400 sheep who died on the Wasi Express. And we've seen some images of that, of incredible cruelty, the conditions in which those sheep perished, again over days and days and days of appalling cruelty and dehydration, extreme heat. No sentient animal should be consciously exposed to that kind of suffering, and particularly not on an industrial scale. And more recently, just in January of this year, there were some 16,500 sheep that were left sweltering through an appalling heat wave off the West Australian coast on the MV Bahija. And that's the same ship. That's the same ship that just in 2018 subjected some 9,000 sheep, more than 3,500 cattle to torturous heat over 8 days in 2018. But in January of this year again, we saw these sheep being put on that ship for weeks and weeks and weeks, being sent to a conflict zone, knowing that their welfare would likely be seriously prejudiced, and it happened like you could have predicted it. Torturous conditions on the ship again in January this year. And we know that kind of torture is intrinsic in the industry. And that's why I'm glad to see the live sheep trade ended. But I do want to acknowledge the work of my colleague, Senator Faruqi, who, since her time in this chamber, has been absolutely consistent on her work and standing up for animals. And it's testament to her work and her office, in part, that we're here. I want to acknowledge the work of a former Green Senator, Lee Rhiannon, a friend and colleague of mine, who also worked throughout her political career, including in this place, to end the live sheep exports. I want to commend the work of organisations like Animals Australia and the millions and millions of Australians who support animal welfare to end this kind of grossly unnecessary industrial cruelty towards animals, and of course academics and such as Jed Goodfellow and his team, who have been making the case, the clear legal case, the clear ethical case now for well over a decade to end this cruel industry. And I would note some of the work of of former Senator Lee Rhiannon, working with the Australian Meat Industry Employees Union around the country, who their members not only lose work when sheep are exported live, but their members understand as well that the live sheep export exposes these animals that they seek to deal with in as prompt and humane process as possible in their industry. They see these same sheep being exposed to weeks and weeks of cruelty and torture, and they don't want that to happen. They acknowledge as well that there are far more jobs locally if you end the live sheep trade, and then we deal with the animals here, and the work and the industry that would be involved for members of the Australian Meat Industry Employees Union. They acknowledge that this is really exporting jobs as well as it's exporting cruelty. So we come to this point in history where surely we could we could look at the arc of history and we could see industries like the whaling industry that, thank goodness, we've ended in Australia because of the inherent cruelty in it. We can see other industries that have been inherently cruel and time has moved on and we've finally ended them. And it's now clear that we will end the live sheep trade export. It's hard to quite comprehend why the coalition is so committed to this one small cruel aspect of an industry, which, with its continuation, brings down the entire sheep industry, reduces the reputation of the entire sheep industry. While ever it's associated with this kind of industrial level cruelty and torture, that's bad for the broader sheep industry in Australia. It's hard to understand how the coalition haven't joined one and one together and made two, and realise this tiny fraction of the industry, through exposing sentient animals to this industrial scale unnecessary cruelty, is also damaging to the reputation of the broader sheep industry in Australia. But it seems that the coalition can't lift their eyes above a narrow, short political moment and seem to want to continue this kind of reputational damage to the sheep industry. Well, more shame on them. More shame on them for doing that. It's time the industry ended. Yes, we should export protein to the rest of the world, but there are plenty of other options for exporting protein and our amazing agricultural produce than relying upon an industry that at its core practices industrial cruelty. And I commend the bill to the chamber.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. And as I rise, I want to foreshadow on behalf of Senator McKenzie her second reading amendment on sheep 2695. But I want to address this bill, again, a ridiculous move by the Albanese government. The government that came to power, since they came to power, we have seen endless examples, small and large, of how those on the other side have no understanding of Australia's pastoral history, no understanding of regional Australia, and no understanding of its contribution to the standard of living we have in Australia today. Recall, on his election, the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, said his desire was to unite Australia. Yeah. And that no one would be left behind and no one would be held back. But for many living outside our capital cities, that's exactly how we feel. That is an election promise, unlike that the Prime Minister has absolutely failed to keep, just like so many others. Because in regional Australia, we have seen infrastructure funds absolutely ripped away. We've seen the decimation of the Ag Visa scheme, the refusal week on, week off, month on, month off, and almost year to year to allow the Parliament to scrutinise the impact and the economic consequences of 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines, not to mention the wind turbines, the offshore wind turbines, and the race to renewables and the impact that is having not only on regional Australia but also on your power bills. They have just completely decided not to listen to regional Australia. I remind everyone that in 2011, it was the Labor government that decided to kill off the live cattle export industry virtually overnight, without warning, causing untold havoc across much of northern Australia's cattle industry. We rightly saw the federal court find that ban invalid. Yet today, this Labor government are still refusing to settle the claim and pay out the industry. An industry that is still struggling with the trauma that was caused by that ban. And today, it's the live sheep industry that are in the crosshairs. Because this government has decided that from May 2028, that industry will be banned. The government has suggested that it's because it's an industry in decline and that it's an industry that can easily be replaced by onshore processing and frozen meat exports. That it's an industry that they claim is historically cruel with unacceptable deaths, completely ignoring the significant animal welfare standards that we have put in place since the dreadful viewing of 2017 and 18. They also say, but we promised it at the last election. Well, this is clearly one of the only election commitments that this government is going to keep. Because shall we talk about the election commitment that they would not tax anyone's superannuation? Ooh, that was a commitment that Labor could not wait to break. How about promising to lower inflation and ease the cost of living burden? Or that wonderful election promise made on 97 separate occasions that Labor was going to reduce your power bills by $275 per year, every year. Well, we know that was a promise that they can't keep. They are promises worth breaking, according to this government, but somehow, listening to the concerns of an industry, the concerns of regional communities, and the concerns of their own Labor government in Western Australia, and admitting that on this occasion, on this election commitment, you actually got it wrong, well, that's clearly not in Labor's DNA. Or would it have been, had it not been for the unexpected Dunkley by-election that tied their hands? Because we've seen all over socials the real reason for this industry being shut down is not just because it was a federal election commitment, but because it was a promise in return for preferences with the Animal Justice Party to buy their votes. Or maybe I'm being a little facetious. Maybe it is as Senator Shoebridge has claimed tonight, because of the hard work of the Greens, that we are seeing the death of a whole industry in Western Australia. It is suggested that the cessation of the live export trade will mean onshore processing jobs for Australians. But I think that the opposite is the more likely scenario. Because while the live export market only represents a very small portion of the total market, what it also represents is flexibility and choice for our sheep producers. Because the market for live export of culled sheep provides an economic floor for producers who otherwise would lose that source of on-farm income. There is very little demand in Australia for mutton, although may I commend it to anyone watching on at home, because it is a very tasty meat. When seasonal conditions demand reduced numbers, the alternative offshore market is highly valued. And also, when seasonal conditions demand reduced... we've got to remember, we know that Labor is saying that we'll just sell more boxed meat overseas by some miracle. But that is not the case, because we know, and we've seen it in the past, when our industry is closed, the countries that, for cultural reasons, for religious reasons, as well as for reasons of lacking proper infrastructure such as chilling facilities, fresh killed meat is in high demand and preferable. And frozen and chilled meat will never entirely replace that live market. So we know when our industry is closed, these countries, they won't come knocking on our door for boxed meat, chilled or frozen. No, they will go knocking on the door of Brazil or Argentina or South Africa, countries that don't have the same stringent animal welfare requirements that we have, from farm gate all the way to the abattoirs overseas. Very strong animal welfare requirements. So what we will see is the perverse of what the Greens are claiming this bill will result in. We will see lower animal welfare standards across the world. And at the same time, we will see a negative impact on our industry. We heard through the somewhat farcical inquiry, despite the minister who's promising through Senate estimates a Senate inquiry, we instead got a truncated House of Representatives inquiry over just over 2 weeks, with only 2 public hearings, not enough time to go through the more than 1,300 submissions that have been received, many coming from farmers and people directly impacted by what this cut will mean. RSM, a noted accountancy firm with over 2,000 farming clients in regional WA, submitted to that inquiry that the government has a responsibility to ensure that no Australian is worse off or left behind. However, should this policy be implemented, we believe this is what will occur for thousands of Australians in Western Australia. We've also seen the President of New South Wales Farmers, Xavier Martin, who joined an industry walkout on the minister at a National Press Club function over this issue. Mr Martin said live sheep exports from WA have a positive effect on the sheep industry, including New South Wales markets, and phasing out live exports will have negative flow-on effects to producers across Australia. And living on a merino and commercial sheep property as I do, I share the concerns from the East Coast of what the impact of shutting down live sheep export from Western Australia will have. Marley's Transport, located in the Hope Valley in Western Australia, transports animal feed for live export ships and said the end of the industry will mean a loss of approximately $700,000 per year. Another truckie, Ben Sutherland, just today on Sky News, said he will lose about 30% of his bottom line, and made the point that that doesn't just hit him, it hits his family, it hits his footy club, it hits the IGA, it hits the whole community. But we know Labor don't care about regional communities because we've seen it. The very same arguments have been made time and time again with the cuts to water through the Murray-Darling Basin Plan and through this government's rush to buybacks, because this government takes a simplistic approach to many issues that face regional Australia, rather than actually doing the hard work and finding out what regional Australia needs and what they can do to support industry, to build economic viability in the regions. This government says, just cut it. Just cut the water. Just cut the live sheep export. They hide behind outdated data and anecdotes, yet they don't apply the same concern to the data and anecdotes about windmills and the damage they have on native birds, or ocean wind factories, which will have what damage they may have to migrating whale species. And they remain silent on the data that shows that hundreds of hectares of native land being cleared for windmills, irrespective of whether it's koala habitat or other loss of biodiversity. They don't have the same reliance on that data. It is no secret that after this, their next target will be live beef export and the many other animal husbandry industries across regional Australia, because that's the dirty deal that they've done in siding more with the Animal Justice Party and the Greens than with the people in regional Australia. The dissenting report to the House of Representatives inquiry set out very clearly the importance of this industry and calling the legislation an unwarranted intervention by a poorly informed government. It highlighted the comprehensive animal welfare standards, but despite this, this government continues to insult sheep producers and the whole industry by claiming they are cruel. I've not met a sheep farmer that lives up to that terminology. This government cannot help themselves kicking regional and rural Australia. We maintain, and as do most thinking Australians, that good agricultural policy must be driven by science, facts and solid evidence, not by extreme activist agendas. We must see this legislation defeated. Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Keep the sheep. Keep humans. We need to stop this live export ban. There's no grounds for it. We've seen a truncated inquiry, a sham inquiry. The Labor Party has not gone out and listened. They're just pushing green ideology to get green voters' preferences in inner city electorates. And what about the human environment? Devastation to local communities. Devastation to people overseas who need food and good animal protein. The Export Control Amendment, Ending Live Sheep Exports by Sea, Bill 2024, amends the Export Control Act 2020 to prohibit the export of live sheep by sea from Australia on the 1st of May 2028. The bill also includes money to paper over the cracks the devastation that this measure will cause to rural and regional communities for a limited period. That money is going to be made available for a limited period only under severe limits. One would have thought that providing that money anyway to assist in an orderly transition on a suitable timeframe would have made more sense. Then again, sense has no place in the feelings-driven policy development from the Albanese Labor government. Political, not economic, regardless of what the impact is on humans. As it stands, the $107 million fund is little compensation for an industry that generates $120 million a year directly and hundreds of millions more in flow-on effects to rural communities. $60 million of the money is going to be used to lay the groundwork for the next round of the government's plan to eliminate live cattle exports. Specifically, the mechanism is the specious animal welfare argument, including welfare of animals in transport. Sheep and cattle welfare during transport will be used as an excuse to limit the movement of animals. Who benefits substantially from that trade? Not the Aboriginal communities in remote areas of Australia, who currently support themselves raising cattle and then need to transport that cattle a long distance to get them to market. This transport welfare measure will remove the opportunity of Aboriginal communities to support themselves, in turn making those communities reliant on government handouts, dependent. Aboriginal communities are heavily represented in red meat production in areas of Western Australia that will be devastated with the loss of this trade. And the industry is attracting homeless from the cities, coming bush in search of work and accommodation. What a high price everyday Australians in rural areas are paying for the dirty deal from the Labor government for preferences from animal welfare groups and the Greens. Labor can't deny this dirty deal and doesn't deny the dirty deal. The announcement of Labor's policy on live animal exports
came from one of the animal welfare groups, not from Labor. This bill lets city activists pat themselves on the back while ignoring the animal and human suffering caused from this ill-informed and poorly consulted bill. A sham inquiry, partial inquiry, that didn't consult everyone. This bill lets city activists pat themselves, as I said, on the back while ignoring the animal and human suffering. While the government can talk about the bill being the product of consultation, the process was one of working backward from the desired outcome. How do we get to be seen to get this outcome? The correct process for the Office of Impact Assessment is to conduct, quote, meaningful consultation that considers the views of affected stakeholders, end of quote. That's not what happened. As I said, the sham inquiry in the lower house. The National Farmers Federation submitted to the committee that they had to fight each step of the way for producers to have a fair hearing with the independent panel. The National Farmers Federation saw the industry's advice to the panel go unheeded in the final report. What was the point? Then we saw the minister go even further, rejecting key elements of the panel's advice to adopt even more radical ideas than the panel itself recommended. Welcome to government under the Labor Prime Minister Anthony Albanese MP. Ideology and dodgy preference deals with ill-informed fanatics is how the Labor Party rolls. And to hell with the human devastation. Look good, don't do good. The entire consultation and parliamentary process are a mockery of due process. It's an indictment on those in this chamber who go along with this sham for reasons that escape me. The Greens, of course, want to cause more hardship among the red meat industry with their amendment from Senator Faruqi, bringing this bill forward, if successful, to 2026. And I bet that's the deal done between the Greens and the Labor Party, to bring it forward to 2026 and setting immediate limits to export. Now, sheep have a 5-month gestation and need to grow on for 7 months before export. This means sheep are now under gestation now that will not be able to be exported under the Greens amendment unless markets can be found at the last minute. The genetics, the parent animals, were bred specifically for the export trade, and these will be bound for the abattoir. Meat contracts are let out years ahead because of the breeding cycle, so selling these animals is not likely. In fact, the cull has already started, with prices as low as 50 cents a kilogram through the sale yards in Western Australia, and many lots are unsold, causing farmers to leave unsold animals at the sale yards for euthanasia. Perhaps city senators like Senator Faruqi and Senator Tyrrell, who is in support, can come over to Western Australia and help with the cull. Look these farmers in the eye. Look these sheep in the eye. The idea this bill and the Greens amendment is predicated on humane treatment of animals is Orwellian doublespeak. It will have the reverse effect. Rural communities are being hollowed out as a result of the policies of the Labor Greens government. The end game is to move protein consumption to lab-grown meat owned by Prime Minister Albanese's friends Bill Gates and BlackRock's Larry Fink, who the Prime Minister has met with during this parliamentary term. Farmers have no place in the Labor Greens' vision of a dystopian world of fake meats and fake food. This bill denies the truth that live sheep exports suffer a loss of life at exactly the same levels as animals in the field, if not better. The object of this bill is not the welfare of animals. It's an ideological objection to a diet that includes red meat. Ideology over humanity. And what of the land currently under grazing? Well, I'm sure the climate carpetbaggers are already out in the bush measuring up for solar panels. Beautiful countryside will be covered in silicon cancer, and somehow this is environmentally friendly. The Labor Greens government is not fit to govern. Let me give you some personal thoughts, and I want to pass on from Senator Pauline Hanson, who was in Western Australia recently to listen, and then the farmers spontaneously invited her to speak off the back of a truck. And as Pauline does, and as I do, she did so. They mentioned the independent study done. No deaths on ships. Of course, other senators have mentioned the MV Iwasi ship, on which was perpetrated the cash for cruelty scam. Hundreds of thousands of dollars paid apparently to a foreign stockman from a developing nation to treat animals cruelly, to kill an industry. And that's what Labor did, fell for it and killing an industry. And the damage to farmers and communities and nation already done. 100,000 sheep, especially bred for the live export overseas market. not suitable for a local market, as I've said. Market for live sheep is already down because overseas buyers are looking elsewhere. They know what's coming from this government. They've seen the socialists operating, and they're seeking other suppliers. And it hurts farmers across the whole of Australia because, for example, Tasmanian farmers, sheep farmers, are sending sheep to the WA to make up for making up shipments. Remember the Gillard Labor government cattle export ban? It belted the whole of Australia's beef grazing industry, the whole country. It had effects everywhere because of the flow-ons. Farmers told Senator Hanson in Western Australia recently, we'll have to shoot the animals we especially bred. She told me the look in their eyes, shattered for the waste of their animals that they cared for. Communities are worried over there about farmers' mental health. If the government has any humanity, it won't force the farmers to shoot their own animals. The government can kill the sheep. Here's a question for the government. The European Union is the world's biggest exporter of sheep. Not Australia, the EU. What free trade agreements have Australia signed with the EU, the European Union? Has this Albanese Labor government done an agreement with the European Union? We've all seen free trade, so-called free trade. It's not fair trade at all. It hurts our country. We've seen that from both sides of the Uni Party, Labor and Liberal Nationals. The real reason, as I've said, for shutting down this export industry is to get Greens votes, preferences in inner-city eastern electorates. I want to talk briefly about the fact as to why I'm very pro-human, and I've spoken about it many times. I need to counter 80 years of anti-human propaganda, especially the last 60 years since the Club of Rome got into bed together with the United Nations and then the World Economic Forum, all to control people, to control property and to transfer wealth. There are 3 or 4 main assumptions that this anti-human campaign propagates. First of all, they say humans don't care. We'll talk about that in a minute. They say we're greedy, rapacious, uncaring, irresponsible. We just don't care. Secondly, they say humans are destroying our planet, when in fact the reverse is true. They say civilization is the environment's enemy, and they say civilization and the environment are mutually exclusive. I'll address that in a minute. They say civilization and the environment are incompatible, and so we need to cease development, because that's what they want. They want to stop human development. And senior leaders of the United Nations and the World Economic Forum, and including the late Maurice Strong, have said that. They want to de-industrialise Western civilization. And they say our duty is to protect our planet. They say nothing about humans. They imply that humans need to be sacrificed for that. Well, here's the reality to 80 years of bull. These are observations. Everyone in this chamber right now, everyone watching on TV, is here because someone cared. When a foal is born to a mare, it pops out of the mare, struggles for about 20 minutes, and then starts cantering, then puts its head down and starts grazing with the herd. When every one of us as humans were born, we were completely helpless. The fact that anyone is in this room, anyone is watching, means that you're alive and means that you were cared for. We are completely helpless for a number of years. Completely helpless. So whether our parents were good or bad or whatever, the fact that you exist means that humans care. And humans care, and they're based on care. The most caring humans got to propagate. The second thing, visit any country in the world, you'll see the developed continents have lower impact on the environment than the undeveloped continents. For example, a person in a remote area of Africa, undeveloped, will defecate in the creek because he or she is too busy scrounging for their child's next meal. Yet what we do is we mine black rock called coal, red rock called iron ore, make steel, build dams, build water pipelines, and get sanitation and water to our communities. Developed nations have less impact on the natural environment. So that means human civilization and the natural environment are mutually dependent. We all know that our civilisation won't have a future if we don't protect the environment. It's also clear that the environment has no future if we don't develop and civilise. That is clear. And yet we're told the opposite. Our duty is to enable humans to flourish. Our duty is to enable humans to flourish. Right throughout history, every generation has taken care of the younger generation and tried to make a better world for its younger generation. When we develop our country and civilise, we actually protect the environment. Our goal is not to protect the environment, our goal is to protect humans and to civilise and for humans to flourish and civilise. That's why I'm very proud about speaking about our species. I also want to say that we need to have as an aim to restore our country and our planet for humans to abound and thrive and flourish. The goal is for humans to thrive. Farming is essential for civilisation. Farming needs to be protected. Thomas Jefferson said, "For cities to exist, we need farms. For farms to exist, we don't need cities." And then, as I mentioned briefly, the objective here is cultured lab meat. That's one of the globalist aims, the United Nations and the World Economic Forum. Humans need real meat, animal fat. Who knew that the Greens are helping to sell cancerous cultured meat grown in slop in a bioreactor? People just want to be left alone and get on with their lives and get the government the hell out of our lives. Humans deserve food here and overseas.
Your time has expired. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Export Control Amendment ending live sheep exports by sea, Bill 2024. And I approach this debate tonight with real regret and dismay. There's a number of points throughout this term of government that have caused great concern. There's only been a couple of times where we've stood in here and debated an issue that I know has affected particularly the people in Western Australia, and this is one of those moments. The other moment that I can think of was in fact the first bill that I think was, as my recollection, it serves me right, is the first bill that the Albanese government brought into this place was the abolition of the cashless debit card. And that was brought in due to an ideology, due to appealing to votes in other parts of the country other than in those parts where the cashless debit card was in operation. Of course, I'm talking about the electorates of Durack and O'Connor and Grey and Hinkler in Queensland. Now, these are all seats that the Coalition won, of course, but due to votes in the inner city parts of New South Wales and Victoria in particular, the then opposition were committed to see the repeal of the cashless debit card. Now, I've been to the Goldfields, I've been to the Kimberley, and I've seen firsthand the result of the abolition of the CDC. And we've seen that these communities are now torn apart. And I raise that as a point to say that this right here, when we're debating this, like the removal of the ability for farmers to be able to export their product, their sheep that they have raised, that they are being led by that same ideology and indeed by that same inner city mindset and that same short-sighted mindset that is all about votes in inner city seats here on the East Coast. Now, between 80 to 90% and sometimes close to 100% of the live export of sheep have come out of Western Australia. And here we have a situation where this government has because of interests in other parts of the country, have given in, made decisions without any science, made decisions without any knowledge. We hear the minister talk about, oh, this was an election commitment. You know, well, explain to me why Rick Wilson, member for O'Connor, won his seat. Why the member for Durack, Melissa Price, won her seat. Two key electorates in Western Australia where the vast majority of these, where these farms are in operation, why they won their seats. And we know that due to the interests of animal activist parties, like what we saw in the Dunkley by-election, to trade off just a couple of percent, sometimes even less than that, to get some preference deals, the Labor Party, Mr Albanese, chose to go with those preference deals and those interests rather than engaging with the farmers in Western Australia where this is going to have the biggest impact. Now, it is a great shame. It is a great shame that that is occurring. And like I said, when we saw the abolition of the cashless debit card, we had the debate here. I've got that same feeling right now, a real empty feeling, a real feeling of despair. Now, I feel that as a Western Australian. Imagine how farmers right now are feeling. Now, a few of them have come over here today to try, as a last-ditch effort, to implore this government to pump the brakes, to stop, to listen. But they're not. We've seen a guillotine of this debate. Now, for those following along at home, what does that mean? Well, it means that the government has decided that they're not going to have a proper debate in this place. They're going to cut it off, and so in just 2 hours' time, this debate will end and we'll have the vote. And this is an opportunity now, and I say to the crossbench, for you to pause, to not allow this government to abuse the conventions of this place. Normally a guillotine is reserved for maybe non-controversial legislation or bills that are absolutely essential and timely to get through at that moment. Well, this is not one of those. Clearly it's not. They just want to get this off the books, get this dealt with and done, because they know in Western Australia this stinks. They know that in Western Australia this issue matters to people, whether you're in the country areas or indeed you're in the city. Because Western Australians know that this is vital, that this trade is vital to the livelihood and the future of farming in Western Australia. Now, for those that were listening before, you would have heard Senator Brockman deliver his speech, and I commend his speech to you. I'm pleased to be joined right next to me now by Senator Brockman. Senator Brockman laid out very clearly and articulately the reason why this trade must continue, why it is unique to Western Australia. And we keep hearing contributions by those opposite and down there among the unicorn farmers, down with the Greens. We hear contributions that talk about how, well, the rest of the country has moved on from this trade, so let's just bring it on. We heard a contribution before from Senator Shoebridge who said, just like the whaling industry, and now that's gone. We could see the abolition of this, and one day we'll look back at this and say, well, like we did the whaling industry, thank God that that's gone. Well, Senator Brockman outlined how the climate in Western Australia is unique. It is different to the East Coast. How that trade enables a very quick shrinking of the flock to be able to deal with the pressures that might be on a particular farm or indeed across a whole region due to the vagrancies of the climate over there. And it enables them to sustain that industry. It enables those producers to sustain their farms, to sustain their industry. But they're not going to be able to do this under this government. Now, when I first came into this place, my family's farming family way back, and so when I heard about the live show, and there were of course the Wazi Express, and there were there was great concern in the community, so I took it upon myself to go and see for myself exactly what happens in this industry. And so I went down and arranged to go on to the feedlot in Munajong, just south of where I live. And I met the veterinarian, I met the people that are working there, and I saw the sheep that were there, and the fact that they go there for a period of time, I think it's about a week, Senator Brockman, where they get accustomised to the food that they're going to have on board the ship. They're checked by vet. Every animal is checked. Any that have too much wool on them, they're sheared, and to make sure that they are suitable and ready to go out onto that voyage. Then I went to the port, went to Fremantle and went on board one of the ships, and I saw the ventilation that was installed on these ships. I saw the great lengths that have gone to, all because the government actually asked them to do it. They've done everything that the government has asked them to do to ensure that those welfare standards are in place. And here we have a situation where these companies, where these exporters have done everything that the government has asked them to do, yet it's not good enough for Mr Albanese, because he just wants to appeal to the inner city interests over here, in particular on the East Coast. Yeah. Well, Western Australians see straight through this, because they know, they remember the campaign before the last election. They remember the billboards. They remember the call flutes that were up at every polling booth, where Prime Minister, or the then opposition leader, Mr Albanese, said, put WA first, vote Labor. Wasn't it, Senator Brockman? It was on every polling booth. Yep. We saw ads on television saying, put WA first, vote Labor. They even had the campaign office for the country there in Western Australia. They even held their national campaign launch in Western Australia. And of course, Western Australians, they voted overwhelmingly, particularly in the city. There's no mention of the live sheep export ban. That certainly wasn't mentioned in any of their campaign launches. It wasn't on any of the billboards or on any of the call flutes plastered around polling booths. But they did say, put WA first, vote Labor. Well, they are demonstrating, they are making an absolute mockery of that campaign by this legislation and by guillotining this debate here tonight. Now, as I said, what does it mean to guillotine? Well, it also means that we're not able to have a committee stage. Now, what is that? Well, that's an important time that this Senate has, as the House of Review, to be able to question the Minister about the elements and the clauses of a bill, and indeed this support package that is coming. I mean, there are lots of questions to be asked, because we're hearing from farmers, we're hearing from producers that it's pittance, that it's not going to meet the needs, that it's not going to, it's insufficient to support them in the way that they need it. And so we're going to guillotine it, and we're at 10 o'clock tonight, we're voting, and we're not going to have any committee stage on this bill. And like I said, there have been a few moments, many moments where I've been disappointed in this government, but there have been a few moments where I'm actually have this sick feeling and this sense of exasperation, and that is right now. Because this government has turned its back on Western Australia. They're not listening to the people of Western Australia. They're not listening to the farmers. They're not listening to the producers. They're not listening to the families. I mean, we are talking, Acting Deputy President, about generational farms. We're talking about producers that have been producing sheep for generations. Now, I was at the Wage and Woolorama, and we saw people come up and sign the petition. And there were generations of people come through. We saw elderly, we saw the parents, we saw young people coming and signing this petition, not just for themselves, but for future generations as well. And they know that their livelihood is going to be stolen and taken away by this bill and by this government. And there is no one more responsible for that than the Prime Minister himself. Mr Albanese is responsible for this. He says he's a great friend of Western Australia. Well, all he does, frankly, is land his jet, Airbus, on the deck in WA, refuels his plane and then jets off again overseas. And he counts that as a visit to Western Australia. He counts that as a visit to getting to understand Western Australia. Well, the truth is he doesn't understand it. And Labor, you are going to pay at the next election. The seats like Bullwinkle, the new seat. Guess what's going to happen there? You're going to get slaughtered there. In Tangney, Mr Lim, I hope you're listening. Why don't you stand up for Western Australia? Why don't you stand up for Western Australia? Stand up for the people. You know, there's a lot of retirees, a lot of people that own farms that actually live in that part of the electorate, and there's a residual support for farmers. It doesn't matter if you're young or old. People love farmers. And guess what? You're going to pay for it. You're going to pay for it, Labor, in all of those seats. Pearce, Swan, Hasluck, because you've turned your back on Western Australia. Now, Kate Chaney was against this bill, the member for Curtin. She was for this bill, I should say, but because of the feedback she got out on the ground, and no doubt the polling that she's seen, like I've seen, she knows that this stinks, and this is going to impact her. So all of a sudden she's changed her mind and she voted against this bill in the House. Well, why don't other Labor senators here in this place do the right thing? At the very least, support the second reading amendment that's been foreshadowed by Senator Brockman to refer this to a committee. Government, get feedback from farmers about at the very least, about the legitimacy and the sufficiency of your support package, because it's not enough. You're going to pay because of your approach.
Senator O'Sullivan. Senator McKim.
Well, thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, finally, after years of campaigning, after years of whistleblowing, after years of community activism, in fact, decades of all of those things, finally, we're going to set a date to ban live sheep export. And of course, we're going to fund a package to help farmers and communities in a transition. Because change is constant. That is a condition of humanity. And sensible governments, sensible parliaments acknowledge that we need to change, and we help people through those changes and we support them through transitions. Whether it's the change we inevitably need to have as we respond to the breakdown of the planet's climate, or the change we inevitably need to have to reduce the suffering of animals, which this legislation will do, we need to help people through the transition. The Greens have long campaigned, in fact for decades, campaigned against live animal export. We've introduced legislation on more than one occasion into this place to ban live export, and finally, after voting against it for far too long, we acknowledge that the Labor Party is now finally accepting that a ban is necessary. 2028 is far too far in the future for a ban to happen, and unfortunately thousands, tens of thousands of animals will continue to suffer until then. And as folks have already heard from other Green senators in this place, we intend to introduce amendments to ensure that the industry doesn't ramp up exports before the ban, and to try our best to protect sheep until that ban comes into place. The Greens have fought live export for decades, and we've done it for one very simple reason. Animals are sentient beings. They deserve to lead a dignified life. They deserve to lead a life free of suffering. Now, what we need to understand is that whether it be horses, whether it be greyhounds or whether it be sheep, animals should not be subjected to suffering, indeed to torture, to a loss of dignity, just to underpin somebody's business model. Animals suffer. They feel pain. Animals are aware of their existence. And it's on us, not just to make decisions that we won't inflict pain and suffering on animals. It's on us to do everything we can to make sure that they can lead a dignified life. And animals may not have a voice to come into this place and argue for their own rights, argue for their own interests. They may not have a voice to come into this place and argue that they should be treated humanely. They may not have a voice to come into this place and argue that they should have a life free of suffering inflicted by humans for profit. Now, they may not have a voice to argue those things, but that's what the Greens are here to do, to give voice to those arguments. The history of live export is replete with the most horrendous animal suffering. Major party governments, the establishment parties in this place, have facilitated the live export trade for many decades. They have condemned many, many tens of thousands of animals to horrific death, and hundreds of thousands, many hundreds and thousands of innocent, sentient animals condemned to long periods of suffering. In 1966, 67,000 sheep died on one vessel alone, the UNICEF. In 1980, 40,000 sheep died on another single vessel. In 2003, over 5,000 sheep died on the MV Como Express. In 2014, 4,000 sheep died on another vessel. In 2017, 3,000 sheep died on another vessel, and again on a separate vessel in 2017, another 2,400 animals died. I mean, these are horrendous figures just on their own, but sheer numbers of mortality do not tell the full story. Live export is a business model for profit built on the suffering of innocent animals. Animals that are sentient beings, that feel suffering just like we all do, who are aware of their existence just as we are all aware of our existence. And like horses, like greyhounds, like a whole range of other species, animals that are subjected to the live export trade have suffering deliberately inflicted on them so that some small amount of humans can make a profit. It's not acceptable. It's never been acceptable. It never should have been acceptable. This parliament should have never allowed it. And it's a shame on everyone over the decades, the establishment politicians in particular, who voted for it time after time after time when they were given the opportunity to do the right thing. Now, I can't let my time speaking on this legislation go past without reflecting on Senator O'Sullivan's contribution that we just heard. And I mean, I've heard some weird and wacky reasons for supporting the live export trade over my time in politics. But Senator O'Sullivan's argument boiled down is this: some farmers overstock their farms. They make bad decisions. And then when it becomes apparent they've overstocked their farms, they need to inflict suffering on animals in order to get them out of the bad decisions they've made. And it's the animals that are going to suffer for the bad decisions that human farmers made. Now, I know that it would only be a small number of farmers that Senator O'Sullivan was referring to, but believe me, that's what his argument boiled down to in the end. Now, of course, there's never a good reason to torture an animal. Never a good reason to torture an animal. And certainly making $1 is not a good reason to torture an animal. And on live exports, we've seen dozens of reviews, we've seen dozens of inquiries, of reforms, but the cruelty's continued, and tragically the cruelty will continue for years, even after this legislation is passed. Now, we know Australians overwhelmingly do not support live export. They do not support it. Poll after poll after poll shows that as many as 85% of Australians do not support live export. And as I often say, when you hear numbers that high in a poll, if you polled support for breathing, you'd only get 90%. I mean, that is basically pretty much as high as you get in a poll, 85%. But that's what some polls have shown, that is the level of opposition to live export in this country. Now, the establishment parties have run interference for this cruel, barbaric practice for far, far too long. The industry has done everything it can to hide the extent of suffering, and Labor and LNP governments over the decades have enabled that to occur. And it's thanks to brave whistleblowers, to courageous activists, and to hundreds of thousands of Australians who've campaigned so hard to bring about an end to this cruelty. This vote today will be a vote that's been made possible by those people. And I've sat in a lot of prominent votes in my time in politics, a lot of votes I'm really proud of that I've made. But this vote tonight, a vote for the whistleblowers, a vote for the animal rights activists, a vote for the millions of Australians who do not support live exports, and ultimately a vote for animals. Those beautiful, sentient beings that are aware of their surroundings and who have as much right as we do to lead a dignified life free of suffering. A vote for those animals will be as profound a vote as I have ever participated in my time in politics. Those animals may not have a voice to come into this place and argue for their rights, but today a majority of this Senate, and therefore a majority of the Parliament, is going to give voice to the voiceless, and we are going to do something for them. And that, for me, and I'm sure for many other senators, will be a proud moment.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, this is about my third or fourth time I've been in this chamber today, and I've said nothing good about Labor, and I still won't be saying anything good about Labor in this debate either. Well, Labor and the coalition partners, the Greens, and probably Senators Pocock, Tyrrell and Thorpe, are at war with Australian farmers. The Union Labor movement has always hated Australian farmers. With the Albanese government and the extremist Greens, the unions have some especially useful patsies who are happy to attack Australia's farmers regardless of the consequences. The war has been fought on several fronts. We are debating the live sheep exports now, but let's talk about the other fronts in this war first. In the Murray-Darling Basin, where 40% of our food is produced, Labor and the Greens have increased the scope of water buybacks, which have already devastated river communities. Labor and the Greens are relishing the opportunity to take more water from irrigators and more jobs and services from communities in the basin. They're engineering the demise of these irrigation industries and the communities they support. Labor's reckless pursuit of its renewables disaster is also a major threat to our farmers. This ongoing train wreck of a policy not only costs our farmers in higher electricity prices. The enormous geographic footprint of renewables technology also threatens the destruction of productive agricultural land that has been farmed for generations. Climate change ideology has also been the driver of attempts to store waste carbon dioxide in the Great Artesian Basin. This has the potential to contaminate groundwater relied upon for almost $13 billion worth of primarily agricultural production. Perhaps the most dangerous attack on our farmers has come in the form of Labor's appalling industrial relations legislation backed by Senators David Pocock and Jackie Lambie. It is a direct attack on farmers' ability to hire casual employees. It forces retrenchment liabilities on farmers that will completely compromise their requirements for labour flexibility and also make it much harder for farmers to secure loans. Farmers who supply larger businesses will also be forced into erroneous climate reporting, yet more red tape getting into the way. And finally, we come to Labor's legislation to destroy farms and regional jobs by ending live sheep exports from Australia. This won't stop sheep being exported by about another 100 countries, none of which do it to the same animal welfare standards as Australia. Our long-standing customers, who have made it very clear they want Australia to continue live sheep exports, will just source live sheep from other countries with lower standards. As we've learned from the animal rights extremists that have pushed Labor into this bill, this is just the first step towards destroying Australia's livestock industry and ending meat consumption. Labor says this bill meets an election promise. Well, let me remind Labor of some other promises: reducing electricity bills by $275, 1.2 million houses, but not a single one has been built, and let alone $35 million is spent so far in administration costs, passing on the full stage of 3 tax cuts. Yeah, all these promises, but no results. And now you say it was an election promise. Animal rights extremists actually think 8.1 billion human beings alive today and up to 11 billion by the end of the century can survive solely on plants and bugs for nutrition. That just proves how stupid they are. They also think that ending livestock production will mean the end of animals dying in order to feed people, except it won't. Indeed, it's been proven more animals are killed to support plant-based agriculture than animal agriculture. According to the University of New South Wales, about 25 times more animals die to produce a kilogram of protein from wheat than a kilogram of protein from beef. The hypocrisy of these animal rights extremists goes even further. Many of the plants they exclusively want us to eat rely on animal products for fertiliser and crop protection. Civilisation itself would not exist today had early human beings not learned to farm animals instead of risking death or injury hunting them in the wild. Everything we are today rests on a foundation of animal agriculture. It's undeniable. And there are many regional communities and many farming businesses whose foundation is live sheep exports. This industry has supported communities in Western Australia since live exports first began in 1845. Australia has ridden on the sheep's back for more than 2 centuries. We have the best wool and lamb producers on its planet, in addition to having the highest animal welfare standards in the globe, in the global live sheep export industry. This is the world-leading industry that Labor and the Greens want to destroy with this bill. I joined a few thousand Western Australian sheep producers and their supporters as they gathered in Avon Valley a couple of weeks ago. Farmers, workers, truckies and residents of regional communities came together in force to send the message this legislation must not pass. Their livelihoods and way of life are at stake and Labor does not care. And to listen to Senator Kim here today say, oh, it's about they only want to make some money out of it. I've never heard anything so ridiculous in all my life. This is a food source, people, a food source. And I'm sure McKim's had a piece of pork in his mouth, or he's had some goat, or he's had some cattle or a steak at some time in his life. Now he's denying the fact of sheep, talking as if they are, they're human beings. They're not human beings. It is a food source, a necessary food source. Because I, for one, I don't want to spend the rest of my life eating bloody bugs that you're trying to promote on the people. That's the way to go. I've never heard of anything so ridiculous in all my life. And to listen to Senator Faruqi going on, and other ones going on about the fact that this is all about the care and attention, and going back to the 1980s, how ridiculous. Yes, there were issues, but 1980s, what are we talking about? 40 years ago? So you've got to drag that up to justify passing this bill to stop live sheep exports? And that report of Senator Watts said on the floor today about, a report was done about the health of the sheep. I read a report when I was over in Western Australia. 12 independents actually said that there was no problem with it. Sheep were not dying on the ships because of poor health conditions for them. That was not the reason for it. So that is not the case for this. Labor's Agriculture Minister, Senator Watts, says everything will be fine because there's a transition package worth $107 million funded by taxpayers. This is a drop in the ocean that will help no one, and the industry that has generated almost $200 million a year over the past decade will still be lost. No amount of money can replace the hard work and sweat of sheep producers, but Labor does not care. The National Farmers Federation has made other impacts of this legislation very clear, harming Australia's reputation for quality food exports in key markets. The short timeline for the ban and Labor's pathetic transition package spells catastrophe for the industry, and consigning sheep from other countries to the live export practices Australia banned more than a decade ago. That's right. Massive effort and expense has been incurred this past decade to ensure Australian live sheep exports set the global benchmark in animal welfare, both on the ships and at the destination. Sheep are more likely to die of natural causes or from weather, feral predators or disease in an Australian paddock than on an Australian live export ship. If you're so really serious about these sheep, go and ask some of the farmers that find their lambs with their eyes pecked out because of the crows. Oh, but the crows are protected. But you're worrying about the sheep, the lambs. What about the foxes? What about the wild dogs? Oh, you're a bunch of bleeding hearts here, aren't you? You really are. But you don't go and, get rid of these animals that are killing the live sheep if you're really worried about that. How pathetic. Crows, foxes, wild dogs, feral pigs, they all prey on lambs. All of this effort and expense has been wasted, and this anti-farming Labor government, supported by their coalition partners, the Greens, think a paltry $107 million from taxpayers is appropriate compensation. Well, I'll tell you what, it isn't. One Nation absolutely opposes this legislation because we stand with regional communities and Australia's farmers. The government is going to have to fund the slaughter of sheep. I'll tell you why. When I was over in WA, I got to talk to the farmers. And one farmer said to me, he said, they don't understand. North of Geraldton, there's about 100,000 sheep up there, and they're purely bred for the market. They're a male sheep, and he said they can't be sold on the local market. They're not for the local market. He said, we're going to be stuck with the sheep. He said, we're actually going to have to slaughter them. And then I spoke to another fifth generation young farmer. He was there with his father. Looking at his face, he was just devastated. Tears on his eyes. That was his whole life, what he knew. And if you really know these farmers and understand them, they really care about their animals. Very few people on the farming sector, whether it's cows, pigs, goats, whatever, very few of them don't look after their animals. And the fact is that this farmer, they're losing their livelihoods. Do you really care about that? Have you really thought about this as well? You're not only affecting the farmers and the truckies and the shearers and the communities that are going to find a loss of income to their communities as well, so then these communities will be ruined. It's just devastating. And to speak to some of these farmers, and I'll tell you something, what I want to see from this government, you're so dead set on stopping this live sheep export because the farmers told me they've been stuck with these sheep now that are down to $20 a head. And the last ship that they exported out was last November. So you've done the damage already. You put out the message, so they're looking for other markets around the world to supply their sheep. So you've done the damage already. But you just don't seem to care, or you don't get it. You don't understand at all. You've destroyed the dairy farmers. You would not listen to me about that farm gate price. You said you supported me when you were in the opposition, but you haven't supported them now that you're in government. You're all talk, no action. That's the Labor Party. That's the Greens as well. You're all talk, no action. Till you get there, then the true colours shine through. And those farmers over there, what do you think they're going to do? Where do you think your $107 million is going to go? How far do you think that's going to go to prop up these communities? And I'll tell you another thing, if these farmers have to shoot their sheep, well then you pay for it. Not out of your 107, you supply the shooters, you supply the bullets. Because if you don't, you're going to put so many of these farmers through mental health issues that it's going to have an impact on these communities. Have you thought about that? No, you haven't, because you couldn't care less. That is the damage that's going to be done. And I'd also like to ask the question. We've established this legislation is not about animal welfare. So it forces me to wonder if Labor has done some dirty backroom deal with another country to stop competing in live exports in exchange for something else. What do you think about that? I want the farmers out there to think about this. To the sheep farmers and the workers, truckies and regional communities they support, I say this: don't give up hope. The Coalition is opposing this legislation just like they opposed the knee-jerk ban on live cattle exports over a decade ago. And that was overturned. If they remain true to their word, there is hope this ban could be repealed. I will stay true to my word. There is also hope that this government that we have at the moment will be thrown out of this place, hopefully after this next election. And then I hope that this whole stupid ban is going to be repealed and we get some common sense and support our farming sector. I support the live sheep export.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. The Albanese government's policy to end live sheep exports by sea is blatantly ideological, reckless, it's shameless, and most particularly, it is driven by an anti-West Australian agricultural sentiment inside the heart of this Labor government. I say this as a West Australian, an Australian, and of course as a senator. And it is why I must again join with others in the Coalition in calling out this poor policy. Along with the rest of the federal coalition, I condemn and oppose Labor's destructive policy to shut down live sheep exports by sea. And I remind our farming communities across Western Australia and the agricultural sector more broadly that the Coalition stands in strong solidarity with you. Rest assured the Coalition will reverse Labor's misguided decision and reinstate the live sheep export industry when we are elected to government. I encourage people to maintain hope, because hope only requires one action, and that is to change the government. The Albanese government's policy is not based on data or evidence, as good agricultural policy should be. Instead, this is the manifestation of an activist agenda, as we heard in the contribution from Senator McKim just a moment ago. An activist agenda that is hurting innocent people, their families and their rural communities. Labor's actions carry ongoing consequences for Australian agriculture. It's not an overstatement to say that right now no agricultural industry in this country can consider itself safe when having watched this government and this policy. If we allow this policy to be implemented, it sets a precedent for any lawful agricultural industry to be impacted when it suits this Labor government to do so. Our farmers are now right to ask which industry will be next and when. It's no surprise peak industry bodies in the agricultural sector are unanimous in their opposition to this Labor folly. In September 2023, 23 peak groups co-signed a letter to the Prime Minister urging the Albanese government to reconsider this policy. This is an important element because those of us familiar with agricultural politics know that it is not common. It is actually uncommon for agricultural industries to often speak with one united voice. But of course, speaking with one united voice were the Australian Livestock Exporters Council, the National Farmers Federation, WA Farmers, the Pastoralists and Graziers Association of Western Australia, Sheep Producers Australia, Wool Producers Australia, Cattle Australia, Grain Producers Australia, Australian Dairy Farmers, the Northern Territory Cattlemen's Association, New South Wales Farmers Association, the Queensland Livestock Exporters Association, the Livestock Group of South Australia, Victoria Farmers Federation and the Livestock Collective, all speaking in one voice against this ruinous Labor policy. There was the unprecedented mass walkout during Minister Watt's keynote address at this year's Agricultural Industry Budget Breakfast. In the same month, the National Farmers Federation passed a motion of no confidence in the Albanese government, citing the live export ban as a key and critical factor. And then, of course, on the 31st of March, almost 1,300 strong convoy involving an estimated 3,000 farmers and hundreds of livestock trucks stormed major roads during peak hour in Perth CBD as part of the Keep the Sheep campaign. It was WA's biggest agricultural protest in living memory. On the 14th of June, thousands of farmers protested at Murrest near Northam when the House Committee inquiry held its public hearing in Western Australia. I was there myself. I saw it for myself. I heard it for myself. I saw the anger, the anxiety that Labor is causing regional communities across my home state of Western Australia. Since it was announced, a petition launched by Keep the Sheep has received more than 60,000 signatures, thousands more than the RSPCA petition cited by the Albanese government, which garnered just 43,000 signatures last August. These are the voices of Australian agriculture, so why does this Labor government refuse to listen to them? The government has made a strategic error. It thinks that the low population of WA's regional communities means there will be little or no political fallout for it in Western Australia. It's wrong. The decision by Kate Chaney, the member for Curtin, to change her position and support the interests of WA's regional communities is the most powerful demonstration that opposition to this ban is not a regional opposition, it is a statewide opposition. And the Labor government will feel the full wrath of this with other issues at the coming election, and it deserves to be punished. Labor said with great clarity at the last election in May 2022 it would stand up for WA. There can be no greater demonstration of how the government has chosen not to stand up for WA than this issue. But of course, federal Labor chooses to ignore the voices of WA Labor. The Albanese government's policy to end live sheep exports has caused a rift with the WA State Labor government, which is also publicly opposed. Premier Roger Cook has labelled the policy as unnecessary. He has noted that, I quote, they believe the welfare arrangements that are in place, the checks and balances that have been put in place as a result of the reforms around, have been sufficient. It appears the relationship between WA's Agricultural Minister, Jackie Jarvis, and the Federal Agricultural Minister, Senator Watt, are now in tatters. Ms Jarvis has rightly observed the live export ban is not in the interests of Western Australia, and it is difficult to see how we can work collaboratively, she has said. In fact, when she flew into Canberra last week in an attempt to convince her own party to dump the ban, making clear that the WA Labor Party will continue to fight for WA state farmers, meaning that the WA Labor government will choose to fight against its federal Labor government counterpart. Well, I think it says a great deal about the effort and advocacy and fighting capability of both Premier Roger Cook and the Agricultural Minister Jackie Jarvis that they have failed to hold their own party accountable here in Canberra. WA Federal Labor MPs should be taking notice, as well as a stand, because the state of Western Australia is who they are supposed to represent, and they have been blindly negligent, both in the House of Representatives and I suspect in the next few hours here in the Senate, of consciously choosing to put the interests of Western Australia last, to put the interests of West Australian regional communities behind the interests of the Australian Labor Party. As I said before, the political and electoral consequences for WA Labor and for federal Labor in Western Australia are real, and they will be very, very visible when we head to the polls later this year. Of course, speaking of impact, Labor's policy to shut down the live sheep export industry fails entirely to acknowledge the key importance of this sector to our state and beyond. The live sheep trade employs thousands of West Australians alone and supports their many communities. Shearers, truck drivers, fodder suppliers, livestock agents, farmers, producers, the list goes on and on. It's also not simply a matter of economics. Labor's policy disregards the psychological and social welfare of WA farming communities. The hardship is real. The anxiety has never been felt at this level before. They are disappointed that the people they've elected to represent them in Canberra have chosen not to. And Labor senators in this place who represent the whole state of Western Australia, including regional communities, should hold their head in shame. The mental health impact has been real, as I said, and unfortunately it will be horrific. Indeed, I know from many interactions with constituents that this is already sadly the case. Labor's transition package acknowledges the seriousness of this issue but totally underestimates its scale and its impact. The reality is, of course, though, that no amount of cancelling can soften the blow to each and every person whose livelihood has been put at risk by federal Labor, shamed by activists as animal abusers instead of the responsible operators that they really are. It's, of course, made all the worse when you consider these communities and workforces have taken such extensive steps over many years already to improve animal welfare standards. Since 2018, the live sheep export industry and its regulatory framework has undergone significant positive change. These reforms include an industry-initiated moratorium on sheep exported during the Northern Hemisphere summer, increased space available for each Animal, improved ventilation requirements, independent government observers to provide additional assurances, skilled stock handlers, and veterinarians inspect sheep on arrival to quarantine to exclude any animals not suitable for export and for travel. Sheep are loaded with a minimum amount of wool, and sheep are often offloaded at night or during cooler parts of the day in the Middle East. These reforms were necessary, and they have been successful, and they have maintained Australia's high standards of international animal welfare. And of course, the evidence speaks for itself. There's been no reportable mortality incidents since 2018. While mortality isn't the only measure, its objective cannot be denied that results have been exceptional in recent years. Indeed, they compare favourably to domestic extensive and intensive livestock operations, as well as to domestic transport. Australia is also the only country in the world that insists every facility which receives our livestock, such as feedlots and abattoirs, must first meet Australian regulations. By contrast, Labor's blinkered approach will inevitably lead to much poorer levels of international animal welfare. If Australia doesn't export live sheep, our existing trading partners will source alternatives from countries that do not share our world-leading commitment to good animal welfare practice. This is what is so perverse about this government's policy. The fact is that animal welfare standards across the globe will be diminished, not improved, by the decision to deny Australian participation in that trade. And of course, why was it that the Labor government decided not to give rural and regional voices a credible parliamentary inquiry? The inquiry process on this particular matter has done nothing to deliver the necessary transparency or truth on this important trade, because their truth, the truth of regional communities across Western Australia, is an inconvenient one for the Albanese government. On the 3rd of June 2024, Minister Watt instructed the Standing Committee on Agriculture in the House of Representatives to consider the bill and provide a report by the 21st of June 2024. That's a space of less than 3 weeks. Only 1 week was given for public submissions, and there were only 2 public hearings. The time frame added insult to injury. Despite this, by the close of the submission period, over 13,000 submissions had been received in opposition to the government's policy. But of course, it was not possible for the committee to consider all these submissions, and many went completely disregarded. It sounded loud and clear to those hard-working people and communities that made a submission that this Labor government doesn't care. So this inquiry, which is so important to so many, has been an appalling sham, and it demonstrated an appalling contempt for all those impacted. Further compounding this, on the 27th of June, the Albanese government voted against referring this bill to a comprehensive Senate inquiry for the scrutiny that it deserved. And it was quite a remarkable feature to see senators in this place, Labor senators and Green senators and others, deny the Senate the opportunity for its own inquiry, instead leaning only on the House of Representatives and to an independent task force report. The idea that Australian senators would deny themselves the opportunity to test these issues for themselves was just unbelievable. But as I have said, there is cause for hope. And all that is needed to maintain hope is to change the government. And you change the government by voting against Labor in seats like Cowan and Pearce and Tangney and Hasluck, and voting against the Labor Party in the Australian Senate when you vote for senators. Thank you.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. This is terrible policy you're introducing. Absolutely terrible policy that the Labor government is introducing with the support of the Greens. It really is hard to fathom that you're introducing policy which will have such an onerous negative impact on thousands of people in Western Australia, will cost this country hundreds of millions of dollars in exports, and will actually have a negative impact on the welfare of animals. It's hard to fathom. It really is hard to fathom. The live sheep export industry will continue. It will continue. The only change will be it won't continue with Australia's participation. So the country which has been a world leader in terms of introducing humanitarian welfare checks and balances in relation to the welfare of the sheep, the animals, the subject of this trade, the country which is a world leader is going to be stopped from participating in the trade. So the world standards are going to fall because we no longer participate in the trade. It's madness, absolute madness. The first issue I'd like to talk about is process and transparency. And as my friend and colleague Senator Smith said, the process in relation to the introduction of this bill has been an absolute travesty. The Minister obtained an independent panel report in March 2023 and then sat on it until 25 October 2023 for 6 months. Sat on it. Took 6 months to release the report. And then there's been a bastardisation of a committee process. The reference to the committee in the other place occurred on 3 June and they had a report by 21 June. 6 months the Minister sat on the report. The committee could have been meeting during that 6-month period. A committee of this place could have had 3 months to consider the impacts on affected communities. But this Senate was deprived of that opportunity because the Minister sat on the report for 6 months and then had the gall to refer it to a committee in the other place on 3 June and give them until 21 June to report. The committee started its work on Tuesday 4 June and therefore had 13 business days to complete its inquiry, 13 business days in the context where it received 668 submissions. And I went on the website of the committee this afternoon and had a look at it. Pages and pages and pages of submissions. It was physically impossible for the people participating in that committee process, that bastardisation of a committee process, to read the submissions from affected Australians. Absolute travesty. And then there were only 2 public hearings for a total of 12 hours. And I looked at the agenda for the public hearings. Some of them had five sets of witnesses who had all of 1 hour to contribute to the public hearing. Again, a bastardisation of the process. I don't even know why you bothered, really. It's an insult, an absolute insult. Tick a box, as my friend Senator Canavan says. And then on 27 June, voting against a Senate inquiry. The House of Review, that's what we're meant to be, the House of Review. But you deprived the Senate of that opportunity. I also note, in relation to the committee process that took place in the House of Representatives, the committee accepted 15 late submissions, one of which was by a veterinary group called Livestock Veterinarians Australia that strongly refuted a significant volume of veterinary evidence to which the Chair's report heavily referred in the decision-making process. But their opinions, their professional opinions from the veterinarians intimately involved in this trade could not be taken into account because of the timeframes. Disgraceful. Questions on notice to the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries were not responded to within the allocated timeframe. Well, I can't blame the public servants. I mean, they were given an impossible timeframe in which to respond. That's at the feet of the Minister. So to the extent there are officers here or listening to the debate, I don't blame you. I don't attribute any blame to you. I'm sure you did your best, given an impossible burden by the Minister. 52 separate questions from Committee Deputy Chair Mr Wilson were answered with a one-size-fits-all statement. There was no attempt whatsoever to answer the specific questions that were asked. An absolute travesty of a process. Dissenting members of the committee were given less than 24 hours to respond to the Chair's report. Again, that's at the Minister's feet. That's at the Minister's feet. 13 business days to complete a report in relation to such a contested area of policy. Absolutely disgraceful. So the process has been undertaken, in my view, in bad faith, with absolute contempt for the processes of this Australian Parliament. Absolutely disgraceful. Second issue I want to refer to is the impact on trade. This is about food security for the destination markets. It's also about culture, respect for culture. And I want to quote from Mr Neil Smith, who's chair of the Merredin and Districts Farm Improvement Group, who shared his experience on an educational visit to the Middle East, when people of the Middle East actually went to participate in the process of acquiring their meat for the purposes of celebrating Eid. And this is what he said, quote, "It was interesting to see families come to a feedlot, choose a sheep, follow it through the abattoir and receive the meat at the other end. They were connected to the sheep, and then they would celebrate with their friends and family for the festival. Little children were educated to understand this connection. Australian sheep were given special treatment compared to all other nation sheep and livestock for processing, and we should be proud as a nation of what we have achieved. I can assure you that these welfare outcomes will be lost if sheep are not allowed to be exported live from Australia," end quote. So these markets aren't going to accept boxed meat or chilled meat from Australia. This is a fantasy. It's part of their culture to go and follow the process as the live sheep are imported into the markets, the destinations. Absolute fantasy that they're going to import chilled sheep or box sheep, chilled or frozen meat. How do we know this? Well, they've told us as well. They've told us. In a March 2023 letter to Agriculture Minister Senator Watt, then Kuwaiti Minister for Commerce and Industry, said the requirement for live sheep cannot be substituted with chilled or frozen meat for our population, and it's not our preference to switch our live sheep source. So they're not going to change from acquiring live sheep. All we're doing is punishing an Australian industry which is doing the right thing. Absolutely mad. And where are they going to get the live sheep from? I had a look at the figures for exporters in 2023. Live sheep exports from the European Union, 2.9 million. Romania, 2.3 million. Spain, 1.45 million. Jordan, 1.3 million. Namibia, 542,000. Portugal, 501,000. Georgia, 456,000. There are countries that will fill the export gap. There are countries that will fill the export gap. All we are doing is punishing our own people and doing nothing for animal welfare. It'll go backwards because we've been world leaders. And then this will have a huge negative impact on our fellow Australians in regional Western Australia in particular. More than 3,000 people directly employed by this industry, shearers, truck drivers, suppliers, farmers, producers, an impact on the towns, a $1 billion industry. Senator Watt had the gall to come in here earlier today and said the industry was unsuccessful. And yet I'm looking at figures that say it was 380,000 animals were exported in 2022 and it increased to 654,000 in 2023. And we actually had the prospect of Saudi Arabia once again taking live sheep from Australia. This is an industry that's potentially could boom. Absolutely disgraceful. And let me use the rest of my time to read quotes from those who will be most impacted. In my first speech in this place, I spoke about parliaments, governments making decisions at the behest of activists and punishing regional communities. The activists come in here and they advocate for certain outcomes. They're not going to be negatively impacted by this policy. Then they're the ones not negatively impacted. It's the regional communities in Western Australia who will suffer. And this is an awful example of that phenomenon. So I want to use the rest of my time to quote from the people who are going to be impacted. Shire of Wagon President Phil Blight said, "Many regional towns are at a tipping point. Banning one of the industries that provides employment for the area will have significant human cost. Even a small loss in economic vitality has an outsized impact with small rural communities. Another one, the North Eastern Wheat Belt Regional Organisation of Council CEO, Caroline Robinson. She said, "Not all of them are involved in live export, but live export absolutely benefits all of them. They each require a shearer, a truckie, a wool buyer, an agent and a rural trader at the minimum. Some of those supporting businesses are in the Shires, but the majority of them are in the rest of regional Western Australia. When you pull the lever on a policy like this in one area, there is a cause and effect, and it happens in another area. Over 20 years, it'll be $180 million in 7 Shires." Christy Dapril of another Shire, this is what she said. "The Upper Great Southern has 2.6 million sheep and 1,927 small businesses, including growers. All of their livelihoods are intrinsically tied to the agricultural industry and sheep." The Wool Producers Australia CEO, Joe Hall, said, "The mental health impacts of the decision to ban live exports cannot be overstated. As a cohort, primary producers are already overrepresented in suicide rates as compared to the general public. A responsible government should be developing policies to reduce this incidence, not making decisions that add further stress." Darren Spencer, from the President of the WA Shearing Industry Association, said, "The hard-working people of our shearing industry, including shearers, pressers, cooks, classers and shearing contractors, feel very let down and abandoned by a government who is preferencing the ideological agenda of animal activists over the real-world impacts on hard-working Australians." Let me read that again. They feel abandoned by a government, this Labor government with the support of the Greens, or in fact being driven by the Greens on this ideological madness, who is preferencing the ideological agenda of animal activists over the real-world impacts on hard-working Australians. I fear for our industry. You can't expect to remove one building block out of a finely balanced agri model and not have serious cascading consequences. I fear for our members and our contractors. I fear for our workers. I fear for shearers like the 14-year-old who was possibly on the autism spectrum but undiagnosed, who didn't fit into the school system but was able to fit into my shearing crew as a rouseabout. He went on to become a wool presser and then a shearer. He saved enough to purchase his own home, and 36 years later, he's still working for me in Lake Grace, now in his 50s. What are his prospects? What does he transition to? Chris Wheatcroft, from the Rural West Financial Counsellors, has seen no suicide of any client in 15 years, although we deal with people going through significant change and stress. In terms of how you spend the money on mental health, it's about enabling people to sit with someone who can actually work through the actual impact for them. There are pages of this in the dissenting report of the abbreviated committee processes. Pages and pages of this. People from the community who are going to be impacted by this awful policy decision. Another Shire CEO said, in the 3 years that he was in his Shire, we lost the bank, we lost the butcher, we lost our Soul Cafe and we lost the football club. Many of our communities are on a knife's edge. They're at a tipping point. The loss of any activity has community significance in rural WA, and the loss of any industry, like the live sheep industry, is another matter altogether. And even the WA Minister for Agriculture and Food, one of your own, the Labor Minister in the state, said the position of the WA government has been consistent from the start. The phase out of live export will negatively impact WA regional communities and the livelihoods of many. We do not support it, end quote. Well, if this bill is passed, it will be a millstone around the neck of the Australian Labor Party in Western Australia and other regional communities until the next election.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Well, tonight is a potentially historic night in the short history of our Commonwealth, because I don't believe we have ever, in our 123-year history as a Commonwealth of Australia, I don't believe we have ever banned the export of a farming product until tonight. This is an extremely historic night. And as my learned colleague there, Senator Scarr, has pointed out, we're going to do so without a Senate inquiry, without a committee stage to ask questions of the minister, without an opportunity to debate amendments to this bill. I mean, you could only hazard a guess at why the government is doing this is because it is ashamed. It is ashamed that it will go down in history as the first government to criminalise farming in this nation. You will be, potentially after tonight, if you have the temerity to grow some food for people to eat around the world, export that food to others, you will be designated a criminal by this government. This government is criminalising farming, making farmers who are just trying to feed the world into criminals. Now, this is not about regulations. Fair enough if there were regulations around, making sure we protect animals, protect the environment. All states and territories and the federal government have regulations on that. But this is not about that. This is just straight out banned. Doesn't matter what you do, doesn't matter how high a watermark you reach, you'll be banned. You'll be a criminal for farming in this nation. It's a shocking day for a proud farming nation like Australia. As I said, we have introduced regulation changes to farming many times, and many of those regulatory changes have had the effect of some farmers going out of business. Not a whole industry. As I said, I can't find a situation where we've banned a whole industry. I thought we might have done that to the tobacco industry, but when I looked at it, in fact, we just removed subsidies and tariffs, and effectively the tobacco industry became uneconomic. So we have made those sort of changes in the past. And another reason the government, I think, might be ashamed and why it's doing this dirty deal late at night to sweep through these historic once-in-a-century changes to our laws, one of the reasons they're doing this is, I think, because any reasonable look at the assistance the government is offering to shut down a whole industry is clearly inadequate and, in fact, an insult to our nation's farmers, a complete insult to our nation's farmers. This government, they put in the budget just a few weeks ago, they put aside $107 million in total to shut down an entire industry. In fact, though, when you read the fine print, only $64 million of that goes directly to farmers. The other thing employs bureaucrats and does a lot of other things that probably won't amount to much. But $64 million directly to farmers to shut down an entire industry. And the government really gave no rationale at Senate estimates for why and how it calculated this figure. It was actually a precise figure, $64.6 million. But there's not really a stated rationale behind it. When you look at it, it just looks inadequate on the gross numbers. There are about 4,000 farmers in Australia that do engage in the live sheep industry. So that $64 million amounts to $16,000 per farmer, to be exact, $16,150 per farmer. I mean, that's, as I say, it's an insult. Imagine if it's come along and to shut down your business. Imagine if it was coming along and say, I'm going to put you out of a job. You no longer have a job. You no longer have an industry. The industry you trained for, you're skilled for, we're shutting that down. You won't have a job anymore. But here's $16,000. Don't spend it all at once. That's what this government has done. Even if you take the high figure, the $107 million, it's still only $26,000. It's nothing. And when you compare that, as I say, to many of the other adjustment packages that governments have done in the past, it is a total insult, and it's unclear how the government has come up with this. I mean, take for example the dairy industry, which major changes were made to around 20 years ago. Around 20 years ago, there was a highly regulated dairy industry across Australia. There were different regulations in different states, and there were restrictions, or in effect restrictions on the trade of milk between states. And that helped protect. We had a big dairy industry, a much larger dairy industry in my home state of Queensland. But in the 2000s, those regulations were progressively removed. Largely those were at the state level, not the federal level, but most of them were removed. And it wasn't even a federal decision. Well, largely. It wasn't largely even a federal change to regulations, but all governments recognised the heartache that would be imposed on many dairy farmers from these changes. And so, in total, get this, right? Just keep in mind the figures. $64 million to live sheep exports. 20 years ago, the Australian government put aside $1.3 billion to help the dairy industry. That's in 2000s dollars. Well, it was in the mid-2000s, so around $2005. $1.287 billion to to be precise, to the dairy industry. And I checked before, on ABARES figures, there were apparently at the time, in 2003, when this process kicked off, there were 11,239 dairy farms in Australia at the time. It's much fewer now, but that was the figures at the time. So that $1.3 billion amounted to $114,000 per dairy farmer. These guys are offering 16 to shut the whole industry. The dairy package wasn't shutting down milk production. It was just some regulatory changes that were going to make a number of thousands of those dairy farmers out of a job. But on average, they received 114,000. Obviously, those who went out of business would have received many multiples more than that, because not all 11,000 went out of their got out of their livelihood. As I say, it's a total insult. I mean, how has the government come up with these figures? It would be nice to ask some questions about this in a committee stage that we would normally do on just normal legislation, let alone a piece of legislation that's one in 123 years and has never been done before in our Commonwealth. Because as I said, the government had very few answers to all of this in Senate estimates. I should just briefly add for the record too, the other industry packages to other industries, that these figures, I should say, came from the Productivity Commission, a report that was done in 2010, 2011. And they calculated the assistance to various industries over that time, or from the mid-90s to that time. And the sugar industry over those years had received $480 million. Again, we weren't shutting it down or anything, we were just changing some tariffs and opening up trade with other countries. Fisheries industries, $462 million. Again, these are all in figures, dollar terms, that are 20 years old or so. So you'd add 50% at least to those because of inflation. Forestry, $215 million. And all of them higher than this one, which does a much more radical thing than any of those changes a generation ago. As I say, the government had very few answers here, because you would think one thing the government would do, would look at before it shut down an industry, is work out, okay, well, if we are to shut down this particular line of business for farmers in live sheep exports, how many of them might go out of business? How many of them might decide that they won't farm anymore? And that might help us, of course, calculate what sort of assistance we might need. And I asked the government, well, you know, how many people, how many of these 4,000 businesses do you think will just pack up sticks and say, okay, that's it, I can't farm anymore, I can't make this a viable business, or I don't want to reskill as a cropping person or a cattle person. Again, I think the government doesn't quite understand the agricultural industry, or the Labor Party seems to struggle with it. They're not farmers. They do different things, and there are very different skill sets required to work with cattle, to work with crops, to work with sheep. Even within the sheep industry, there is different skill sets needed for wool compared to meat sheep. And you know, many farmers who might be in their 50s or 60s or even younger might think, look, I just don't want to reskill as a whole new trade. I might get out of this business now that this has been shut down to me. As I said, when I put it to the government, well, how many do you think will go out of business? No answer. We don't have those figures, Senator. Yet, I was then able to pull up a government commissioned report. They commissioned an entity called Episode 3. I pulled up that report and Senate estimates, and in that report, they'd done surveys of farmers working out how many would potentially leave. Episode 3 said, when they surveyed the industry, that 44% of sheep producers were intending to leave the sheep farming industry. 44% were willing to go. Another survey by the WA sheep producers themselves found that 14%. There's a bit of variance there, but either of those figures is a lot of people going out of business. Thousands of farmers facing the end of their livelihoods. And the government didn't even know those figures, did not know. And of course, it's not just the farmers here. There's going to be an understandable focus on the farmers. They are at the front lines of the impact of what we're doing tonight. So we're criminalising their industry, making them feel like criminals in their own country just for having the temerity to grow food. They're on the front lines of it. But it's not them, just them in the supply chain. There are truck drivers that come and pick up the sheep, take them to the port. There are fencing contractors on the farms. There are shearers, of course, in the wool industry, which we're not shutting down, but if we shut down one part of the sheep industry here, there is evidence, again, in these lengthy reports, the government commission, that no one seems to have read, the minister hadn't read them, that the shearing industry would be affected as well, because some will just get out of sheep farming completely, and some of their sheep would go to live exports, some would be shorn, but now there'll be fewer sheep shorn, apparently, according to at least this government commission study, episode 3, calculated this. So in that study, it found that 40% of transport operators, 40% of truck drivers said they would exit the industry. This is a government that comes in here and says constantly they're in favour of workers and believe in supporting the working class of this country. These are truck drivers. Right? They're truck drivers, and 40% of them want to go to business. There's nothing in the assistance packages for them at all. I mean, they're not getting the 16,000 even. I mean, what are they going to get? Where do they get put out? They just get put out in the street. Some of these truck drivers own their own trucks. It's not just the job they're losing, it's their capital equipment. It's a loan to the bank they probably now can't service. What happens for them? Are they going to be bailed out? No. They're just left to pick up the pieces. All because the government has done a political deal here with its friends in the Greens to rush this through. And you've got to wonder why they're doing this. Why are they doing this? Because, we don't actually even need this legislation. We don't need it. The government has all the power to end this anyway. They don't need to push this through Parliament. Why are they going through this hassle? They're obviously not doing the inquiry. They want to rush it through. Why don't they there's a thing called the Export Control Act. They could tomorrow issue a ministerial declaration which would ban the export of live sheep or whatever they like. We've got powers, constitutional powers to do this, and there are powers in the Export Control Act to do these things. Why aren't they doing that? Well, you think it probably might have something to do with the fact that the last time the Labor Party used the Export Control Act, used ministerial discretion to ban the export of a farming product in live cattle, and I said it was no legislation then, that this is a historic night, it was a ministerial discretion. In the end, they were found that was negligent. That decision from the government was completely negligent and did not go through the proper processes. And we are now on the hook, of the taxpayers on the hook for hundreds of millions of dollars, possibly billions of dollars. Government's dragging its heel on that. It's amazing that they're shutting down another live industry, another live farming industry, before they've even compensated the farmers for their last complete debacle on trying to shut down live cattle more than now 13 years ago. So we have perhaps the rationale for why we're doing this, why we're rushing this legislation through, because this decision won't be justiciable. It won't go through the courts. The farmers can't take an action against the government if it's passed through the Parliament. If it had been a ministerial decision, then the minister would have been held to account through our court processes. But you can see here we have a minister that is rushing from any accountability, from parliamentary accountability, from judicial accountability, from any accountability to the people, because this party, the Labor Party, are ashamed of what they're doing. Many people in the Labor Party are now ashamed that they're criminalising farming, that they're going to put truck drivers out of a job. It is a shameful day for the Australian Labor Party when they're teaming up with the radical activists in the Greens to shut down a farming industry in this country. Because when you look at it, we don't prohibit that much stuff at the moment. I was surprised. We've got a list of what we prohibit. I'll quickly try and read it out. We prohibit biological agents, certain chemical compounds, defence and strategic goods, human body fluids, nuclear material, precursor materials, prescription medicines, animal native animals, cat and dog fur products, apparently, counterfeit credit cards, fair enough, cultural heritage goods, rough diamonds, endangered animal species, firearms, hazardous waste, ozone-depleting substances, pesticides, pornography, radioactive substances, sanctioned, so exports to sanctioned countries, security-sensitive ammonium nitrate, suicide devices, viable material derived from human embryo clones, and toothfish, which is an endangered species itself. That's it. That's it. That's what we banned. And we're going to add to that list now farming, farmers that grow food. They're also going to be on the very special prohibited list thanks to this government and their deal with the Greens. Well, we now know that this government is not on the side of Australian farmers. The problem with this legislation is it will send a chill down all productive industries in this country, because your industry can be shut down due to an election result and due to an election deal. That's what this has been done. The government has done a deal with the Animal Justice Party for preferences, with the Greens Party as well, and they've done a deal to shut down your industry. And they've done so without even basic adequate compensation, as I've gone through earlier tonight. And so what's stopping them doing this to any industry in the country? Does any industry have to watch election results to know if its business is still viable in this country? That is no basis to build a productive economy. That is no basis to encourage people to invest in this country, to grow businesses, to take a stake in this nation. It is a shameful day in our nation's history. For the first time, potentially tonight, we will criminalise a farming activity, and we should all be embarrassed about that.
Before I call Senator Little, I do just remind senators about not wearing apparel
with signs that can be read on the front. Senator Little, you have the call.
Thank you. Well, what's mutton? Mutton is not likely to be found in slick city restaurants or supermarkets in Marrickville or CBD Sydney, Melbourne or Brisbane. I asked a few people this week if they knew what mutton was, and I got a lot of blank faces. Well, this bill is to appease inner city interests without any regard for the impact in Western Australia or the Australian sheep industry generally or outside that state's border. Mutton, well, mutton is intensely red meat with a strong flavour, sheep meat that is from an animal that is older than a year, ideally around 3 years. Australia produces about 170,000 tonnes carcass weight of mutton compared to 540,000 tonnes carcass weight of lamb. So there is much more appetite for lamb, much, much more. So what happens under this ban to all that excess mutton meat when Australians I've spoken to this week don't even know what mutton is, let alone having it on the menu tonight? Well, Australians love their lamb. It is lamb, tough, tender or trimmed, that you will find at your local supermarket or butcher, not mutton, because Australians consume about 6 kilograms of sheep meat per person per year. It's a different story though if you live in Afghanistan, in the Middle East, Algeria or Syria, where they relish a meal of mutton, which makes up the great bulk of Australia's live sheep exports. What will happen to those merino sheep bred for the insatiable clothing industry for their fleece until it's no longer a viable option to sell the fleece? What then happens to those mature animals with this ban? Some could end up as pet food, but most will just be destroyed, and it will be farmers who bear the loss and the cost. Australia's first live sheep exports were from Western Australia to Mauritius and Singapore in 1845. Last year, live sheep exports by sea increased 22%, or 177,000 head, to nearly 600,000. That's not an industry in decline on any measure. This ban, this transformation of the industry, has been without consideration or regard for the implications of the whole sheep industry, not just for Western Australia. Those who know the industry, the farmers, the feedlots, the breeders and the towns that support the industry's workforce, know this ban will be devastating and change their lives and their towns forever. The Australian sheep farming industry is worth more than $6 billion a year. It comprises nearly 20,000 agricultural businesses that employ people, contribute to gross state product and gross domestic product. My home state of South Australia accounts for about 15% of the nation's 70 million plus flock of sheep. I spoke with one of South Australia's largest sheep farmers who runs some 150,000 head of sheep on his 130-year-old family property. Generations of people who know the sheep industry. For them, this is not just about money, it's their livelihood. And it has broader implications over the border. I'd listen to them rather than the Australian Greens and the Albanese government, whose only engagement with sheep meat is actually at the supermarket or the dinner table. But what do I know about sheep? Well, not much now, but in a previous life I had to know how to shear one, how to muster it and do all the stuff to them that you need to take care of them. A long time ago, so I don't pretend to be an expert, but I know enough to know what I don't know and when to ask more. Much more, much, much more. That's why I asked some stakeholders in the industry with decades of knowledge, intergenerational knowledge, it's the least one should do when you are shutting them down, their lives, their farms, their businesses. I heard that removing the export option for farmers can only have a negative impact on livestock prices across Australia more broadly as supply increases. There's been something like this before, I heard, though related to mulesing, where Australian growers told their customers what they had to buy. It didn't work then. It came today with a warning that this approach is a recipe for disaster. One farmer said he had no confidence this will have the impact that it is intended to have, because its ignorant architects haven't thought this through. Yet again, this over-promising, under-delivering Albanese government is acting without looking at the whole picture. Of all its broken promises, this is the one it should have broken because it will break sheep farmers. You can't ban live sheep exports and not consider the impacts outside the farm gate, the state border, not just at the export but at the import point. Have the implications on those countries who currently rely on this trade even been explored or understood? The industry has undergone significant change and done what has been asked of it. This will do nothing to change demand. The demand will simply be met by others. It is crucial to recognise the live sheep export industry employs shearers, truck drivers, fodder suppliers, livestock agents, producers, maritime workers. All of these areas, the workers within them and their families are affected by this bill. For towns to flourish, they need commercial sectors to flourish, and the removal of a billion-dollar industry is an antithesis to this goal. Without the sheep export industry, schools in those regional towns will slip into decline. There has not been proper consultation with anyone who is directly affected by this, despite the significant impact of this enormous change. There's impact on transport businesses, agricultural supply businesses and grain stores, to name just a few. And why so much secrecy when those most affected engage in the debate? Of those 13,000, the Albanese government only published 668 of those that contributed to the committee. This is a sham consultation. It left hundreds of submissions from members of Sheep Producers Australia, a significant opposition group, unpublished, never to see the light of day. So much for the Prime Minister's pledge for greater transparency in government and leaving no one behind. You left a whole industry behind. In question time, Minister Watt continually references the independent panel consultations, but the terms of reference specifically precluded any discussion on the policy itself. How's that transparency? Instead, it acted as if the ban was a foregone conclusion, asking not whether to phase out live exports, but asking how to phase out live exports. That's not community consultation. That's not transparent. It's a joke, a sick joke at the expense of the farmers, and they're not laughing. The joke's on them. An inquiry in the Senate, the House of Review, that wasn't rushed, would have been an important step towards understanding these impacts on the community and those most affected. We've already seen in the other place the impact of community feedback on this bill, proper community feedback, even a little community feedback. Independent member for Curtin, Kate Chaney, was in support of the bill when it was first raised in the other House. But after meeting with stakeholders in her electorate and hearing their grievances of the tens of thousands of farmers negatively impacted by this ban, she changed her mind and voted against the bill. It was disappointing to see the government refuse to interact with the community like Ms Chaney has. Yet again, the Albanese government is acting with its blinkers on and not actually talking to those directly impacted by this bill. A 40-year veterinarian with extensive live animal export experience, whose last voyage was in November 2023, stated in his inquiry submission that he was disgusted by the lies and deceitful tactics used by those with little or no first-hand experience or knowledge of the live sheep export industry who are trying to shut it down. He says the reforms made the industry's current performance has resulted not in loss but in gaining the social licence to continue operating. It has done the work. This does nothing but continue the Labor Party's prolonged attack on the Australian farmer. The Labor Party and Australian Greens have real form on this. Last year, the Albanese Labor government pushed the water buybacks bill through the Senate. Ultimately, opposition to live sheep exports is an ideological obsession of the Labor Party. When they were last in government under Prime Ministers Gillard and Rudd, the Labor Party forced legislation through Parliament suspending the cattle trade with Indonesia. It took the coalition government lifting this ban for the agricultural sector to return to its full capacity. Don't get it wrong. The Albanese Labor government are not pushing this bill to protect the welfare of sheep. They're pushing this bill to further advance their attack on Australian farmers and to curry serious favour with the Australian Greens, their coalition. I echo the sentiment of the Coalition's second reading amendment. Ending live sheep exports is short-sighted. The bill maligns the Australian livestock industry. It neglects to admit that Australia has the highest standards of animal welfare in the world. To do this won't change demand. The demand will just be served by others. Any industry in Australia, any productive, successful, viable, long-term industry might be next. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Rennick.
Okay, thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I rise to speak on this very important bill tonight because it is another example of how the Labor Party is attempting to destroy primary production in this country and our agricultural sector. Australia, it goes without saying, basically made its wealth on the back of the sheep industry, first with wool and meat. But as someone who grew up on a sheep station out in Western Queensland of 150,000 acres, 10,000 sheep in the glory days of the wool, this is something that's very close to my heart because many school holidays and many weekends I spent either out in the 20,000 acre paddock on the back of a motorbike with four other kelpies behind a big mob of sheep, or I was in the sheep yards rounding up, getting the sheep ready to be shorn. And in many occasions, as the sheep got older, we would sell the sheep off to market. And there is no doubt that, you know, working with livestock is a tough industry, and it's something that if you're not used to, it may appear from the outside looking in that it's a brutal industry, but that is not true at all. The sheep are used to, you know, they are beasts of burden effectively, and this is a fact of life. And unfortunately, it's a fact of life that I think too many of our children aren't exposed to today in terms of just understanding the birds and the bees and how the world actually works. But one of my best mates that I grew up with is actually a vet, a long-term vet who has worked for what was Australian quarantine. He's worked in abattoirs all his life, and he's travelled on many ships over to the Middle East. And as he said, they are fed better on those ships and looked after better on those ships than they are in the paddock. And the death rate, and as we know that Live Court themselves said, the death rate on those ships is half that of the death rate of sheep in the actual paddocks. So I can see no real reason why the Labor Party feels the need to shut this industry down. And, you know, over time, as these poorer countries get better electricity and better refrigeration and better freezers, I'm sure this industry will slowly decline over the years, and we have seen that over the last decades because as the standard of living has increased in poorer countries, more and more households can afford freezers. But until such time as they have freezers, they are still going to be buying sheep or meat from butchered meat from a butcher to take home and cook that night. That is just the way it is in many poorer countries. And until that time that these countries are able to actually freeze meat, there is no reason to destroy an industry that is perfectly capable of standing on its own 2 feet if the Labor government would just get out of their lives. Because we are talking about the lives of thousands and thousands of farmers and hundreds of towns and all the related people that live off and make a living off the farmers in those industries, particularly in Western Australia, but even out in my hometown of Chinchilla and further west, there are still thousands of sheep out there. Not as many as there used to be, I might add, thanks to the dingoes and the decline in the wool price on a relative basis, but it is still a viable industry and it's one that we should maintain. Because if we turn our back on the sheep industry in this country, we turn our back on our own history, on our heritage and on our culture, and most importantly on the livelihoods of hard-working Australians who deserve a fair go.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Reyes.
I can't agree with much of the conclusion Senator Rennick just reached, but I do appreciate very much his reflections on the value of farming life and the value of agriculture from a community and a family perspective. It's a long time since I've been engaged in farming activity, but I did as a kid. I did through most of my adolescent life, not in the sheep industry but in the cattle industry. And I too share Senator Rennick's, I don't think it's unfair to say, romantic view about how important that kind of life is and what that means for families. The kind of activity the kind of hard work that farming families engage in, particularly on family farms. And I agree with him that many, many more young people should be exposed to hard work on farms, fencing, working with livestock in particular, because it is an honourable life being engaged in farming. I don't agree with Senator Rennick's conclusions about the future of live exports of sheep from our west coast. I can't agree with him on that subject, and some of my disagreement with that actually is founded in my experience of what decent animal management practices are, what proper animal husbandry is, and informed by my engagement with people in the farming community who have a very different view to Senator Rennick about the future of the live export industry for sheep. There is a strong view, no matter what our colleagues in the National Party say, in the farming community about decent animal husbandry practices. That's the truth. It's not a universal view, but there is strong disagreement across the agricultural sector about whether or not this industry should have a future. And I was sitting in my office reluctant to contribute to this debate, but then I heard Senator Canavan's contribution, and I spontaneously, there I was sitting down, feet up, and what he said was, why do industries have to watch election results to see if their business is still viable? That's no basis to build a productive economy, no basis to encourage people to invest, to build a business and to take a stake in this nation. That's what he said. I mean, what extraordinary hypocrisy. What extraordinary hypocrisy. I mean, obviously the Labor Party has been not to just one election on this issue, but a second election on this issue where we won government, I'll get to the hypocrisy, Senator Canavan, don't you worry about that. I'll just build up to it over a little bit of time. Over a little bit of time, Senator Canavan. But I do assert that the Labor Party won government, the very clear understanding in the community amongst people who strongly support a ban on live export, but also people in the suburbs and in the regions who understood exactly what it was that the Labor Party stood for. And in fact, we recorded a historically high vote in the state of Western Australia. And the truth is that this policy remains popular despite all of the carry-on and the misrepresentations of those opposite. An industry that is in strong decline, declining more strongly every year. The reason I say it's hypocrisy is this comes from the same government, informed by previous iterations of Senator Canavan's old pals at the previous Productivity Commission, that pushed the car industry out of Australia. The government, the then government, shut the car industry down, closed the industry, and 40,000 people lost their jobs. You might scoff at 40,000 people in Melbourne and Adelaide's outer suburbs.
Just one moment, if you could resume your seat. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I heard Senator Canavan refer to the Senator Ayres as an idiot, and I think he should withdraw that. He should withdraw.
Senator Canavan, would you withdraw
Well, clearly
the
RAF
comment?
doesn't want live sheep to end. I know he doesn't, so he's happy to repeat the epithet,
Senator
but I'll withdraw.
Canavan.
I will withdraw.
Thank you. And Senator O'Sullivan, that's enough. Heckling. Thank you. Come on, let's have some order in here. Thank you.
Been called far, far worse things, I can assure you. But a whole industry, not a small industry, a very big industry, consequential for Australia's future, closed down and they laughed it off. Laughed it off. It was, for them, it was an article of faith to force those manufacturing jobs offshore. So we look over our shoulder, no electoral mandate. They never went to the people of Victoria and South Australia and said, guess what? We think it'd be a good idea if we shut your industry down. But so looking over your shoulder,
order.
That's what happened in the past. What about the future? Right, this idea that industry shouldn't have to consider what approach future governments might have when you have this catastrophe over here, catastrophe for our energy sector, the disinvestment Dutton show over here that is determined to drive investment in our energy sector offshore, and they want to complain. They want to complain that this government went to not one, but 2 elections, very, very clear about what it was that we said that we would do. And of course, the energy sector is utterly consequential
Order.
for the future of this country.
Senator Ayres, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan and Senator O'Sullivan, I've called you to order a number of times. Will you please keep this in some semblance of order? Senator Canavan, that is enough. Thank you. Senator Ayres, please continue.
And honestly, the slogan that these characters run around Western Australia with is keep the sheep. It doesn't say, it is the most dishonest slogan I've ever heard. It doesn't say protect the live export trade, because nobody supports that proposition. Like, it is tested in a focus group. It is fake. It is fake. Utterly fake. And so we are a government. We are a government. This may be an utterly foreign concept.
Senator Ayres, please resume your seat. This debate is getting out of hand. I've called you to order a number of times. We'll listen to Senator Ayres' contribution. Senator McKenzie. Senator Ayres, please continue.
It may be a novel concept to those on the other side of this argument that an opposition should construct a policy, should receive a mandate, and should implement and do what it said that it would do. I know this is a foreign concept to those opposite. It's not something that they ever did in government. It's not something they ever did in government. But this is a government that does what it says that it was going to do. And we have worked through our election program in a systematic way. And you know what? Australians want governments that do what they say they are going to do. And when you look at the merits, of the arguments that are put for this government, for this errant campaign, what we see is an industry in decline. In 2014 to 2015, 2.1 million sheep exported by sea at a value of $224 million. In 2021, 2022, 475,000 sheep exported by sea at a value of $80 million. A complete collapse during the period that the opposition was in government. And what support did they offer this industry that they now say it's an utterly core principle for them to protect? Nothing. Nothing. What did the previous government do to assist this industry to deal with the social licence values that have so utterly collapsed? Nothing. No contribution. Live exports by sea decreased by $144 million over that period and over 1.5 million head. The leader of the Nationals, Mr Littleproud, has said that the coalition partnership is contingent on the reinstatement of the live sheep export trade. Well, that's what's really going on here. That's what's really going on here. It's a government that, it's an opposition that in government utterly failed to support this sector, completely failed to assist them to transition to value adding onshore, more exports of box meat offshore. That is what people in country towns need. It's more decent jobs in our meat processing sector. No effort from the previous government in that regard. And now there's a sustained performance over a couple of weeks on that issue. The truth is, it's an industry that is in terminal decline. And the proposition that this government offers is a serious package, a substantial package to ensure that the industry is able to work through the difficult issues of transition, work through the challenging issues of value adding, and work through all of the issues that confront them. The alternative is a continued terminal decline. The alternative is continued zero support from government, and this is a government that will support the agriculture sector even when times are tough, even when there is disagreement, and work in partnership with the sector to get things done.
Thank you. Minister Watt.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It's my honour now to close out the debate on this bill and prior to us moving to a series of votes on something that has been discussed in this country for a very long time. And let's be very clear about what this debate is about. It's about implementing an election commitment that Labor took to the last two elections. Nothing more, nothing less. And we're in this curious situation where members of the opposition are calling for this government to abandon an election commitment, something that we've never seen an opposition do before. Now, we fully intend to deliver this commitment by passing this legislation tonight. We did go to the last two elections, federal elections, committing to phase out live sheep exports by sea. And today, by passing this legislation, as I hope that we soon will do, we will be delivering on our election commitment to the Australian people by bringing the export of live sheep by sea to an end on the 1st of May 2028. Now, in doing this, we won't be just delivering an election commitment, we will be delivering a substantial reform for animal welfare in Australia that many thousands of people have sought for a long, long time and is widely supported across the Australian community. But what we'll also be doing is assisting the sheep industry in Western Australia, which is the only state that continues to export live sheep by sea. We'll be supporting that industry to transition towards a stronger future based on more value adding, more onshore processing and more jobs for Western Australians. This policy is about keeping jobs in Western Australia rather than sending those jobs offshore. And in doing so, we will be putting forward a strong future for the Western Australian sheep industry. Now, I recognise that, as with pretty much everything that we debate in this chamber, this is not a policy that is supported
by 100% of Australians or 100% of Western Australians. And at all times, through carrying this reform through the government and through the parliament, I have sought to be respectful of the fact that there are different views on this. Today, I met again with representatives of the sheep industry in Western Australia, many of whom are sheep farmers themselves or involved in the supply chain, shearing, truckies, the whole supply chain. And I think that brings it to about 14 meetings that I've now had with representatives of the sheep industry in Western Australia and sheep farmers themselves. And at all times, I have dealt with all parties in this debate respectfully, agreeing to meet with them, agreeing to listen to them, and being really honest with them about what can be done and what can't be done. And from the very first meeting that I've had with those groups, I've made very clear that we have every intention of delivering our election commitment, but that we would listen to them and work with them about how we would implement that commitment, and I've made that offer again today. Now, as I say, I recognise that this policy is not supported by every single member of the sheep industry or every single Australian, but I repeat the point that this is a commitment that was taken to an election, not just one but two, and was endorsed by the Australian people and the Western Australian people at the last federal election. And it continues to have widespread support, with the latest surveys that I've seen demonstrating that even in Western Australia, the one state which continues to export live sheep by sea, this policy that we have of phasing out this industry retains the support of about 70% of Western Australians. So this does have widespread support in Western Australia, just as it does in Australia. And I understand that those opposite, and we'll come to their record, I understand that those opposite don't support this and want to stop this from happening. This is a policy that Australians have voted for and is now supported still by about 70% of Western Australians. I want to put on record again my thanks to the members of the independent panel that we appointed early last year to consider and provide advice to the government on how and when we should implement this election commitment. And I invite anyone interested in this issue to have a look at their report and look at the government's response to that panel's report. And by and large, we've accepted pretty much all of the recommendations that panel has made, including their recommendation that we should phase out this industry once and for all on the 1st of May 2028. Now, in addition, this government recognises that this will be a significant adjustment for many people in the sheep industry in Western Australia, and that's why we have put on the table a $107 million transition package funded by every taxpayer in Australia. And let's remember, we're talking about an industry that brought in $77 million last year. So we're putting $107 million of taxpayers' funds. Every taxpayer in Australia is contributing towards an industry that has been in decline for 20 years. And I'll come to what's happened in the past and the decline and the lack of assistance that's been provided to this industry in the past. But before doing so, I think we do need a few facts, again, put on the record about this industry. Because to listen to the National Party and the Liberal Party, you would think that we are talking about the backbone of this Western Australians agricultural sector. And as important as this sector is to those involved in it, we are talking about a tiny fraction of the Western Australian agriculture industry as a whole. In 2022-23, live sheep exports by sea represented less than 1% of the total value of Australia's sheep exports. In 22-23, live sheep exports by sea from Australia were worth $77 million, while sheep meat exports reached $4.5 billion in 2021-22. Now again, we hear a lot from the National Party and the Liberal Party about how much they care about this industry and how it needs to stay in place and how they're the biggest supporters of the industry. What the National Party and the Liberal Party don't want to admit is that this industry plummeted in size and importance to the Western Australian agricultural sector when they were in government. And I mentioned in question time today that in 2014-15, Australia exported 2.1 million sheep by sea at a value of $224 million. And by the end of the former government, that number had fallen from 2.1 million sheep being exported in 2014-15 to 475,000 sheep being exported in 21-22. So these people who want to characterise themselves as the defenders of the sheep industry were the very people who saw an 80% fall in the number of sheep being exported by sea while they were in office. The truth is that this industry has been in decline for about 20 years, and at the very same time, what has been going through the roof is exports of sheep meat. And it happens, you may not be aware of this, but exports of sheep meat are part of the agriculture sector as well. People who work in meat processing, they're part of the agriculture supply chain. And that is the part of this industry that has been going through the roof with enormous potential to grow further. Now, again, we know that there's a lot of hypocrisy on display here, and I did remind the chamber during question time today that Labor is not alone in supporting the end of the live sheep export industry. We do know that the now Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, Ms Susan Lee, introduced a private member's bill in 2018 seeking to ban the trade, stating, quote, "The live sheep trade is in terminal decline. Unfortunately, this is an industry with an operating model built on animal suffering." That's the words of the Deputy Liberal Leader only about 4 years ago. And of course she was backed in by now Senator Henderson, who was then a member of the House of Representatives, where they both said together the sensible path for both sides of the debate is to construct a carefully considered transition to ending the trade permanently. What we both believe, this is Susan Lee and Sarah Henderson, now Senator Henderson, what we both believe is an inevitable and permanent ceasing of all live sheep exports to the Middle East. So it's not just Labor. It's not just Labor who's supporting this, although we do support this, because we can see the opportunity for the sheep industry in more value-adding and more job creation in Western Australia. And we're not going to be hypocrites like the National Party and the Liberal Party, who try to pretend that they're the friends of farmers, who try to pretend that they're sticking up for a trade that fell by 80% on their watch when they were in government, and for whom they provided not 1 cent in transition support compared to a Labor government that is providing $107 million. So enough of the hypocrisy from the Nationals and the Liberals. What we need to get on with is a reform that was voted on by the Australian people at the last election, that is supported by about 70% of the Western Australian public, that will be an improvement to animal welfare while creating hundreds of new jobs in Western Australia.
Please resume your seat. Senator Wong.
Just wondering if Senator Mackenzie could possibly just let up just for 1 or 2 seconds during the debate.
I have called Senator Mackenzie. I have called you, and I would ask for silence for the remainder of the time. Minister Watt.
It's time to implement our election commitment. It's time to move this trade from live exports to onshore processing. It's time to pass this legislation.
Thank you, Minister Watt. The time for debate on the Export Control Amendment ending live sheep exports by sea Bill 2024 and other bills has expired. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And pursuant to contingent notice standing in the name of the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, I move that so much of Standing Order 142 be suspended as would prevent further consideration of the bill without limitation of time. And colleagues, what can I say? Well, Minister Watt has just said it all. Tonight, the Australian Labor Party, they say they'll deliver an election commitment. Guess what? We on this side of the chamber say you will close down an industry in Western Australia. You will turn your back on Western Australians. You will turn your back on the truckies. You will turn your back on the farmers. You will turn your back on the shearers. But you don't care. You don't care because despite 60,000 people signing onto the petition of Keep the Sheep, despite the thousands of jobs that will soon—
Resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie, not only have I called you to order, you are now interjecting on your own leader. You can come to order, you can leave the chamber, or you can seek the call. Please continue, Senator Cash.
And as I said, the thousands of jobs that tonight Senator Watt has officially said it is all over, you are no more. But Senator Watt says it is an election commitment that the Australian Labor Party are delivering on. Isn't it interesting, though, that even though it's an election commitment and they claim that they have the right to deliver on the end of this industry in Western Australia, they still don't have the guts to have it properly scrutinised by the Australian Senate. Because what we have just hit at 10 o'clock was, of course, the end of the debate. And when we say at the end of the debate, we mean that by we've just hit a guillotine. And why have we hit a guillotine? Because they know, the Australian Labor Party know, this is not playing out well at the moment in Western Australia. So they give you a choice. You can have some second readers tonight and we hit the guillotine and guess what, it's all over. Or why don't you have have the guts to allow an actual committee stage on this bill tonight. What are you actually hiding from the people in particular of Western Australia? What is it that you don't want to tell them? What? That you don't have an evidence base in relation to the decision that you have just made? That you know that in excess of 60,000 people have signed on to the Keep the Sheep petition to keep this industry going in Western Australia? You know that the people of Western Australia do not want this bill to go through tonight, but no. None of that matters to the Australian Labor Party. Well, the good news for voters is this. This time next year, guess what? We will have gone to an election. And can I assure you that in Western Australia, we will be making it very, very clear to people. You have a black and white decision to make. If you believe in Western Australia, if you believe in the farmers, if you believe in the shearers, if you believe in the truckies, if you believe in those people who wake up every single day and they keep our state going, you get to vote for the coalition. It is as simple as that. It is a binary decision. You either want to back in Western Australia and vote for the coalition, and the or is Mr Albanese, the Australian Labor Party, and all of those senators, the Labor senators from Western Australia, the Labor members of the House of Representatives who have turned their back on Western Australia. Mr Albanese likes to tell people that he is a great friend of our state. Well, guess what, Mr Albanese? Actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. And it doesn't matter what Minister Watts said in his summing up speech tonight. The fact of the matter is this bill will shortly, with the support of the Australian Greens, go through the Senate chamber. And it goes through the Senate chamber under a guillotine because the Australian Labor Party, quite frankly, don't have the guts to answer questions on this bill. Why don't they want a committee stage? Because perhaps if they had a committee stage, they may actually be shown for what they are. A government that, quite frankly, puts the word transparency to shame, because despite what they said prior to the election, and what did Senator Birmingham say when we were once again in this situation a little while ago? What were we promised by Mr Albanese? What were we promised by Senator Wong? What were we promised by the Australian Labor Party? And of course, prior to the election, what did they promise Australians? Well, they promised Australians a lot. But one of the things they promised was greater accountability. And tonight, once again, those words promised prior to the election, greater accountability, are about to be trashed. And that is a great shame, because the only people tonight who are not going to benefit are the people of Western Australia. But a very, very clear decision can soon be made. A vote for Peter Dutton is a vote for the industry. A vote for Anthony Albanese is not.
Thank you, Senator Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Well, this is more delaying tactics from an opposition that has sought at every stage to delay debate and delay the delivery of an election commitment that the Australian people voted for. That's what's going on here tonight. So let's be very clear about what we're debating. We're debating something that the Labor Party took to the last two federal elections, that we won the last federal election on, that it wasn't that long ago that Senator Henderson was actually supporting us on. We can go back and have a look at those quotes from Senator Henderson, where I think she described it as an immoral trade, I think was the word. It wasn't that long ago that Senator Henderson was actually going much further in her language than anyone in the Labor Party has ever done. So what we're debating here tonight is a piece of legislation to deliver an election commitment that was voted for by the Australian people, that Western Australians largely supported at the last federal election, that has now then been through months of consultation through an independent panel of 4 people appointed by the government who provided advice to the government on, has then been to a House of Representatives inquiry with 2 hearings, one of which is in Canberra, one of which was in Western Australia, and has then been debated and passed in the House of Reps and is now here in the Senate. For anyone in this chamber, particularly those on the other side of this chamber, to argue—
Order. Order on my left. I've just had Senator Cash on her feet, and every single senator in this place respected her right to listen in silence. I now have the minister on his feet, and you will listen in respectful silence, or you can choose to leave the chamber. Thank you, Minister. Please continue.
Yeah. So again, this is just more delaying tactics from an opposition that isn't prepared to respect the result of the last election, that isn't prepared to respect the work of the independent panel that we appointed to undertake some consultation across Western Australia, met with hundreds of people across Western Australia, took thousands of submissions across Western Australia and provided advice to the government on how we should deliver this election commitment. So that's what this legislation is about, and we've got an opposition that continues to refuse to accept the result of the last election where the Australian people actually voted for us to do this. They're also not prepared to accept a $107 million transition package that the people of Australia are committing to through their government. And I remind you that under the last government, we saw the number of live sheep exported by sea fall by 80% in the life of the last government, and with not a cent of assistance being provided by that government to assist this industry transition. In contrast, this government has listened to the words of the industry when it said that they need support to make this transition.
Please resume. Once again, I call senators on my left to order. You are to listen with respect and in silence. Minister, please continue.
So what we should do is get on and debate this legislation and pass this legislation to deliver and implement election commitment. And what we've been doing all day, is debating this legislation here in
Minister Watt. Order. Senator Mackenzie, resume your seat. I have Senator O'Sullivan on his feet. But I had just sat the minister down and I asked for silence, and you all acted disrespectfully and ignored me. Senator O'Sullivan, were you on a point of order? Thank you. Minister Watt.
So we should be passing this legislation tonight. It's legislation that was supported by two elections, at the last election by the Australian people. It's been to a House of Representative inquiry. It's had months of consultation. We should pass the legislation, and I move that the question be put.
Minister Watt has moved closure. So the question is that the motion is moved by Minister Watt be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is, the closure motion is moved by Minister Watt be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now put the suspension motion as moved by Senator Cash. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. Ring the bells. Division required for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the suspension motion is moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. As there may be further divisions, I advise senators that in accordance with Standing Order 101, I intend to ring the bells for 1 minute. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier today, I will now put the question before the chair and then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bills listed in that resolution. The first question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Cash on sheet 2697 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Cash on sheet 2697 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the second reading amendment circulated by the opposition on sheet 2695 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. I believe the noes have it. Aye. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading amendment circulated by the opposition on sheet 2695 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The next question is that the second reading amendment circulated by the opposition on sheet 2698 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading amendment circulated by the opposition on sheet 2698 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question now is that the bill be now read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Goodell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Export Control Act 2020 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments, starting with the amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that the amendment on sheet 2699 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 2699 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Goodell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now turn to the amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the amendments on sheet 2641 revised be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 2641 revised be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 10 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Export Control Act 2020 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Primary Industries Excise Levies Bill 2023 and 5 related bills. I understand the Minister has documents to table in relation to the bills. I call the Minister.
I table addenda to the explanatory memoranda relating to the Primary Industries Levies and Charges Collection Bill 2023 and Primary Industries Levies and Charges Disbursement Bill 2023. The addenda respond to matters raised by the Scrutiny of Bills Committee.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that these bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Primary Industries Excise Levies Bill 2023, Primary Industries Customs Charges Bill 2023, Primary Industries Services Levies Bill 2023, Primary Industries Levies and Charges Collection Bill 2023, Primary Industries Levies and Charges Disbursement Bill 2023 and Primary Industries Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2023.
I will now deal with the amendments circulated by the opposition. So these are the amendments on sheet 2420, 2421 and 2422 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 2420, 2421 and 2422 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bills be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Primary Industries Excise Levies Bill 2023, Primary Industries Customs Charges Bill 2023, Primary Industries Services Levies Bill 2023, Primary Industries Levies and Charges Collection Bill 2023, Primary Industries Levies and Charges Disbursement Bill 2023 and Primary Industries Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2023.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bills. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again at midday on Tuesday the 2nd of July. Good night, Senators.